Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the World Famous Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Kill Tony.
Yeah!
Give it up for Tony Hetzcliff!
Hi, everybody! Hi! It's like a real live show! I'm excited about this. Merry Christmas, everyone. Make some noise. Yeah! Some real noise. Brian Redband's here.
What's up?
Everybody's here, except for like a lot of people are not here.
Yeah.
Brian J. Ebelt's not here. Maybe he's drawing this episode from live. We're live streaming right now.
Yeah.
So, what's up, everybody? Merry Christmas. That's cool. Jamie Vernon on the HD camera. He showed me virtual reality the other day. I killed zombies, 360 degrees, just shooting zombies. It's fucking unbelievable.
Wait till you do the porn. It's
there's some of that wacky Ryan humor. That's the first joke of the night. There you go.
It's an upgraded porn.
Wait till you do the
porn. You know how it was like magazine?
Creepy. All right, that's enough. So, what do you guys think? Should we bring up the guests?
Well, we should talk about where we're at.
Oh, yeah, we're doing this show that you're at, ladies and gentlemen, in its home club. This is episode 189. You're watching it here. It's the #1 live comedy podcast in the world at the Comedy Store on a Monday. And it's a lot of fun. So much so that we get to do the best comedy festivals in the country. We're doing Sketchfest in San Francisco, January 20.
Something.
Yeah. We're also doing Moon Tower this year in Austin, Texas, which is a big deal, but that's not until June or something. November 2000.
Yeah, we're doing 420. We're going to be at Maytown Fest.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. And we're doing Sketchfest January 21st. That's a really big deal. San Francisco. So for those of you listening to the podcast, San Francisco, January 21st, if you're near that area. Live audience, sorry we have to do that, but like I said earlier, this is the #1 live comedy podcast in the world, and other people are listening to it other places, so... All right, he's not going to break it out at all, huh? Many more people than are in this room enjoy this show. You just so happen to be rotating guinea pigs that come in and out. You mean less than nothing to us. You understand? Just to let you know what I really think of you. Just kidding. I'm glad you guys are here. We're going to have fun tonight. You guys excited? Let's bring out our guests.
Yeah.
We gotta just do that. I think we should just do plugs in your part, where like they're like, "Hey, welcome to Death Squad." When you do that, like normal calm guy thing, before you do that.
Don't you hate that, boy?
Oh, I hate it. Hi, thanks for listening to another episode of Kill Tony. Just want to tell you some of the cool things we have going on. I listened the other day. It lasted like 3 minutes, and you're just like, "I also have a new T-shirt."
That's right. It's like wearing it right now.
T-shirts. I know. I'm excited about it. I just got a new one. All right, so let's fucking do it. We're going to have fun. As always, I have 2 of the funniest comedians in the world as my guests. That never changes. So put your hands together for 2 of my favorites. It's Steve Simone and Jason Tebow. 2 guys with brand new comedy albums. Steve's just came out. Jason's comes out January, second week of January. And 14. I fucking love it. Welcome to the show, guys. You guys have done it before. I'm excited about this. The lights seem to be pointed a fun way, a little bit different or something than usual. Welcome back. Merry Christmas. Did you guys do anything fun for Christmas?
I saw Star Wars.
How was that? Good, right?
Everyone said it was so great that I had it up here, and then I was like, it was okay. So I would say it's okay, and then you'll go love it. I'll say it's okay, and then you go love it.
Yeah.
If everyone said it was okay, I would have loved it.
Ooh, there you go.
Did you like it better than the last one?
So it's just good.
Did you?
I haven't seen it.
Oh, that's impressive. I liked it better than the last one.
Oh, then that's pretty good.
Yeah. B-. There it is. B-, Star Wars.
Wow.
Suck it.
Have you seen it, Steve?
Not yet, no.
This is an interesting one because they're not really shoving it down everybody's throats that there's a new Star Wars. They're taking like a different approach to this. They're just sort of like, yeah, but there's a new Star Wars out.
Is there
Maybe you'll go see it. Maybe you won't. Like, we don't really care. We're just Disney. We're not gonna. It's like the J.J. Abrams one. They're like, maybe not.
There is a baby Jar Jar Binks.
No, stop it.
It's like a Muppet baby.
He's Ray Binks. I love it. Let's bring up the band. Everybody loves the Kill Tony band. We're one of the only shows in the belly room that have a live band that plays with it. This week's fun because we're missing a limb with Jeremiah Watkins in Kansas. So, ladies and gentlemen, I give to you tonight's Kill Tony band. It's Pat Reagan and Joel Jimenez. Everybody. Oh
Yeah, Red Band.
oh.
Well job, Brian.
I think I know what's happening. Wow.
Hey, well done.
An amazing George Michael tribute from the band. Yeah. I always love the fact that there's you guys have very limited props always, you you can't invest a lot of money into it or anything like that. But what's funny to me is the wigs that you guys rewear for different characters. Your George Michael wig is just your Hillary Clinton wig backwards.
There are only two
I
wigs.
know from working with you so often backwards that it's just a backwards Hillary.
Yeah, only have two wigs.
Were you guys big? You're the musicians of the group here. Were you guys big George Michael fans?
No, I don't get all the outpouring of love.
You're young.
And I'm just saying that I never really connected with his music, so I was just surprised that everyone came out and was like, "Oh, I love George Michael so much." To me, but good. R.I.P.
How old are you?
I'm 39.
39.
Yeah, years young.
Okay.
Yeah.
Surprised me.
Yeah.
You're old enough to know how great he was.
I have great pubic hair.
Uh,
It was my second record. It was my second record. I remember just
you loved him, right?
oh yeah, playing that over and over and over.
Were you upset he died?
Of course I was.
Me too.
Yeah, that was. This whole year sucked so bad. I'm just waiting for two more.
You and I grew up the same generation. Everybody that you and I had posters of, if I was Cyndi Lauper or Boy George, I would go in hiding for the next 6 days.
Anyway, our friend Jeremiah Watkins, who's not with us tonight, plays Careless Whisper regularly on the show. Really?
What?
Is that true?
It's George Michael.
I'm out.
Hello? Is somebody there?
Hello, this is Jeremiah Watkins.
Wow! Look at that! Live from Kansas City, Kansas.
Hey, I have a bone to pick with Pat Reagan. He just said he's not a George Michael fan.
Thank you.
Well, that's your buddy who defends you all the time.
I sensed it all the way from Kansas, and I am still.
You just picked that up with your senses? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, there's also we're live streaming if you don't want to use your senses. We're at deathsquad.tv, but anyway, go ahead. Yes, Jeremiah, continue with this thing. Did we lose you?
We can shut this bit up longer, but keep talking.
Hold on, wait. Jeremiah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Tony, I'm an emotional wreck today.
Go ahead, yes.
The reason I'm not there tonight, I couldn't make it, is because I'm right now attending George Michael's funeral.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Already happened today, huh?
The funeral happened today. Wow, and you're there? I thought you were in Kansas.
I am in Kansas. They flew the cadaver over here because of the
They flew the cadaver raccoon. Wow. I can't believe it.
Getting on a plane.
Man, I can't believe you could be so careless with George Michael's corpse.
Careless whisper.
Yeah, that's why I said that, Jason.
Jeremiah, did you call for any other reason?
Yeah, I did. And this is going to be hard for me. I don't have the emotional strength to play my saxophone.
That's all right.
I would like to do an a cappella version of Careless Whisper if the Kill audience would let me.
Yeah, what do you guys think? Kill Tony audience, you want to hear Jeremiah singing?
There was totally a moment where they weren't going to go with it, by the way. Just to let you know, I could feel the room completely. They were gonna leave you cold, but Pat hyped them up. Go ahead, Jeremiah. Let's hear it. Acapella version of Careless Whisper. Please fucking do whatever you do.
Alright, here we go. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have done already. It's not easy to pretend that it's
Oh, God.
Jeremiah Watkins, everybody.
There you go. What did we learn here tonight? What did we learn? Many things. One is definitely that Tony gives his friends too much creative freedom. I trust them with everything. Most of the time, it works continuously. That was another time, I guess, in the end there. Oh, we hung up on him. There he goes, Jeremiah Watkins, live from Kansas.
Goodbye, Jeremiah.
That was hilarious. 2 minutes too long, but
I
hilarious.
feel like the wrong guy died.
Burn.
You know, Tony,
I'm sure
I'd
you
actually
felt
like to sing an a cappella version of Wake Me Up Before You Go Go.
No. Let's just do it. Let's start the show, guys. You guys ready to do this? This is the show hasn't even started. I know. It sounds crazy. Maybe you haven't been here before. This is a show where, believe it or not, a lot of fucking people sign up randomly out on the front patio. A lot of comedians, just crazy people that just want to go on stage and show off a talent for a minute, and then get interviewed afterwards by me and my funny friends. This is Kill Tony. You guys ready to start the show or what?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull a name out of a bucket.
Pretty much anybody can come up here if they signed up earlier. And if I call your name, that means you get 60 seconds. You know your 60 seconds is up with either the sound of a kitty. That means wrap it up there, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Oh, shit. It sounds angry tonight. And yes, we get another call from Jeremiah Watkins.
This can't be bad.
Oh, you gotta go? Really? Oh, are we keeping you from something?
He's called to say he has to go.
Saying your name a bunch of times on a... Okay. Bye, Jeremiah.
Love you, Jeremiah.
All right, your first comedian tonight. You guys ready for this shit or what? I'm going to the bucket. This is where the show... So fucking...
I love it.
So much fun. All right, this looks like a new name. We're going to get to see 60 seconds. We're going to get to meet for the first time someone named Mia Sriracha, everybody. There we go. So I know your name's not Mia Sriracha.
It's Mia Sriracha. Mia Sriracha is an anagram for I am Caesar.
How many times did you sign up tonight?
Just once.
Okay.
That's Mia Sriracha.
All right, cool. All right.
I am Caesar.
There he is, Mia Sriracha, everybody.
Guys, I'm really upset about a lot of the hip-hop music that's on the radio these days. I don't know about you guys. It sounds like as if a 5-year-old is just writing all of the fucking lyrics for somebody and they just put it on a really tight beat and everybody goes crazy, right? Have you guys heard this shit? Like, it's really easy. I'll do a real quick example. It's real easy. Look. I am a nice fella, looking for a Cinderella, gotta go and get her. Bibbidi bobbidi boo, bitch, I was looking for you. You were just you. Bitch, I was looking for you. You were just you. Sit up, fucking brother, sit up, sit up, brother, sit up, brother, sit up, brother, sit up. It's that easy, right? What? I be sending her kisses. I be sending her flowers. I be sending her dick pics. Cindy send her my towels. Hey, sit up, brother, sit up, brother, sit up. If anybody wants to help me shoot this, I got lyrics and I got the song. Thank you. Mia Sriracha.
Mia Sriracha. How's it going, man?
What are you guys thinking?
Cool. Classic closer. Everybody wants to help you shoot this.
Do you mean that? You want to you look into someone to help you shoot it?
Yeah, absolutely. I got the script written and I put it.
You should put that in the act.
No, well, but I do have the song on a song. But I have a friend who's a dope producer. I was like, hey man, let me put my shitty ass lyrics on your song. And he's like, cool. And I recorded it like 3 weeks ago. So
Wow. There you go. Oh, a little bit of organ. What a dope producer. Makes drugs. There you go.
There you have it.
shout out to Brian.
That's fun. What do you do for work?
I'm a bartender.
Where at?
One of the places I was at just got shut down. It was located on the promenade. I also work at the Arsenal on Pico.
Why did you shut down?
Bad management, shitty ownership, cockroaches, cucarachas.
That happened in Santa Monica promenade?
Yeah.
That was fun. Anything crazy ever happened there? You bartend for a long time?
Just a couple of years.
There?
Like a year there, yeah. They told us on Saturday that they were closing on Sunday. That was like 3 weeks ago. So
That makes sense.
I only have 2 jobs. Start out and one job.
Like we're closing tomorrow. So, yeah, Sriracha.
They didn't anagram for IFCs. I thought about this like 5 minutes.
That's cool.
Sorry.
So, alright, well, what else in life? How long have you been on stand-up?
2 years in October. I don't know. I like to turn up. I have a girlfriend. Spend a lot of time with her.
I like to turn up. I have a girlfriend.
I don't know. I beatbox. Stuff like that.
That's the phrase of the night right there. I like to turn up. I have a girlfriend.
That's turn up with my girlfriend.
How long have you two been together?
About a year. Actually, I met her at Loteria, and then after a month,
Wait, that was the name of the bar? Bartender that? Yeah, it's after they shut down. The next
yeah. It didn't work out in there.
I met her at
So you met her, and what ethnicity are you?
I'm Dominican.
What ethnicity is she?
She's from Montana.
Wow. Oh, shit. So you guys have been together a year? You met her parents yet?
Do like FaceTime.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Is there a filter that you put on to flip whiter on the FaceTime? Have they made that yet? Have they made the black boyfriend FaceTime filter? That's a fucking good idea, by the way.
That is good.
Can you talk to some tech people tomorrow? We'll like split it or something. Turn up the content. Just fucking sell that shit. Black boyfriend FaceTime. So I want you to meet Tyrone.
It looks good to me, sweetheart. Just gonna go back to my Montana business now. Are you checking your fantasy scores right now?
No, bro.
Hey, no questions for the guests, sir.
You already been set, bro.
Thank you.
I'm almost losing.
Alright, so, fuck yeah. Anything else? Any other fun? You have any special skills or talents? You skydive or anything?
No, I beatbox. I don't know.
How often do you get to do that?
Like,
And more importantly, why do you... Okay, forget it.
What?
He was gonna play the organ. I'm like, he just pulled out his organ for a second. When he said beatbox,
I could
Brian
beatbox
like
with the
pretended like
organ.
he had something great. I'm like, an organ? What
If you
are
play the
about
organ,
to
I
do?
can beatbox on it.
I played an organ at my grandmother's. See, that's how
According to Brian, nothing goes better with beatboxing than a good old... Oh, wow. Okay. This is one of the worst episodes of this show of all time. I'm just going to come out and say it. I've been sitting on it for about 15 minutes, just to let you guys know. If you're like, well, this is sort of weird and sucks, it's because it does. Trying to dial it back in by calling it out, and it's actually working. There you go. Thank you. Fuck yeah. All right. Well, Mia Sriracha, it was nice to see you again. We'll see you again soon. There he goes, Mr. Rothschild. Flying through, baby. On to the next one. By the way, I don't think I ever really should have ever had to say this, and it is the first time I'm saying it in 189 episodes, but comedians or brand new entertainers, if you ever notice that there's a buzz in the room, audibly, when you're listening, which you should be, and performing, then it's you. It's you, and it's the way that you hold the microphone. And move your hand or do something, because it's not our microphones. It's more professionals. So it would, even if our microphone buzzed, we would do a shake and move our hand to make it not buzz. So if you guys hear it, it's you. Make an adjustment.
Do a little shake. Do a little shake of the microphone.
It's happened enough times to where I guess I'm not industry talk, man. It was terrible but great at the same time. All right, this looks like another new name. Put your hands together for John Jorath.
I just made it to Hollywood for the first time, and like many new people, you know, I asked one of the locals, you got any suggestions, you got any recommendations? You know what he told me? He said, well, there's drugs. Well, there's drugs. He said that shit like he was telling me a landmark. Or something. Like I can just imagine how bad he is at giving directions. Oh. What are you talking about? You're gonna start off on weed, right? Then you're gonna make a right on shrooms. Now it's gonna seem like you're on shrooms for quite some time, but just power through it. You're gonna be fine. All right. Now you're gonna run into pills. You're gonna run into coke. But if you're running into heroin, turn around. You have gone too far.
4 more seconds. You got it, man. That's John Jorath. Cool as fuck.
That was great.
I like everything about you, John. Nice to meet you. You seem like a badass motherfucker. Where are you from?
Detroit.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah,
Detroit.
That's awesome. How long you been visiting?
I've been in Cali for a year now.
Oh yeah. I can feel like I can still feel you have like some spirit to you. So I knew you were either visiting or you haven't been there that long, or something. You just want to maintain that. Do you meditate? Yeah. I can tell. That's how cool I am. I can tell when people meditate. Keeps your freshness.
What kind of meditation do you have an app or?
Whatever's on YouTube, man. You know.
That's it.
I'm a YouTube meditator.
That's a useful resource. Yeah. I used it for various things.
I meditate on YouTube too. I really don't. Actually, I meditate on World Star. That's what I like to do.
When you meditate on YouPorn, you've been in LA too long.
That's awesome. You have a really cool look. You live over in the east side or San Diego?
You look at your dad's name, Cornelius. Black is real?
Yes.
I picture that Cornelius thing too. Cornelius, a professor. You know what I mean? Is he a professor?
No.
Teacher?
No. Engineer.
Engineer.
Really?
Yeah.
What does your mother do?
She's retired co-star. Yeah.
Co-star.
Co-star.
Guard.
Oh, I thought for sure you said co-star. I'm like,
So reverse military, like your mom beat your dad in arm wrestling.
There you go.
Yeah. Like Coast Guard and like nerd. Like, ow, lady, you got me again.
how about you, John? What do you do for work?
I'm in retail though. I'm shipping.
There you go. How old are you, sir?
I'm 34.
Okay. How long have you been coming?
Yeah, 6 years.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Jesus only lived to be 33 before they chopped his head off. And filmed it and put it on the internet. Did you hear about this?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Wait a second. That would really change some written history. The old beheading of
I believe
Jesus.
you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Wow, the shift. Did you say shift manager?
Yeah.
What does that entail? What's the worst part of your day job? What's the worst thing you have to do as a comic? Going to do this shit job where you walk in and you go like, fuck, now I gotta tell Davies I'm fucking it up.
Yeah, what is it that you hate about Walgreens the most? Like, I used to work at Starbucks, like, a long time ago, and I can tell you, they made me wear a baseball cap and a green apron, and I didn't like it one bit. It ate at my fucking soul every second.
Lil brings out my eyes more.
Alright, that impression has never worked on the show.
6 years, man.
So what is it about Walgreens?
Yeah, worst part.
It's pretty laid back, actually. They tell people there's nothing funny about it.
I'm saying the worst part about your job, like, what do you
I hate my coworkers. They suck.
why do you hate them?
Oh man, is that good?
You would think that by the title.
Oh,
It's very misleading.
Oh,
really?
this
You're
sounds
not
good.
much of a leader at all.
I'm like the front man for the people that should get the blame.
Oh, yeah, you're sick of telling Mexicans what to do. We understand what you're saying here.
Wow. What's the city location of your Walgreens?
San Diego.
Oh, San Diego Walgreens.
You guys don't have
Fancy.
the long receipts like CVS, do you?
Oh yeah.
Why does CVS and you guys both have the long receipts? Like, why only like pharmacies have to do that?
You're right. You really do get the blame for everything in your position. Question for you, John. What's up in your receipts that you're making us all carry around?
No other stores do this.
I'm gonna have to talk to my manager and I'll
Is
get
it
back to
is
you.
it for Band-Aid reasons? Like it's more times that they can cut their fingers or something like
Oh
that?
my God, you're out of
Band-Aid
control.
business.
All right, back to the soundboard for you.
Does Walgreens have a soul?
That's deep, man. I don't know about
They quit selling cigarettes, correct?
That's CVS. Walgreens.
Walgreens still sells cigarettes.
Do they ever?
Represent American spirit.
I always thought that was weird that pharmacies also sold alcohol and cigarettes. That was like one of their bigger money.
That's medicine,
Yeah.
bro. That's medicine, bro.
That's funny. It is. So, John, what else is cool about you? I mean, you do anything else in San Diego for fun? What made you go to?
Take your glasses off when you eat pussy.
That's good. I do.
No pink eye to that guy.
Right? More pink eye.
More.
Wow.
More fat ass for that guy. That's a t-shirt.
So if you're making out, do you take your glasses off?
No. Just making out, just eating pussy. He takes his glasses off. Shit's getting real.
What kind of ladies do you like?
The whole time.
You attracted to a certain type of lady?
My wife, right?
Good answer.
Well said.
Good answer.
Is she here tonight?
I know she's not.
Okay, then what kind of girl do you really like?
Where's she from?
She's from San Diego.
Okay.
San Diego.
Military?
Starting to make sense.
Is she in the military?
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, that's fun. How often do you get to make it up to LA?
This is actually my third time up here.
Okay. Well, I mean, how often do you do stand up in San Diego? A lot? You do a lot of spots?
As often as I can.
That's cool. Well, fun times, John. I mean, what can I say? Anything else you want to say?
No, thanks for the stage time, guys.
What if when you threw to him, anything else you want to say?
Yeah.
I don't have anything right now.
Right.
What if
I know.
I said something
I know.
just out of the blue?
I know. Totally. And it's one of those things to where every once in a while I ask it. And right after I ask it every single time, and it always ends up okay. But for a second, I'm always like, why am I even fucking?
But what if it was like something even wider? Tony, what if it was just like, yeah, actually I do. Don't trust Puerto Rican women.
Yeah.
What?
Exactly.
All right, have a good night, everyone.
Can you imagine if Woody Allen's next movie was called Don't Trust Puerto Rican Women?
Would that surprise anyone, though? I mean,
John Jorif, ladies and gentlemen, there he goes.
Happy New Year, bro.
He's on Twitter at J_got_jokes. Jay got jokes. Jay got jokes. Jay, by the way. That's a bad Twitter handle, man. If you're going by John Jorif,
Never have an underscore either. You were too bad.
underscores are bad. But you have another guy's name in your Twitter handle named Jay, J-A-Y.
Yeah.
John, why is your Twitter handle J-A-Y? Yell it as loud as you can. Oh, J-A-Y? Your nickname's not just the letter J? They spell it out with extra letters?
Like a chamber.
If J was my nickname, I'd be like J, but no A-Y. That'd be a thing.
You gotta fix that Twitter, dude.
Yeah, you gotta just go with an all-new Twitter. How many followers you got? You know how many followers you have. What's the number? What's the exact number? I know that you know the fucking number.
Rhymes with 60.
Maybe 500.
Jorif juice.
I'd start from scratch. All right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. We know this guy. I'm pretty sure he started on this show. Put your hands together for Taylor Rizzo. All right.
All right. I feel like my beard is kind of confusing because people will just come up to me and just guess my ethnicity. And like, nobody ever gets it right, but they always want to know, you know? And like, to be honest, the truth is that I'm just a quarter, whatever I want to tell you. You know, you'll probably believe me. Like, sometimes a black person will think that I'm part black. And like, that always feels cooler for some reason. I was talking to this girl the other day, and she's half black. She asked if I had any black in me, and I played it off cool. It's like, hell yeah. I'm a quarter black. And she believed me, and it felt cool that a half black girl accepted me as a quarter black, you know? And then I noticed that her friend was standing right there listening, and he was a full black, and giving me a real skeptical look. You know, and I thought that I'd been found out, but just then, he steps forward, and he fist bumps me. He says, yeah, I know a nigga beard when I see one. I was like, apparently you don't. All right, thanks, guys.
Wow, Taylor Rizzo. There you go.
That's great.
Yeah, very fun. It's a good set.
Yeah, thanks.
Good little bit you got there.
I was nervous, could you tell?
No,
No?
I didn't like.
No, I think
Everyone's nervous.
I think the quarter black that you have in you helps your confidence, swagger on stage.
Everyone's nervous all the time. At least for
Yeah.
5% in my head.
Yeah, for sure.
Is that what goes on underneath that backwards Hillary wig? So Taylor, that's fucking fun.
Yeah, did it go okay?
Yeah. How long have you had that beard for?
What?
How long have you had that beard for?
A long time. I've been shaved for like 4 years.
What's the reason for it?
I don't have a chin.
Yeah, do you have a weak chin?
Yeah, it's just small, no chin.
Wow.
Have you ever thought just to cut it down, though, to make it look less, terracey?
No, I have bits about it. It's important to my act.
Oh.
Do you have a girlfriend?
Yeah, I'm kind of dating somebody long distance right now.
Drop the bits, man.
Yeah.
Long distance.
Maybe.
How long distance?
She lives in Denver.
Denver. How long have you been dating her?
A long time. We were dating before I moved, and then we just kind of never stopped.
Lived in Denver before that?
No, we both lived in South Carolina, and then I moved here. She moved to Denver for separate reasons. Super interesting.
How long has she been?
Interesting.
How long has she been? Have you been away from her?
Like a year since I moved here.
How often do you get to see her?
She comes to town every couple months. It's only like $80.
Half shave.
Yeah.
Half shave. You say it's only $80?
Yeah, the last time she flew here was $80. Yeah.
Wow. Super Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit.
Jesus.
Don't ever fly Spirit.
An $80 flight.
Yeah,
My God.
Fuck Spirit.
Get in. We'll let anybody in.
I have a question. How much?
Even people with beards like your boyfriend. Get on the flight. It's just a whole flight of
How
people
long
that
have you
look
been
like
doing
you.
stand-up?
A little over 4 years.
How much time can you do? Like you would feel comfortable doing this long of a set?
I mean, I could do 15 easy, but I could do a feature set.
I mean, 15 minutes. How much of that is about your beard?
Oh,
Or your look? Or your look?
just like 2 jokes. There's like a joke that
What's the length of
about.
time though? What's like? Because you just did 1 minute, pretty much on.
So I have another 1 minute joke that is referencing my beard and my look, and then there's like one other joke where it's just a reference to it, but that's about it.
You could always say, I had a beard like this. You know, I mean,
I like the beard. I don't want you to.
If you would have just said to me 8 minutes, I would have said, cut your goddamn beard off.
That's the worst advice I've ever heard you give, by the way.
But, you know, if you were to said half of 15 minutes is about my look or my
No,
beard,
it's
I
not a
would
lot.
say shave the beard, but
The beard is here more so for the lack of chin than anything
yeah, but you could
else.
shave it down a little instead of having, you know.
Do you really not like it? 'Cause I do.
I don't mind it.
I don't mind it personally, but Brian, you seem to hate it a
You
lot.
have a good face, and it's like, oh, it's a nice face. Oh, gay. Like, it just gets.
Follow-up question.
It does seem like you seem like you'd be a clean cut, like a young CEO from the nose up, and then everything underneath is just like.
If you would shave your beard, you would look like Zach Braff had AIDS. And I'm into that.
I'll take that.
Follow-up question. Under your sweatshirt, is there dynamite connected to a cell phone?
No, I get a lot of that terrorist shit.
So you've been in LA a year. I'm pretty sure we met you right when you got here, right?
Yep. You talked me into the right decision on moving out here. You guys were a big part of that. You and Brian. Yeah.
That's on you, Tony.
Is that what happened?
That's when we went to Florida, right?
Yeah. Well, I met you in Florida, and then you told me to take a chance, just check it out first, and that's when I met Tony. And
Save money, don't do right.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
What if you didn't? What if you didn't shave 4 years ago because of wanting to look more ethnically ambiguous in Obama's America?
Oh, I just knew it was going to be terrible from the second you started talking. I mean, like, very rarely do I start shaking my head immediately, but you had already misjudged, like, the moment itself, going the part where you shouldn't even start.
I'm pretty positive I can quote Red Band's advice in Florida a few years back. You should totally move to Burbank.
Oh, there you go.
That was
Another one. Another one.
Wow. And live.
Jesus. So, Taylor, you've been here a year. How's life changed in the year in LA? I mean, let's talk real talk.
Yeah.
Where you living? What's your work situation?
I mean, I have a great job. I've gotten up promotions since I've been here, so I'm making more money.
What do you do?
I work for Urban Outfitters. I build all the interior.
Big promotion. He went from a folder to the register.
He definitely doesn't work at Dollar Shave Club.
Yeah, that's true. No, but
We've
gone backwards.
Silly. No, but I build all the stuff that they have inside the store, so it's like a creative job that I don't have to.
You don't have to deal with customers.
Yeah, I don't have to deal with customers or register or any of that stuff, so it's nice. And I still have the nights to go out and do shows and everything. And
Nice.
it's been a crazy year, man. Doug Benson put me on both of his podcasts a few times.
Based on the beard alone.
Yeah, just
right?
the beard, not my weed smoking abilities.
Well, that's fun.
But yeah, it's been.
You smoke a lot of weed?
I do, yeah.
He dabs on days.
I sure do. I have a Periscope show that I smoke on every day. Mediocre smoker. Check it out.
Steve, you're a nice guy.
Yep.
How's life?
How long have you been here?
Yeah, I know.
Good to see you. I didn't know you were either. Yeah. I was just going to say, like, just from a comedy perspective, I think it's good. Like, I don't even know if you realize what you're doing. I know there's a lot of comics here. But when you acknowledge your appearance as, like, an opening joke, it's a great way to connect with an audience. Because on a deeper level, what you're doing is you're sitting yourself in the audience. Meaning, what are they thinking about me right now?
Right.
So once you can establish that connection, then you can take the audience wherever you go.
Yeah,
So I think
because they're all thinking, like, what the fuck's on his face?
Right.
Right, but it's a good. It's like that can't be what everyone's thinking, right?
Yeah.
70s Bush.
She does look like a 70s bush. Like, it's not like a long, like long hairs. It's like a little pubic hair.
It's pretty.
All right. Real talk. You're talking way too much tonight, Brian.
Yeah, he doesn't like it at all.
Yeah.
Real talk. I mean, never mind.
Taylor Rizzo, everybody. There he is.
What's up, brother?
He's on Twitter at Taylor Rizzo.
Jesus.
You guys having fun, live audience? How are you? All right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Luke Allen. All right, no Luke Allen. You know what that means. You know what happens when someone doesn't show up. That means you get to see the stylings of the Versi triplets, ladies and gentlemen. The special wild card spot.
Very wild, yeah, I didn't even know. You know, we've been thinking about if we were ever gonna run train on a bitch. You know? Yeah, I know we look like we only do missionary, but you know, it'd be less of a train, more of a Congo line. Yeah. Kind of a fun vibe with us, you know? We would be very polite gangbangers, though. Be very polite. So hospitable, like, can we take your coat? Can I get you something to drink? Yeah, double stuff your cunt? You know, stuff like that. Just very, very nice. Very, real sweethearts. Very nice. That's what we do. Just how it be. We have to all get on the same page and know we talk beforehand. Huddle up, all right? All right. Alex, you're taking the mouth. Got it. Sean, we need the lube and towels. Go get it. I'm going up the gut. Ready? Right. All right. There we go. Oh, okay. And then we would just compliment her. It'd be like fucking a mirror pretty much. Kind of a little bit, you know? Dude, you've been working on your abs? You know, I've been doing this like no workout. A lot of crunches every morning. You know, it's working pretty well. Oh, dude, I'm going to come right now. Yeah, no, I mean, I've got orange slices. Hey, okay. Thank you guys.
Wow, the Versi triplets on the fly.
Great job, guys.
I caught a glance at one of you guys up there in the shadows, and when nobody came up, I saw you guys, so I spontaneously decided to bring you up because you're one of my favorite things in all of comedy right now. You guys are totally somewhat god-awful.
That's what we've heard.
But there are glimpses of things, and I'm going to tell you guys this. First of all, I know a lot of you live audience may not have heard or been part of last week's episode, but you guys directly answered a note that we gave of talking about, you know, darker subject material, and it's sort of a misdirect because you guys are so goofy and jolly then finally, like, hearing the third one say, double stuff a cunt.
Love that
It
line.
seems like you guys are like
Love that
12-year-olds just getting away with murder. Like, your parents don't know you left the house.
Yep.
You're like, let's all go talk about gangbanging and chick on a show.
We actually debated all they wanted me to only say pussy, and I'm like, no, it'll be funnier if I say cunt.
Clam, twat, anything other than everyone
It
hears
was a 20-minute
pussy.
argument.
What's another thing that makes people go, that joke is funny, and then he used this other word? Everyone hears pussy. It's almost invisible. You say cunt, clam, twat, hamburger, whatever. Anybody, you hear it. Joey Diaz is great at that.
Yeah.
Listen to the way they use use your own vernacular to say things people understand.
And it's all different, and it never changes, but it's fun because you guys were talking about, happy-go-lucky stuff, and it's a fun exercise, and that works for some people, but it was sort of like, and you guys were feeling it, right? It felt like stale, and it felt like your responses were stale, but all of a sudden you're getting these new pops because you're using your look to your advantage, both by talking about it and setting up a misdirect. Just like, if somebody thinks someone's going to be tough or whatever, and instead they're not, or anything like that. You're setting it up because they think you're a bunch of jolly kids, and all of a sudden you're getting away with murder up there. So, wow. I would try to tap into more, fun stuff and experiment with stuff like that.
Agree.
Steve Simone is your guys' older brother.
Yeah.
So, originally Steve Verzi, changed it to Simone for the stage.
He's a fart on you, so.
When we heard that Steve was a guest, we're like, oh, this is the one time we're going to do dirty stuff, and he's going to see it.
It is sort of really funny, and it just hit me when I was talking about how you guys should keep adventuring in the edgy space, because you really don't do that. You are the ultimate storytelling, energized, goofy, fun-loving.
But it used to be really dark.
So it was?
Yeah.
I guess back in the day, I do remember the very first time I was ever here and I performed. I remember thinking like, wow, that guy seems like a real dick. And I couldn't have been more wrong. Like, it's so funny. Like, cut to me seeing him for the first time tonight. I'm like, hey, Steve. And he's down the stairway here, and I'm at the top of this belly room stairway. And he just goes, I got, what was it? I got ice cream and treats for everybody.
Go downstairs. You guys.
And that's just him.
That's 100% true.
And you're 100% clean, family-friendly comedy, which here at the Comedy Store, to be on that level is almost unheard of. And what it says is that you're smart as fuck and super talented because you're taking no shortcuts. It's who you are, and you did it your way, and it's one of the coolest things.
Yeah, that's why I think your advice is great for these guys, because you have to experiment. You have to figure out where the boundaries are, what you want to do, how you want to present it. And it's what you have is so unique already, and it's so retro and old school. And no matter what, since you're family, the vibe I get, it always feels like you're performing for your aunt's uncle's marriage. So you're going to have that warmth. So when you play around with it, juxtaposing that with dark or whatever you want to do, it's money in the bank.
I have a question that I'm really excited to ask. One of the three of you has a Band-Aid on your bottom lip.
I only know.
You wrote that? You got that?
My note is 3 Band-Aids or no Band-Aids when you come out of triplets. Because I'll tell you why, and everyone laughs, but I'll tell you why. When you come out, immediately everyone goes, they're triplets, 1 Band-Aid, why? And they are not paying attention while you're doing your shit.
Yeah.
And you're setting something up, and you're doing something that's distracting when it comes out.
It wasn't like on birth.
If a 450-pound person comes out and starts talking about their dating life, the audience immediately subconsciously goes, why aren't they talking about being 450 pounds right out the gate?
Yeah.
So we can agree that we agree on what's up. And you guys we're triplets and we're exactly the same, and then we think it's a gag.
Jason, you're letting these guys off the hook. What the fuck's under the Band-Aid, dude?
I ate an elbow playing basketball.
You ate an elbow?
I was hoping
take the Band-Aid off. I want to see.
I was hoping there's gonna be a fourth.
I don't want to rip it. I don't want to rip it.
You know it's a cold sore. Hold on, wait a second. Stop for a second. Then we're gonna get right back to the take it off chin. You know that it's a cold sore because his two brothers were the ones that started the chant. The only two guys in the room that know that it's a cold sore started a take it off chant.
I am willing to take bets that it is a fourth thing that looks like that.
Go ahead.
And it's
it was a cold sore. It was a cold sore, and I put so much makeup on it.
What? You lied about the basketball thing?
Yeah, of course I did.
Oh my God.
Of course I did.
It's not a cold sore.
First you number two. How could you?
Holy
It's a Netflix injury.
There was a reason why. Even I did not have the
By the way, I do lie about a cold sore. No, you don't lie about her. Here's what you don't do. You don't lie about it and then confess on the same show a minute and a half later that you lied. Literally 90 seconds goes by. That's going to be a fucking gift, by the way. Congratulations. Wow, you two must just be eating that up as triplets. Just like, oh, well, look which one of the DNA fucked up. Man.
Hey, I have a question. Have any of you conspired to be like, we have a much better twins act if we kill old fuckface?
Yeah, me and Herpes here.
Of course.
Let me
I think old fucking Band-Aid on the fucking face. I think old Band-Aid beard better fucking sleep with his eyes open.
Let me ask you a question, Verzi number 2. Do you remember, do you know who it was that...
I don't know.
Really?
No.
Wow, you guys are banging that many triplets.
That gangbang, that's a snippet of our real life, that
Did you
gangbang.
just notice that they clapped at the same time like a football team? Like they just broke a huddle or something like that? And break.
And
That was impressive. You guys really are fucking triplets. How old are you? 24.
Tony, you know what I love about him? You know what I love about you guys, seriously, and is that you guys are earnest, despite your cheesiness.
You guys are earnest. You're very earnest. Goes to jail, in fact, because you're not funny.
But you're hard. But
Nothing on that. You guys are assholes. This is an asshole
This
lobby.
is actually.
Ernest goes to jail.
This is a.
Shut up. Fuck you.
Is that your heart?
Read the people on Twitter all day are gonna be like, that dumb audience didn't laugh at Ernest goes to jail. You're very Ernest goes to. I refuse to let this die.
You're earnest. You're hardworking, and there's 3 of you. So you've got that. Okay, but that wasn't my joke, Tony. That was a serious.
I mean, that wasn't a joke, so it couldn't have been your joke. It couldn't have been your joke.
I have a joke for you guys. If you guys are like, well, there's one thing we all like, and you go and 2 of you say sports, and 1 of you says anal. And then,
that's really good.
And then like you can call it back later and be like, yeah. And our favorite sport is, and then 2 of you say basketball, and 1 of you says anal.
And by the way, you guys also have to start opening your brain and taking chances to the point to where the thing that you guys, and you did great, by the way, and I'm telling you, in 1 week, you took a fucking note, and people don't do this, but you guys took a note, and you really answered the note, you took it head on, you wrote a bit that's completely outside of your own, but on top, it just goes to show that the fucking, the training never ends, because what you really, I'm pitching here, is that what you guys should have talked about is the thing that we were sort of, at least I was wondering, which is, why does the one have a Band-Aid on his lip? Like, when you guys are writing the day of and taking chances and talking about the elephant in the room, and by that I'm talking about whatever's underneath that Band-Aid, then, I mean, you're going, like, next level. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have done what you did, but I'm saying, like, you guys have to start going, like, we can make fun of anything, and you can riff, and
You're trying to be nice. He didn't want us to talk about it, so you're trying to be nice and not talk to it.
But that's here's another next level lesson is like, you gotta open up. You know what I mean? It's part of what you got yourself into is that if you don't have the makeup or the know-how to cover up something like that or the medicine or whatever it is.
He went out and bought like a huge thing of cover-up, and it still didn't work.
Look how upset he is. This is beautiful.
That's my follow-up question, Tony. If all 3 of you get a vote for the other guy in 5 years, let me hear your vote.
Hey, listen to all the ladies Listen to all the ladies that have cold sores yelling at each other in the background.
It's not just that. It could be a whole plastitude of
I
things.
sort of feel fucking bad for him.
If all 3 of you get a vote in 5 years, which one of you is gay?
Whoa!
that was? That was fast.
That was great.
Dude, they like when they said that like you might have something to announce right now.
It's just because it's because I shaved my chest. That's why.
Oh, is it, bro? Is that it?
Is that the only reason?
Let's ask them why they said that so
Come on,
fast.
Cold Sore, get your fucking revenge. These guys started chants like
He's very into himself. He's kind of like Patrick Bateman is. He's really into his body. Obviously,
He snores with cocks in his mouth.
yeah. Versi number 3. What's the gayest thing you've ever had in your butt? No, that's versi number 1.
It's a strong question.
you, Tony.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Hallelujah, it's raining, man. All right, there they go, the Versi triplets, ladies.
Thank you guys. Good job, guys. Happy New Year. Great job, guys.
Yeah, man. You can't hate on people that take the notes. That's fucking incredible.
Hard work will get you further than anything else.
And that's coming from a guy who, admittedly, you lashed out on them harder than I've ever seen you lash out on anybody ever. You hated them when you first saw them, and that's what you just said. That's what I'm saying. The growth of that little storyline of the Versi triplets is pretty awesome. One more time for the Versi triplets, everybody. Come on, there's 3 of them. They should at least get double the applause. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Bring your hands together for Tom and Waylon.
What's that, Tom? What's up, everybody? Shit. Had a tough day. Got my lighter stolen? Sorry, I'm not trying to play the victim. That was an awful joke. I wrote that 10 seconds ago. I live a kind of minimalistic life. I have a... Tap one off. I'm gonna tap one off. Listen, if I'm gonna come in, I'm coming in on tap one off. I tap one off, and then I gotta go eat breakfast with my roommates, who are little Asian girls. And what kind of porn do I watch? Little Asian girls. And they got cream of wheat. They're eating the sloppiest breakfast possible.
But yeah, that's Tom Waylon, everybody. There he is. Yes, on the episode in which I mentioned that if the wire gets wiggled a little bit, to just touch the wire to make sure that for the podcast that is live, live podcast, hundreds of thousands of listeners, that you would touch the wire to knock it back in. Meanwhile, on that episode, on that very same episode, aliens,
I feel like that was a chance for me to showcase my...
I had a lot more than I was going to say, but I mean, I guess I'm just like falling here. Like, I guess it's like mid-sentence that means just everybody just jump in as hard as you can. But okay, let's go on with whatever Brian's shoving down our throats right now. Go ahead, Brian. Yeah, thanks to plug in a microphone. To bend over in 30 seconds. Yeah, let's get through the whole thing. It was funnier than that. Anyway, Tom, I'll say this. What are we doing here? Tom.
Yes.
Well, what made you think, what made you roll with that like that?
You know, I don't know.
You didn't think about the
I know. I had piss and vinegar, honestly. I just felt like, dude, you know what I'm saying? Inexperience.
It's all right.
I just feel like it, like, as a human being, there's a lot of people in this room. I know 100,000 people will listen to this, but this room is packed. And the mic dropped out. You know you have a minute left. And I actually thought you were very professional about that. You brought your voice up to a theatrical level, and you conveyed your set. Maybe you had 40 seconds left, and you're like, I don't want to spend 3 minutes plugging into a mic. Makes it uncomfortable.
3 minutes to plug in a mic, Jake. 3 minutes.
6 minutes later, it's still not plugged in. Yes.
It's going to take you 2 seconds to plug in a mic. You hire your voice while you bend over to get up.
You do the 190 people, or whatever, how many people are in the room.
You do the no-look wire grab. There's no question about this. You do a no-look wire grab. You pick that shit up and
You guys are saving the podcast. When I explained what I thought your moment was, it got an applause break, and I feel like everyone in this room.
it wasn't really a applause break. It was like it was the Hillary voters. It's like 5 chicks in the room that lightly clap together.
I feel like I didn't touch
Nobody with any goddamn passion that would show up to the actual voting poll booth. Did I say that right? No. Tom, you're the worst undercover cop comedian I've ever
Tony, that all being said, yeah. When you look like you're wearing a wire in high school.
funny jokes. But what do you do for work?
I work at a sandwich place right now. I used to listen. Do you understand that people accept my opinion like it's fact? You look at this belly and you're buying a sandwich when I recommend.
I'm gonna interrupt you. Because you know what you said? You said after you told your first joke, you said I wrote that in 10 seconds, and it goes back to what we were just talking about, the version privilege, which is hard work.
You're right.
So that's all I have to say.
You're right. No, you're absolutely right. He's right.
What sandwich place do you work at?
The carving board. I work at the one in West.
You are our top sandwich consultant.
Absolutely.
Have you tried the carving board?
I have. Recommend a sandwich.
Are you at the one on Sunset?
No, I'm at the one in West Hollywood, but I get the discount. So you know what I'm saying, bro? Ladies, it's like a Subway guy bragging to me like, dude, let's go to any Subway. 50%, how about no? Let's go.
You have what I would term fear confidence. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Your fear confidence. Yeah.
And when you get uncomfortable, you just sort of turn into like Chris Farley a little bit, right?
Yeah. Or unplug your mic on purpose.
You get like real goofy. Yeah, you get a little goofy.
For sure.
Where you from?
I'm from the Boston area, North Shore, Beverly, Massachusetts.
Yeah, definitely.
What if you got more specific?
Extreme. 9127. Up here, 702 degrees north, 7 degrees south. Yeah, exactly.
That's fun. How long you been in the sandwich business, Tom?
His whole life.
Sometimes I like to switch over to like video moments
His whole life.
nowhere. Let me ask you another crazy one. Here comes another wackadoodle.
Yeah.
Here's a question for you, Tom.
Sandwich game's been about 3 months, Tony.
Honestly.
You've been in a coma for 27 years? Yeah. No, I worked at the YMCA before that. Before that, I was actually a radio show host.
Why do I feel like you worked at the YMCA at the only sandwich place there? Like, it wasn't actually the YMCA.
I'm going to do something. Sure. Right. Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
Put your mic in your mic.
Put your song about how Jared go to the YMCA.
No, seriously.
Put your mic in so you have to last longer than 10 seconds.
Put your mic in the mic stand. Okay. Put your mic in the mic stand. Stand behind it. Okay? It's a fucking real thing.
I love that. Real note.
Okay, that's it. Chill. There you go.
There you go. How do you feel right now, Tom? Yeah. Why do I feel like even with the mic and the mic stand, he's so accident prone that the mic cord's just gonna and just fall right out? How does it even happen?
It's like a Final Destination movie waiting to happen.
And by the way, let it be known, a lot of audience members don't know this. You know, we do this every single night, regularly. If you ever happen to see a mic cord fall out of the microphone, that's because somebody handled the mic not as professionally as they should have. There's actually a little eject button right there if you don't know. So if you hit it, then you hit it. But you're not going to see winners ever really hit it.
Don't do what I did.
Doesn't
Don't
really.
do what I did. Hey, Tony, has anybody ever told you you look like the elf in the shelf was molested as a child?
Actually, what's funny is that somebody did once tell me that. There's 2 people that obviously hate me that over-owed that. And I knew who they were, too. Fucking, fucking piece of shit. Hey, Sriracha, I saw you, motherfucker. Yeah, okay. Tom, to your point.
When you did that laugh and you backed away, it was too much, it was false. So just stay.
Pretend your mustache is telling a joke.
Maybe it wasn't false, but I think because you're under the lights, it was slightly false. I think it was slightly exaggerated.
And Tom, do you have roommates?
We're animals.
I do have roommates.
How many roommates do you have?
I got 2 roommates right now.
What do they do for work?
I think they're both prostitutes, honestly. One of them says she's a Lyft driver, and she works for,
like central casting, and the other says that she's in the fashion industry.
Have you ever seen the movie Super Troopers?
Yeah.
Karma? Yeah, good one. There you go. Brian Reichel.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Reichel.
Anything else for Tom, guys? Steve Simone, what are your thoughts on Tom? I know you.
Right away,
How long have you been here?
dude, I can tell you love comedy.
I do.
Like I can, and I think you're a little nervous because it means so much to you.
Yeah.
And I think that's awesome. And I realize what makes this great, is that you're giving everybody an opportunity because there's a real crowd with real energy, and it's just fucking great to be here and to be a part of this.
It allows you to play.
I felt you come out, you're like, this is a real set, don't mess it up. And then with lights are out, I was like, oh my god.
Yeah. More cool thing. Preaching. Joel Jimenez said that he looks like he makes a hell of a deep dish pizza. Jesus, he did. You're a big goofball, aren't you, Tom?
Beggars in Chicago, they got that dope deep dish. Are you from Chicago?
No, but I went to college in Chicago.
Where'd you go?
Columbia College.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's always like somebody said.
Wow, you have an interesting look. Really interesting.
You look like a child molester that's scared of kids.
Yeah.
I don't understand it, but I like it. Yeah, thank you.
On the nose. They intimidate me. I want to keep them as far away as possible.
Yeah. But you also want to fuck the shit out of them, too.
Well, there he goes. The carving board's greatest comedian, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Whalen. He's on Twitter at Sir Thomas J. Whalen. Sir Thomas J. Whalen. Man, shit, we're walking people tonight. This is an interesting crowd. I can tell some people really don't want to be here. I don't know what happened. I don't know exactly. Some people like overbelieved how bad I thought this episode was, but I make that joke a lot.
Just bad though. It's holiday people. Nothing wrong with it.
This lady right here in the front row, I can't take my eyes off her. You guys notice this too? I love it. This lady right here, I can't take my eyes off her. Rest to the audience, and I never get this distracted by an audience member. But I can't take my eyes off of her because she refuses to even look up at this show. She's so mad whoever brought her here to this place for her to enjoy herself. A place built around humans enjoying themselves.
I've only seen
for decades of history of every single night of the year, people enjoying themselves.
I've only seen the top of her head. I thought she was faking an abortion the whole time.
I mean, it's really incredible. I don't know if you're like physically
This way.
if you're physically allergic to comedy or something like that. I've never really seen it, but what were you saying? You guys are here like specifically to hopefully see somebody in particular.
Tony, held on your butt, the dog.
Tony, yeah, tough front row. Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, you know, if not, it's all gonna be okay. But it really took a gamble. There's like check this out. This isn't even all of them. Check this out. Look at that. Look at this stack. Look at all these names.
Let's have them all do
There's
one
only
set
like
at
2
once.
or 3 more. None of them are Brett Morris's. But I am going back in.
I'm going to announce the joke, Tony.
Put your hands together for Trevor Anderson. Could be a cousin of some kind of yours. He could be one of your cousins that you've never met before. Trevor Anderson, everybody. Get the fuck out of here. I want Fred Wallace up here right now. Just kidding. Triplets out. Yeah, double triplets. Trevor Anderson. Put your hands together one more time.
All right. So a friend of mine was making fun of me for cooking. He thinks it's girly. Hold on, there's more to this joke. I thought I'd prove him wrong, so I took the manliest implement in my kitchen, the cast iron skillet, and I put everything manly in there. I put eggs and bacon and hash browns and onions and everything I could think of, and I just put it in the oven. And it came out this just glorious manly pie. And I said, dude, that's manly. He said, dude, that's a quiche. Yeah, I used to live in Japan. I made a lot of mistakes out there. Like, for example, I didn't know that Asian people do not like to be associated with or confused for other groups of Asian people. So I asked a Japanese friend, are you North or South Korean? Yeah, he lost his shit. He was throwing sides. I'm gonna kill you! I'll fucking kill you! So,
I guess.
All right.
Wow! That's another thing that this show's cool for. You get to meet somebody hilarious sometimes. That was great, Trevor. Where are you from?
Originally from Rialto, San Bernardino area.
San Bernardino. How long have you been on stand-up?
About 4 years. Kind of gappy though.
Kind of gappy.
Yeah.
You don't know many Asians, do you?
Yeah, I do.
Tony, was this just me, or when you said the Asian joke, I didn't think there was a punchline coming?
It's funny you say that. It's funny you say that because I actually did. And I got to see, and the moment that you laughed as hard as you did, I literally thought to myself, I'm like, that's surprising that Pat didn't see that. So it's funny that you literally asked me that because when he did that joke, my main thing was like, wow, Pat didn't see that North Korea thing. Like, I mean, at least I was hoping. That happens sometimes where I'm like, oh my God, this person figured this out. This is going to get 2 big laughs. There's the one. Here it comes. And he nailed it. Sometimes people don't have that. I mean, like, sometimes I'm surprised when you're surprised.
Well, sometimes I was even totally in the moment because I thought that he was set up to kill with the energy in the room. He was totally at one main comedian of the night. Brought up to an energy that was primed to go.
That must take a little bit more credit than that. Then the mic
Well, I bet you do, but let me ask you this. That voice sucked him, though. That voice cracking on Gurley was an accident, correct?
That was.
And let me tell you something.
You're right.
If you could figure out how to do that every time, that's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And immediately I realized, I'm like, oh my God, it was just an accident.
Yeah.
And now the best laugh of the night. You had a great set. But it never got better than that. That was the joke of the night. I mean, accidentally, and that's comedy for you. But if you could figure out a way, and even afterwards, I'm like, it wouldn't be, if that was on purpose, it's killer. Like, people will all die for that. It's not that hard to do, I don't think. Somebody said that. I don't know. Maybe I can't do it. Maybe it is hard.
And to your credit, your set was great.
Well, thank you. Yeah. That was awesome.
Yeah, great set.
Why do I feel like you're an anomaly? Why do I feel like you haven't had a ton of negative shit to happen in your life to be as funny as you actually are?
Yeah, that's weird.
Is that true? Your parents are still together?
Still together.
Healthy?
Healthy.
Everything's good? You have a savings account?
I do. I have no debt.
You've had a steady career your entire life?
That's right.
College graduate?
No, yep. Get out of comedy. Get out of comedy. I hate everything, though. All the time.
How old are you, Trevor?
33. Do you have a background? Shut up. Yes or no? Yes. Straight, honest with me.
Come on, Shane, so you can make peach.
I was raised by lesbians. I was there before anybody in this room that sucks dick or eats pussy ever even thought about it. I was that kid at that party. Interesting.
How long have you been away from her?
Like a year since I moved here.
How often do you get to see her?
She comes to town every couple months. It's only like $80 half shave. Yeah.
Half shave. You say it's only $80?
Yeah, the last time she was here was $80, yeah.
Wow. Super Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit.
Jeez, don't ever fly Spirit. $80 flight.
Yeah,
my God.
Fuck Spirit.
Get in. We'll let anybody in.
I have a question. How much?
Even people with beards like your boyfriend. Get on the flight. It's just a whole flight of people that look like this.
A little over 4 years.
How much time can you do? Like you would feel comfortable doing this long?
Well, I mean, I can do 15 easy, but I can do a feature set.
I mean, in 15 minutes, how much of that is about your beard?
Oh,
Or your look.
Just like 2 jokes. There's like a joke that
What's the length of time, though? Because you guys did 1 minute pretty much on.
So I have another 1 minute joke that is referencing my beard and my look, and then there's like one other joke where it's just a reference to it, but that's about it.
You can always say they had a beard like this. You know,
I mean, I like the beard. I don't want you to get.
If you would have said to me 8 minutes, I would have said cut your gut. Yeah, beer dog.
That's the worst advice I've ever heard you give, by the way.
You know, if you were to set half of 15 minutes is about my look or my
No,
beard,
it's
I'm
not a
going
lot.
to shave the beard, but
The beard is here more so for the lack of chin than anything
Yeah, but you could
else.
shave it down a little instead of having,
Do you really not like it? 'Cause
no, I don't.
I don't mind it personally, but Brian, you seem to hate it a
you
lot.
have a good face, and it's like, oh, it's a nice face. Oh, yay. Like, it just gets, yeah.
It does seem like you seem like you'd be a clean cut, like a young CEO from the nose up, and then everything underneath is just like.
If you were to shave your beard, you would look like Zach Braff had AIDS. And I'm into that. I'll take that. Follow-up question. Under your sweatshirt, is there dynamite connected to a cell phone?
No. I get a lot of that terrorist shit.
So you've been in LA a year.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we met you right when you got here, right?
Yep. You talked me into the right decision on moving out here. You guys
I
were a big
did.
part of that. You and Brian. Yeah.
That's on you, Tony.
Is that what happened?
It's when we went to Florida, right?
Yeah. Well, I met you in Florida, and then you told me to take a chance, just check it out first, and that's when I met Tony. And
Save money, don't right.
yeah.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
What if you didn't? What if you didn't shave 4 years ago because of wanting to look more ethnically ambiguous in Obama's America?
Oh, I just knew it was going to be terrible the second you started talking. I mean, like, very rarely do I start shaking my head immediately, but you had already misjudged, like, the moment itself, and going to the part where you shouldn't even start.
I'm pretty positive I can, there's some Red Band's advice. I can quote Red Band's advice in Florida a few years back. You should totally move to Burbank.
Oh, there you go.
That was
Another one. Another one.
Wow. And live.
So, Taylor, you've been here a year. How's life changed in the year in LA? I mean, let's talk real talk. Where you living? What's your work situation?
I mean, I have a great job. I've gotten up promotions since I've been here, so I'm making more money.
What do you do?
I work for Urban Outfitters. I build all the interior.
Big promotion. He went from a folder to the register.
Definitely doesn't work at Dollar Shave Club.
Yeah, that's true. No, but
You're going backwards.
I build all the stuff that they have inside the store, so it's like a creative job that I don't have to.
You don't have to deal with customers.
Yeah, I don't have to deal with customers or register or any of that stuff, so it's nice. And I still have the nights to go out and do shows and everything. It's been a crazy year, man. Joe Benson put me on both of his podcasts a few times.
Based on the beard alone.
Yeah, just beard, not my weed smoking abilities.
Well, that's fun.
But yeah, it's been.
You smoke a lot of weed?
I do, yeah.
He dabs all days.
I sure do. I have a Periscope show that I smoke on every day. Mediocre Smoker, check it out.
Steve, you're a nice guy.
Yep.
How's life?
How long have you been here?
Yeah, I know.
Good to see you. I didn't know you were here. Yeah. I was just going to say, like, just from a comedy perspective, I think it's good. Like, I don't even know if you realize what you're doing. And I know there's a lot of comics here. But when you acknowledge your appearance as, like, an opening joke, it's a great way to connect with an audience. Because on a deeper level, what you're doing is you're sitting yourself in the audience. Meaning, what are they thinking about me right now?
Right.
So once you can establish that connection, then you can take the audience wherever you go.
Yeah,
so I think
because they're all thinking, like, what the fuck's on his face?
Right.
Right, but it's a good.
That's like
that can't be what everyone was thinking, right?
Right. 70s bush.
It does look like a 70s bush. Like, it's not like a long, we have like long hairs. It's like a little pubic hair.
It's pretty.
All right, you're upside down. You're talking way too much tonight, Brian.
Yeah, he doesn't like it at all.
Yeah.
Real talk, I mean, never mind.
Taylor Rizzo, everybody. There you go.
Hey, John, what's up, brother?
He's on Twitter at Taylor Rizzo. Jesus. You guys having fun, live audience? How are you? All right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Luke Allen. All right, no Luke Allen. You know what that means. You know what happens when someone doesn't show up. That means you get to see the stylings of the Verzi triplets, ladies and gentlemen. A special wild card spot.
Hey.
Very wild. Yeah, I didn't even know. We've been thinking about if we were ever gonna run train on a bitch. Yeah, I know we look like we only do missionary, but it'd be less of a train, more of a Congo line. Kind of a fun vibe with us, We would be very polite gangbangers, though. Be very polite. So hospitable, like, can we take your coat? Can I get you something to drink? Can I double stuff your cunt? Stuff like that. Just very, very nice. Very real sweethearts. Very nice. That's what we do. Just how it be. So we have to all get on the same page and know we talk beforehand. All right. Alex, you're taking the mouth. Got it. Sean, we need the lube and towels. Go get it. I'm going up the gut. Ready? All right. Here we go. Oh, okay. And then we were just complimenting. It'd be like fucking a mirror print. Yeah, kind of a little bit, Dude, you've been working on your abs? I've been doing this like no work. Yeah, a lot of crunches every morning. It's working pretty well. Oh, easy. I'm gonna come right now. Yeah, no, I mean, I've got orange slices. Hey, okay. Thank you.
Wow, the Verzi triplets on the fly.
Great job, guys.
I caught a glance at one of you guys up there in the shadows, and when nobody came up, I saw you guys, so I spontaneously decided to bring you up because you're one of my favorite things in all of comedy right now. You guys are totally somewhat god-awful.
That's what we've heard.
But there are glimpses of things, and I'm going to tell you guys this. First of all, I know a lot of you live audience may not have heard or been part of last week's episode, but you guys directly answered a note that we gave of talking about, darker subject material, and it's sort of a misdirect because you guys are so goofy and jolly that finally, like, hearing the third one say, double stuff a cunt,
Love that
it
line.
seems like you guys are like
Love that line.
12-year-olds just getting away with murder. Like, your parents don't know you left the house.
Yeah.
You're like, let's all go talk about gangbanging a chick on a show.
We actually debated they wanted me to only say pussy, and I'm like, no, it'll be funnier if I say cunt.
Clam, twat, anything other than everyone
It was
hears
a
pussy.
20-minute argument.
What's another thing that makes people go, that joke is funny, and then he used this other word. Everyone hears pussy. It's almost invisible. You say cunt, clam, twat, the hamburger, whatever. Anybody, you hear it. Joey Diaz is great at that.
Yeah.
Listen to the way they use use your own vernacular to say things people understand.
And it's all
bring them to
different,
you.
and it never changes, but it's fun because you guys were talking about, happy-go-lucky stuff, and it's a fun exercise, and that works for some people, but it was sort of like, you guys were feeling it, right? It felt like stale, and it felt like your responses were stale, but all of a sudden you're getting these new pops because you're using your look to your advantage, both by talking about it and setting up a misdirect. Just like, if somebody thinks someone's going to be tough or whatever, and instead they're not, or anything like that. You're setting it up because they think you're a bunch of jolly kids, and all of a sudden you're getting away with murder up there. So, Wow, I would try to tap into more, fun stuff and experiment with stuff like that.
Agree.
Steve Simone is your guys' older brother.
Yeah.
So, originally Steve Verzi, changed it to Simone.
He's got used to fart on you, so.
When we heard that Steve was a guest, we're like, oh, this is the one time we're going to do dirty stuff, and he's going to see it.
It is sort of really funny, and it just hit me when I was talking about how you guys should keep adventuring in the edgy space, because you really don't do that. You are the ultimate storytelling, energized, goofy, fun-loving.
But it used to be really dark.
So it was?
I guess back in the day,
I do remember the very first time I was ever here and I performed. I remember thinking like, wow, that guy seems like a real dick. And I couldn't have been more wrong. Like, it's so funny. Like, cut to me seeing him for the first time tonight. And I'm like, hey, Steve. And he's down the stairway here, and I'm at the top of this belly room stairway. And he just goes, I got, what was it? I got ice cream and treats for everybody.
You're downstairs. You guys are
And that's just him.
That's 100% true.
And you're 100% clean. Family-friendly comedy, which here at the Comedy Store, to be on that level is almost unheard of. And what it says is that you're smart as fuck and super talented, because you're taking no shortcuts. It's who you are, and you did it your way, and it's one of the coolest things.
Yeah, and that's why I think your advice is great for these guys, because you have to experiment. You have to figure out where the boundaries are, what you want to do, how you want to present it. And it's what you have is so unique already, and it's so retro and old school. And no matter what, since you're family, the vibe I get, it always feels like you're performing for your aunt's uncle's man. So you're going to have that warmth. So when you play around with it, juxtaposing that with dark or whatever you want to do, it's funny in the back.
I have a question that I'm really excited to ask. One of the three of you has a Band-Aid on your bottom lip.
I only know.
You wrote that? You got that?
My note is 3 Band-Aids or no Band-Aids. When you come out of triplets. Because I'll tell you why, and everyone laughs, but I'll tell you why. When you come out, immediately everyone goes, they're triplets, 1 Band-Aid, why? And they are not paying attention while you're doing your shit.
Yeah.
And you're setting something up, and you're doing something that's distracting when it comes out.
It's like that's on purpose.
If a 450-pound person comes out and starts talking about their dating life, the audience immediately subconsciously goes, why aren't they talking about being 450 pounds right out the gate?
Yeah.
So we can agree if we agree on what's up. And you guys, we're triplets, and we're exactly the same, and then we think it's a gag.
Jason, you're letting these guys off the hook. What the fuck's under the Band-Aid, dude?
I ate an elbow playing basketball.
You ate an elbow?
I was hoping
take the Band-Aid off. I want to see.
I was hoping it was good.
I don't want to rip it. I don't want to rip it.
You know it's a cold sore. Hold on, wait a second. Stop for a second. Then we're gonna get right back to the ticket off chant. You know that it's a cold sore because his two brothers were the ones that started the chant. Only two guys in the room that know that it's a cold sore started a take it off chant.
I am willing to take bets that it is a fourth thing that looks like that.
Go ahead.
And it's
It was a cold sore. It was a cold sore, and I put so much makeup on it.
What? You lied about the basketball thing?
Yeah, of course I did.
Oh my God.
Of course I did.
It's not a cold sore. First you How could you? Holy
a Netflix injury.
There was a reason why.
By the way, I knew
about a cold sore.
No, you don't lie about her. Here's what you don't do. You don't lie about. on it and then confess on the same show a minute and a half later that you lied. Literally 90 seconds goes by. It's gonna be a fucking gift, by the way. Congratulations. Wow, you two must just be eating that up. It's triplets? Just like, oh, well, look which one of the DNA fucked up. Man.
Hey, I have a question. Have any of you conspired to be like, we have a much better twins act if we kill old fuckface?
Yeah, me and Herpes here.
Of course. Let me ask old fucking Band-Aid on the fucking face. I think old Band-Aid beard better fucking sleep with his eyes open.
Let me ask you a question, Verzi number 2. Do you remember, do you know who it was that...
I don't know.
Really?
No.
Wow, you guys are banging that many triplets.
That gangbang, that's a snippet of our real life, that
Did you just
gangbang.
notice that they clapped at the same time like a football team? Like they just broke a huddle or something like that? And break.
And
That was impressive. You guys really are fucking triplets. How old are you? 24.
Tony, you know what I love about you guys, seriously, and is that you guys are earnest, despite your cheeses, your hair.
You guys are earnest. You're very earnest. Goes to jail, in fact, because you're not funny.
But your heart, but
Nothing on that. You guys are assholes. This is an asshole.
This is actually,
Ernest goes to jail.
this is
Shut up. Fuck you.
Is that your heart?
Read the people on Twitter all day are gonna be like, that dumb audience didn't laugh at Ernest goes to jail. You're very Ernest goes to... I refuse to let this die.
You're earnest, you're hardworking, and there's 3 of you. So you've got that. Okay, but that wasn't my joke, Tony. That was a serious.
I mean, that wasn't a joke, so it couldn't have been your joke. It couldn't have been your joke.
I have a joke for you guys. If you guys are like, there's one thing we all like, and you go and 2 of you say sports and 1 of you says anal. And then,
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, and then you can call it back later and be like, yeah. And our favorite sport is, and then 2 of you say basketball and 1 of you says anal.
And by the way, you guys also have to start opening your brain and taking chances to the point to where the thing that you guys, and you did great, by the way, and I'm telling you, in 1 week, you took a fucking note, and people don't do this, but you guys took a note, and you really answered the note, you took it head on, you wrote a bit that's completely outside of your realm. But it just goes to show that the fucking, the training never ends, because what you really, I'm pitching here, is that what you guys should have talked about is the thing that we were sort of, at least I was wondering, which is, why does the one have a Band-Aid on his lip? Like, when you guys are writing the day of and taking chances and talking about the elephant in the room, and by that I'm talking about whatever's underneath that Band-Aid, then, I mean, you're going, like, next level. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have done what you did, but I'm saying, like, you guys have to start going, like, we can make fun of anything, and you can riff and
You're trying to be nice. You didn't want us to talk about it, so you're trying to be nice and not talk to it.
But that's here's another next level lesson is like, you gotta open up. You know what I mean? It's part of what you got yourself into is that if you don't have the, the makeup or the know-how to cover up something like that or the medicine or whatever it is.
He went out and bought like a huge thing of cover-up and it still didn't work.
Look how upset he is. This is beautiful.
That's my follow-up question, Tony. If all 3 of you get a vote for the other guy in 5 years, let me hear your vote.
Wait, listen to all the ladies that have cold sores yelling at each other in the background.
It's not just that. It could be a whole prostitute
I
thing.
sort of feel fucking bad for him.
If all 3 of you get a vote In 5 years, which one of you is gay?
Whoa! See how fast that was? See, that was fast.
That was great.
Dude, they like when they said that like you might have something to announce right now.
It's just because it's because I shaved my chest. That's what it is.
Oh, is it, bro? Is that it?
Is that the only reason?
Let's ask them why they said that so
Come on,
fast.
Cold Sore, get your fucking revenge. These guys started chants on you.
He's very into himself. He's kind of like Patrick Bateman is. He's really into his body and obviously.
He snores with cocks in his mouth.
Yeah. Versie number 3. What's the gayest thing you've ever had in your butt? No, that's versie number 1.
It's a strong question.
You, Tony.
You son of a bitch. Hallelujah, it's raining man. All right, there they go, the Versie triplets, ladies.
Thank you guys.
Good job, guys. Happy New Year.
Stuff.
Great job, guys.
Yeah, man. You can't hate on people that take the notes. That's fucking incredible.
Hard work. Hard work will get you further than anything else.
And that's coming from a guy who, admittedly, you lashed out on them harder than I've ever seen you lash out on anybody ever. You hated them when you first saw them, and that's what you just said. That's what I'm saying. The growth of that little storyline of the Versie triplets is pretty awesome. One more time for the Versie triplets, everybody. Come on. There's 3 of them. They should at least get double the applause. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Tom Whalen.
Want to say Tom?
What's up, everybody? Shit. Had a tough day. Got my lighter stolen? Sorry, I'm not trying to play the victim. That was an awful joke. I wrote that 10 seconds ago. I live a kind of minimalistic life. I have a... Tap one off. Come in on tap one off. Listen, if I'm going to come in, I'm coming in on tap one off. I tap one off, and then I got to go eat breakfast with my roommates, who are little Asian girls. And what kind of porn do I watch? Little Asian girls. And they got cream of wheat. They're eating the sloppiest breakfast possible.
Fuck yeah. You done? Tom Whalen, everybody. There he is. Who would have guessed on the episode in which I mentioned that if the wire gets wiggled a little bit, to just touch the wire to make sure that for the podcast that is live, the podcast, live podcast, hundreds of thousands of listeners, that you would touch the wire to knock it back into place. Meanwhile, on that episode, on that very same episode,
Aliens!
I feel like that was a chance for me to showcase my...
I had a lot more than I was going to say, but I mean, I guess I'm just like spitballing here. Like, I guess if I'm mid-sentence, that means just everybody just jump in as hard as you can. But okay, let's go on with whatever Brian's shoving down our throats right now. Go ahead, Brian. Yes.
It takes to plug in a microphone. The bend over and
A few seconds, yep. Let's get to a whole thing that was funnier than that. Anyway, Tom,
I'll say this.
what are we doing here? Tom,
Yes.
what makes you think, what made you roll with that like that?
You know, I don't know.
You didn't think about the
I know.
podcast thing?
I was all piss and vinegar, honestly. I just felt like, you know what I'm saying? Inexperience.
It's all right.
I just feel like it. Like as a human being, there's a lot of people in this room. I know 100,000 people will listen to this, but this room is packed. Yeah. And the mic dropped out. You know you have a minute left. And I actually thought you were very professional about that. You brought your voice up to a theatrical level, and you conveyed your set. You knew you had 40 seconds left, and you're like, I don't want to spend 3 minutes plugging into a mic. So it takes you 3 minutes to plug into my tape.
It's going to take you 2 seconds to plug into my mic. You higher your voice while you bend over to pick it up.
You do
But 190 people, or whatever, how many people are
You do the You do the no-look wire grab. Isn't that there's no question about this? You do a no-look wire grab. You pick that shit up and
You guys are saving the podcast. When I explained what I thought your moment was, it got an applause break, and I feel like everyone in this room.
Yeah, it wasn't really an applause break. It was like
that good.
It was the Hillary voters.
Could have been embarrassed.
It's like 5 chicks in the room that lightly clapped together.
Could have been embarrassed, and I feel like
Nobody with any goddamn passion that would show up to the actual voting poll booth. They say that right? No. Tom, you were the worst undercover cop comedian I've ever seen.
Tony, that all being said, yeah. What do you look like you're wearing a wire in high school?
For Speed 7, funny jokes.
What do you do for work?
I work at a sandwich place right now. I used to listen. Do you understand that people accept my opinion like it's fact? You look at this belly and you're buying a sandwich when I write.
Hey, I'm gonna interrupt you because you know what you said. You said after you told your first joke, you said I wrote that in 10 seconds, and it goes back to what we were just talking about the version triplets, which is hard work.
You're right.
So that's all I have to say.
You're right. No, you're absolutely right. He's right.
What sandwich place do you work at?
The carving board. I work at the one in West.
You are our top sandwich consultant.
Absolutely.
Have you tried the carving board?
I have. Recommend a sandwich.
Are you at the one on Sunset?
No, I'm at the one in West Hollywood, but I get the discount. So you know what I'm saying, bro? Ladies,
That's like a Subway guy bragging to me like, dude, let's go to any Subway. And I'm like,
50%.
How about no?
Let's go.
You have what I would term fear confidence. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah. Fear confidence. Yeah.
And when you get uncomfortable, you just sort of turn into like Chris Farley a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Or unplug your mic on purpose.
You get like real goofy. Yeah, you do that little
for sure.
goofy Where you from?
I'm from the Boston area, North Shore, Beverly, Massachusetts.
Yeah, definitely.
What if you got more specific?
Western Street, 910
7 degrees north,
7 degrees south. Yeah, exactly.
That's fun. How long you been in the sandwich business, Tom?
Sometimes
I like to switch over to like radio voice nowhere. Let me ask you another crazy one. Here comes another wackadoodle.
Yeah.
Here's one question for you, Tom.
Sandwich game's been about 3 months, Tony.
Honestly.
You've been in a coma for 27 years?
Yeah. No, I worked at the YMCA before that. Before that, I was actually a radio show host.
Why do I feel like you worked at the YMCA at the only sandwich place there? Like, it wasn't actually the YMCA.
All right, I'm gonna do something.
Sure.
All right.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
Put your mic in your mouth.
This is your song about how Jared owned the YMCA.
No, seriously.
Any ideas that you have that last longer than 10 seconds?
Put your mic in the mic stand. That's it. That's it. Put your mic in the mic stand.
That's a good
Stand behind it. Okay? It's a fucking real note.
I love that. A real note.
Behind it. Okay? That's it. Chill. There you go.
There you go. How do you feel right now, Tom?
I feel good.
Do you? Why do I feel like even with the mic in the mic stand, he's so accident prone that the mic cord's just gonna bloop and just fall right out? How does it even happen?
It's like a Final Destination movie waiting to happen.
And by the way, let it be known, a lot of audience members don't know this. You know, we do this every single night, regularly. If you ever happen to see a mic cord fall out of the microphone, that's because somebody handled the mic not as professionally as they should have. There's actually a little eject button right there if you don't know. So if you hit it, then you hit it. But you're not going to see winners ever really hit it.
Don't do what I did.
Doesn't
Don't
really
do what I did. Hey, Tony, has anybody ever told you look like the elf in the shelf was molested as a child?
Actually, what's funny is that somebody did once tell me that. There's 2 people that obviously hate me that over-owed that. And I knew who they were, too. Fucking, what's his fucking name? Piece of shit. Mia Sriracha, I saw you, motherfucker. Yeah, okay. Tom's your boy.
You see when you did that laugh? Yeah. When you did that laugh and you backed away, it was too much. It was false. So just stay.
Pretend your mustache is telling the jokes.
Maybe it wasn't false, but I think because you're under the legs, it was slightly false. I think it was slightly exaggerated. And
Tom, do you have roommates?
we're animals.
I do have roommates.
How many roommates do you have?
Two roommates right now.
What do they do for work?
I think they're both prostitutes, honestly, but they hide it. One of them says she's a Lyft driver, and she works for, Central Casting, and the other says that she's in the fashion industry.
Have you ever seen the movie Super Troopers?
Yeah.
Farva?
Yeah. There you go. Brian Reichel.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Reichel.
Anything else for Tom, guys? Steve Simone, what are your thoughts on Tom? I know you're...
Right away,
How long have you been here?
dude, I can tell you love comedy.
I do.
And I think you're a little nervous because it means so much to you.
Yeah.
And I think that's awesome. And I realize what makes this great, is that you're giving everybody an opportunity, because there's a real crowd with real energy, and it's just fucking great to be here and to be a part of this. Because
It allows you to play.
I felt you come out, you're like, this is a real set, don't mess it up. And then when the lights are out, I was like, oh my god. It's adorable and cool.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Joel Jimenez said that he looks like he makes a hell of a deep dish pizza.
Jesus, he did. You're a big goofball, aren't you, Tom?
Becker's in Chicago. They got that dope deep dish.
Are you from Chicago?
No, but I went to college in Chicago.
Where'd you go, Doug?
Columbia College.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's the only place that would accept me.
Yeah.
Wow, you have an interesting look to you, sir. Really interesting.
You look like a child molester that's scared of kids.
Yeah.
I don't understand it, but I like it.
Yeah, thank you.
On the nose. They intimidate me. I want to keep them as far away as possible.
Yeah. But you also want to fuck the shit out of them, too.
Well, there he goes. The carving board's greatest comedian, ladies and gentlemen, Tom Whalen. He's on Twitter at Sir Thomas J. Whalen. Sir Thomas J. Whalen. Oh, shit, we're walking people tonight. This is an interesting crowd. I can tell some people really don't want to be here. I don't know what happened. I don't know exactly if some people over-believed how bad I thought this episode was, but I make that joke a lot.
Just I want that people. I don't know
This lady right here in the front row, I can't take my eyes off her. You guys notice this too? I love this. This lady right here, I can't take my eyes off her wrist to the audience, and I never get this distracted by an audience member, but I can't take my eyes off of her because she refuses to even look up at this show.
Yeah.
She's so mad whoever brought her here to this place for her to enjoy herself. A place built around humans enjoying themselves.
I've only seen
For decades of history of every single night of the year, people enjoying themselves.
I've only seen the top of her head. I thought she was faking an abortion the whole time.
And it's really incredible. I don't know if you're like physically, if you're physically allergic to comedy or something like that. I've never really seen it, but what were you saying? You guys are here like specifically to hopefully see somebody in particular.
Tony, smells on your bucket, dog.
Tony,
Yeah.
tough front row.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, if not, it's all gonna be okay. Like, I mean, you really took a gamble. There's like there's like check this out. This isn't even all of them. Check this out. Look at that. Look at that stack. So
Let's have them all do one.
they got 1 or 3 more. None of them have got more. It's here. But I am going back in.
I'll put my nose. Good joke, Tony.
Put your hands together for Trevor Anderson. Could be a cousin of some kind of yours. He could be one of your cousins that you've never met before. Trevor Anderson, everybody. Get the fuck out of here. I want to put Wallace up here right now. Just kidding. Bring the triplets out. Yeah, double triplets. Trevor Anderson, put your hands together one more time for him. There you go.
All right. So a friend of mine was making fun of me for cooking. He thinks it's girly. Hold on. There's
There's more to this joke. I thought I'd prove him wrong, so I took the manliest implement in my kitchen, the cast iron skillet, and I put everything manly in there. Eggs and bacon and hash browns and onions and everything I could think of, and I just put it in the oven. And it came out this glorious manly pie. And I said, dude, that's manly. He said, dude, that's a quiche. Yeah, I used to live in Japan. I made a lot of mistakes out there. Like, for example, I didn't know that Asian people did not like to be associated with or confused for other groups of Asian people. So I asked a Japanese friend, are you North or South Korean? Yeah, he lost his shit. His throat. So he's like, so, North Korean, I guess. All right.
Wow. That's another thing that this show's cool for. You get to meet somebody hilarious sometimes. That was great, Trevor. Where are you from?
Originally from Rialto, San Bernardino area.
San Bernardino. How long have you been on stand-up?
About 4 years.
Really?
Kind of gappy, though.
Kind of gappy.
Yeah.
You don't know many Asians, do you?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Tony, was this just me, or when you said that Asian joke, I didn't think there was a punchline coming?
It's funny you say that. It's funny you say that because I actually did. And I got to see, and the moment that you laughed as hard as you did, I literally thought to myself, I'm like, that's surprising that Pat didn't see that. So it's funny that you literally asked me that because I had, when he did that joke, my main thing was like, wow, Pat didn't see that North Korea thing. Like, I mean, at least I was hoping. That happens sometimes where I'm like, oh my God, this person figured this out. This is going to get 2 big laughs. There's the one. Here it comes. And he nailed it. Sometimes people don't have that. It's not to the, I mean, like, sometimes I'm surprised when you're surprised.
Well, sometimes I wasn't even totally in the moment because I thought that he was set up to kill with the energy in the room. He was totally, at more than any comedian of the night, brought up to an energy that was primed to go.
I'd like to take a little bit more credit than that.
There's a mic
Well, I bet you do, but let me ask you this. That voice cracking on Girly was an accident.
That was.
You're right. If you could figure out how to do that every time, that's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And immediately I realized, like, I'm like, oh my God, it was just an accident.
And that was the best laugh of the night.
You had a great set. But it got better than that. That was the joke of the night. I mean, accidentally, and that's comedy for you. But if you can figure out a way, and even afterwards, I'm like, if that was on purpose, it was killer. Like, people will all die for that. It's not that hard to do, I don't think. Maybe it is.
It's your credit. Use that website.
I'm like, yeah, that was awesome. Why do I feel like you're an anomaly? Why do I feel like you haven't had a ton of negative shit that happen in your life? Funny as you actually are.
Yeah, that's weird.
Is that true? Your parents are still together? Healthy. Everything's good. You have a savings account?
I do. I have no debt.
You have a
Solution empowering. Want software to help manage and grow your fitness business? Get MindBody, the proven solution empowering.
any career your entire life? Sorry, college graduate?
No, yep. Get out of comedy. Get out of comedy. I hate everything, though. All the time.
How old are you, Trevor?
33. Shut up. Yes or no? Yes. Straight, honest with me.
Come on, Jason, you can make quiche.
I was raised by lesbians. I was gay before anybody in this room that sucks dick or eats pussy ever even thought about it. I was that kid at that party. Gay or straight? Gay or straight?
Did he just
Straight?
bust out of the closet?
What?
Is that what you're saying?
100% straight. 100% straight.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks.
I don't know. I have no idea what just happened.
Tony, gay vibe? No, but
Honestly, no.
Never got it?
So it's almost like a reverse thing where I almost feel like he's King Pussy Slayer for some reason. He seems like the kind of guy that, like,
genius. Okay, now
I feel like people from like the South would think that he's gay, but like I don't know. I think living in West Hollywood for the past decade, I feel like I have somewhat of a decent gaydar, and for some reason, I think you get a ton of pussy.
Yeah, now my
You're wearing a Fender T-shirt.
Yeah.
Do you play?
Just a fan.
Just a fan of Fender guitars.
You want to stand by your pussy statement, Tony?
A lot of people like bands and Rothschild. I give the instrument all the credit.
Brian, gay or straight? Vibe, straight. Really? Yeah. You're sitting too close to his dick.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Smells gay as fuck or straight vibe. What about a molested vibe?
No, nothing. That's what I'm saying.
No molested vibe. No molested vibe.
All right, let me ask you this. Here we go.
Just Joel?
Trevor, what would you consider like one of the worst things that ever happened? You ever hear like heartbroken or like
Maybe George Michael dying or
come up with your own.
yeah, I was married briefly.
You were.
Yeah.
How old were you when you got married?
23.
Wow. How old was the girl that you married?
47. Same age. We're the same age. Yeah.
23.
Yeah, and she cheated on me and then got into fetish porn. So yeah, that's pretty brutal for me.
Wait, were you on the I don't know what the fuck.
Red woke up quick.
What kind of fetish porn was it?
I don't want this like piercings and like they zip tied her pussy.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
it really
zip tied or
it really hurt. Yeah, her
pussy leg?
I don't know. Like maybe I probably shouldn't have brought that up.
Trevor, be honest, Trevor. Be
And
honest.
is that what made you gay?
He's not gay.
I'll let you know when I figure it out.
He's not gay, but after my new level 2 analysis, he might just be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Trevor, but you consider yourself, do you think you're probably a little bit boring in the bedroom?
I don't think so. I have a great time.
Would you be willing to share like a cool trick or something like that that you do?
A cool trick?
I don't know. Is there something you ever say or do which you're like, man, that always works for me?
She doesn't have to get that tonight.
Yeah, no. So I wish I could think of something, but I don't have
be
any.
a fucking pussy.
All right. I like a good choking. Yeah.
It's not the right sound effect for that, but it's still funny. You like. Take off your glasses for a second. The way that
The
you just
collective
said
group of Jewish women who advise about rabbis
Jesus.
who
Why do I
Rabbi Rothschild has yet
feel like
used
now that
in
his
mass
glasses are off, a
looks
Superman
forward
keeps
to meeting
fly
them
out from the back.
and
This guy fucking blue eyes.
considers
You look like a jester snorted
the
Viagra. That's how I like to describe it.
What's up with your voice tonight, Jason?
content produced
Trevor.
to be love
So,
letters
I mean, that breakup was tough
and
for
messages in
you.
a bottle.
Yeah. How's it been going now, though?
I'm doing a lot better. Yeah.
You on dating websites and stuff?
Yeah, I've done some of that.
Last date you went on, when was that?
Just before Christmas.
And all through the house.
Yeah.
I don't know why I did that.
That's a zinger, though. You stumbled into one.
Damn, this
So,
good as fuck.
how did that go? What'd you guys do?
We went to dinner and then my house.
Applebee's. And had you hooked up? And then my house.
So get the biggest paper balls.
There's
Damn, that is fucking good.
A bar with a secret pub in the back room. It's kind of douchey, but yeah.
A bar with a pub in the back.
Yeah, it's like a speakeasy. It's like a speakeasy.
Give it to the Bill Cosby of fucking restaurateurs over here. Hey, man, I'm starving. How about you? Yeah, you ready for this? There's some whiskey and beer. Let's do this shit. You just get right into it, huh?
So,
did it end up working for you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna see her again. You are? Yeah.
What base did you get to with her?
I guess. What's anal?
You want to show me hats? Okay, cool story. Peace.
Big climbing tree.
Jeez.
Yeah, I think this guy's a freak. The king of the misdirect. Anything else for Trevor, guys? Steve?
I just think you made a good point earlier about his voice cracking. Always right on stage. Like, I think your performance has to come alive at the moment.
Yeah.
But then the secret is making things that were planned appear not to be.
And you can also accentuate them, you know what I mean? And you can make it look, longer. You can just make it longer by just going for it. Again, I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, if you try something, it's going to always get a few chuckles from just people that are, like, surprised and stuff.
Tony, I got a question for you.
Yes, go ahead.
How did you find out?
Same thing goes for you, by the way, that I just said about that. Go ahead.
I know. I figured it.
Because my bookends are out of control tonight.
How did you find out your wife was doing zip tie fetish porn?
Yeah. She sent me the link to her FetLife profile.
Wow. One in the link, two in the sting.
Yeah,
You know what I'm talking about?
not very subtle. Your wife.
No. Did you see it coming? No, I mean, like, was it something that's overnight? Like,
no, I was. So we were both in the Navy at the time, and there was deployments, and we got back, and it's all about.
So you gotta go, believe it or not, Trevor. Go, get out of here. We have one last comedian.
All about semen.
We have one final comedian. This is a really big deal. Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady has been a regular on this show, writing and performing, not out of the bucket. She writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. It's one of the toughest gigs in all of comedy, writing and performing a new minute every week. That's 60 new minutes per year if executed properly. Not easy to do. Has been, obviously mentored by the last 60 guests on the show. Blah, 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 blah. This is a really big deal, though. Someone, it's been an awesome pleasure working with her. Put your hands together for the final 1-minute set of Vanessa Johnson, everybody. Here you go.
I feel like that this is the technology problem, not me. So I'm an atheist, which sucks because I'm afraid of the dark. But I still go to church because I like the songs. My favorite part is when they talk about the birth of Jesus and then everyone sings Silent Night because it makes absolutely no sense. Dude, like, this bitch is having a baby in a barn full of noisy animals with a virgin-type pussy. That's the least Silent Night ever. It's more like Bloody Night. Everyone's all upset that Jesus got killed, but, like, dude, he got killed when he was 32. Back then, that was, like, so old, you know? People didn't even start taking Jesus seriously until he was, like, 31. They're like, man, this dude might be the son of God. No one's lived past 30.
Bang, bang, boom. Another new minute from Vanessa Johnson. I love it. I feel like you could have gotten right into the fucking son of a bitch. What was the first punchline?
I'm an atheist, which sucks because the dark. Oh, the Silent Night.
Yeah, the Silent Night. You could have just gotten right into, like, fucking Christmas is fucked up. Silent Night. You know what I mean? What kind of side thing? I mean, is it about him getting made, or is that I don't know. Anyway, but I love the part that sort of went under the radar during that set of, like, when you said, everybody's all upset about Jesus getting killed or whatever. I love that.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to, like, always remember that some of the stuff that you're saying is going to be funny, but if you don't leave them a chance to know that it's funny, because that's just a simple beat thing. Because look, I just got that laugh off of literally just saying something that you said, but a lot of people don't even notice it if you don't, you just gotta breathe sometimes, even though you only have 60 seconds. It's not easy.
Tony, isn't that like kind of I don't know, this is just comedy talk, but it's a fine line letting things breathe versus pacing because sometimes people will go too slow,
right?
And sit and it just sucks all the energy out of them. They'll say one line, like that's my big line, and then wait 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and then it kind of I don't know, it's a tricky thing,
and it changes and it evolves continuously. So it's one of those things. I mean, it changes in a matter of 2 minutes. You could be 10 minutes into a 15-minute set, murdering, and you start going too fast and you don't realize it until 20 seconds too late, and then they feel you make the adjustment. So it's one of those important things where, like, the great classic note is just like listen to yourself while you're performing. Listen through the speakers and not through your mouth, sort of, into the audience. Anyway. Well, and by the way, this is your last minute, so thank you so much for being part of the show. It is sad.
Thank you.
You're moving on to new things or doing the road and very cool things like that.
I would really like to invite you next Wednesday to the Death Squad Secret Show in the main room.
Oh, cool. Okay. Awesome. Cool, guys.
There
Thank
she
you
goes,
so
Vanessa
much.
Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. And here you go. Let's shop the world. Mr. Nice Guy, we have 2 minutes left. After this, we're not even going to talk to him. We're not going to say a word to this guy. We're going to give him a minute right now. Put your hands together for Brett Morris, ladies and gentlemen. Fine. They have a bunch of fucking angry people in the front. You win, Brett. You win, Brett.
Merry Christmas.
There you go. Brett Morris, everybody. There you go. Brett Morris.
How we doing? A little bit about myself. I'm 32, and I feel like as I'm getting older, I'm getting a lot more stickler for the rules. As an example, my friend on Facebook, he posted a pretty nasty picture of his cock on Facebook. So, what anybody would do, I reported him. It would be even worse is that he had 6 young chicks in the picture with his cock. Now, I don't care if he was working on a free-range farm raising chickens or not. The rules are the rules.
Boom! Brett Morris, you did it. There you go. That's our time. We got you up. We squoze you in here. Brett Morris, there you go.
Good job, buddy. Good job.
Come back more often. This is your first time doing stand-up? Very first time doing stand-up. Brett Morris. There it is.
Wow.
Brett Morris, ladies and gentlemen. Will you come back again? Do you live in LA?
Greatest place in the world.
Visiting from where?
Great job.
On your way to San Francisco. Are you living there now? Where do you live? South Florida. Fuck yeah. Well, there you go. Well, if we ever go to South Florida, you'll be on the show.
Don't ever leave.
Brett Morris. Jason Tebow has a new album coming out the second week of January. What's it called?
Return to the Red Stage, January 14th on All Things Records and iTunes.
And Steve Simone's album is out right now. One of the top sellers on all iTunes.
Yeah, it's called What's Up, Nerds.
What's Up, Nerds? That's what it is. I get them all confused. I remember back when you had no albums. Now you're like Katy Perry over here. Pat, what's up? What do you got?
Love you, Tony. Thank you for the time and creative freedom.
Thank you. He's at Patty Reagan on Twitter. Joel Jimenez is at Mostly Sorry. Brian Redman, we're going to San Francisco and Moon Tower. I'm also doing stand-up in a bunch of places. Calgary, Dallas, San Antonio, Corpus Christi, and a lot of other fun places. Check out TonyHinchcliffe.com tomorrow when I put up new dates on TonyHinchcliffe.com.
I'll be at San Jose Friday, and we have a secret show next Wednesday here at the Comedy Store.
Live audience, thank you so much. Have a great night, everybody. Take care. Yeah. Rabbi, come to you live from the world famous comedy store for a brand new. Episode of Kill Tony, Volume 5. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. Wow. Hello, everybody. Make some noise. You're at the #1 live podcast in the world. Holy shit. This is exciting. Another beautiful day. 2017 is amongst us.
Yes.
And this show, Kill Tony, is going to Austin, Texas, Moon Tower, April 20th, and we're going to Sketchfest January 27th.
7th.
Maybe a different day. January 27th. Nope. All right. 21st, maybe?
Something like that. You can find
Google
out
it.
TonyHinchcliffe.com has all the tour dates.
That's right. It sure does. All updated. You guys ready to have a fun show or what? Hey, look, everybody. It's Josh Martin. At Josh Martin Comic on Twitter. Running around making sure everything's set up properly.
It's the 21st, Saturday, January 21st.
8 p.m. in San Francisco, the show that you're at right now, in its home field of the Comedy Store, will be at San Francisco Sketchfest. You guys ready to start the show or what? Ryan J. Ebelt is here, drawing tonight's episode back from his home state of Texas. Powerful Jamie Vernon on the HD camera in the back with his new white, powerful hoodies. Doesn't exactly, not the best marketing way to describe it, but the hoodie says powerful. The color is white. They are white, powerful hoodies. They're actually pretty awesome. He's wearing one. I want one. I don't know if you make it in boys extra small, but I want one. Let's get the show started. Bring up the band or the guests?
Let's pick up the guests.
Let's bring out the guests first. Let's do that. Actually, let's not do that. Let's bring up the band. At first, I changed my mind. You know the band, you love the band. I miss the band. There's some. Been here, some have been out of town for the last few weeks. They all took different weeks off, but they're all back together. Put your hands together for the entire Kill Tony band. It's Pat Reagan, Jeremiah Watkins, and Joel Jimenez. Holy shit. Oh, wow, it's a New Year's entrance. Whoa. Wow. Yeah. Yes. I love it. We should have done the guests first. We totally should have done the guests first. How about that? How's that for an entrance? It's the Kill Tony Band, ladies and gentlemen. Here they are. Three. Of the funniest human beings on the planet. Human beings that crack me the fuck up. Jeremiah, that's your New Year's Eve get up?
Yeah, fancy.
Love it. Well, welcome back, guys. Let's have some fun. You ready to meet tonight's guests, ladies and gentlemen? You guys like guests? Usually I keep the guests a secret pretty much every single week, but I got excited, wanted to start 2017 with the bang, so I already leaked it. You guys know who they are. Three of the funniest fucking human beings on the entire planet all at once. Let's see how loud this place can get for Dom Irera, Big J Okerson, and Doug Benson. Here they come. Anyway, you guys want to do this. And the great Doug Benson, ladies and gentlemen, come on. Grab a seat. Get in here. Get in here, scoot in. Fuck yeah. Get in close, guys. Welcome. Doug, have a seat.
Because I got...
Yeah.
I can't think of the word, but I did it.
There you go. Welcome back. Big J Okerson is here, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise. You were our Comedy Central special. Great show on CISO that I just did. When's that coming out?
April.
What's your fucking deal? Catch that on CISO in April.
You bumped this up, dude. We were in the belly room last time. This thing's got fucking for reals.
Yeah, we have fun. Every other Monday we switch down to the main room.
Sick.
History-soaked stage. And we let fucking crazy people come up and do 60
Here's the
seconds.
Rose Bowl. Come on.
Dom Irera's back, everybody. Look at him. Come on. It's been a while since he's been on. He has parties on Monday nights during football season, and clearly also he's been training boxers in his spare time.
Why not?
I like the quarter man you look like. I like that hat.
Fucking eyes are drooping. It's not funny, Tony.
So, I mean, you guys are all here. You've all done the show before. Let's just jump right into it. Guys, you know how it works. We talk to comedians after they do 60 seconds uninterrupted on this stage. They get to do whatever they want for 60 seconds. 40, 50, some people signed up before tonight's show. Their names are on pieces of paper in this bucket right here. Absolutely anyone can sign up for the show before the show starts. Sometimes it's some of the brightest young talents that just moved here that are here to take over. And sometimes it's completely insane people, like to extreme levels.
Is there ever nudity?
Yeah, there has been a couple times. There's been glimpses of it early on. Early on, there was nudity. We've cleaned it up since then. But somehow, I mean, like,
Not expecting no dong tonight. They're not going to see a little dong.
There's a woman named Aphrodite who keeps her clothes on, but it's so wrong that you think her clothes are off.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's fair.
I don't know if she's in the bucket tonight, but let's start the show. Comedians and people that signed up for the show, you know how it works. You get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know your time's up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Oh, wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. That's very good. Okie dokie. All right. Okay. It's gonna be one of those nights. You guys ready to start the show? Main Room Comedy Store, first show 2017. There's still confetti falling down from the rooftops. Your first Kill Tony performer 2017 with an uninterrupted 60 seconds, and then we get to talk to him or her about anything in the world. Put your hands together for Jeff Wallace, everybody. Here we go. Come on up. Jeff Wallace, everybody. Come on.
All right, I didn't expect that to happen. How's it going, guys? All right, great. Okay, not a lot of time. A lot of people say I look like Brad Pitt. In the movie Benjamin Button, does I too look like an 8-year-old, 20-year-old? I don't know what age is. It doesn't seem to solve me. Anyhow, trying to get laid recently. I don't know if you guys ever do that, but I've been catching up on Heroes on Netflix. It was a good show. Anyhow, I met a Texas girl. Yo, girl, you're missing out on a killer episode of Heroes. But if you don't notice, the O and the P on a keyboard on your phone is like right next to each other. And if you spell Heroes, it's Heroes. And if you spell herpes, it's Herpes. What I actually texted this girl is, yo, girl, you're missing out on a killer episode of Herpes. She still came over. She thought she had the green light. Big red cold sore. That's what it was. Anyway, thanks,
Jeff Wallace. There he is. Fuck yeah. How's it going, Jeff? Is this your first time coming to the show?
Yeah. I like the show. Great show. I listen to all the podcasts.
I wish I had taken notes during your thing, because all I could think of during it was there's a lot of jokes in here, but all of them need work.
Okay, all right, okay.
I thought it was clever how you did the setup and no punchlines.
Oh, damn it.
It's such a tease.
Yeah, you're the M. Night Shyamalan of joke telling. People keep hoping for a twist, but no thank you.
I don't know if it's because I'm stoned, but don't the 3 neon signs look like me, Doug, and Dom?
Well, here at the Comedy Store, they love the legendary stand-up comics like Oliver Hardy.
Jeff Wallace.
I think that's Ed Wynn over there. I believe it's Ed Wynn, you know.
Hey, I grew up with those guys.
So, Jeff, how long have you been doing stand-up?
About, I think, 4 years now.
Wow, where at?
Is that too long?
Yeah, where at?
What were you like when you started?
What?
What were you like when you started?
No, pretty much the same.
Wow, where have you been doing it at?
Visalia, California.
Where?
Visalia, California.
Magic Mountain.
No. It's
No, much further than that.
Gateway to
I was thinking of Valencia. Have you ever been there? They have good oranges.
I like oranges.
I just don't remember his jokes. I remember he had a lot of them.
Do you really have herpes, Jeff?
No.
All right,
Not really.
And maybe I would tell me.
You might as well have just said yes, straight up.
Oh, shit.
How is your love life?
It's gone relatively well.
My love life is going relatively well, said the gentleman from the south.
Relatively well.
I'm dating mostly relatives.
Oh,
That's the joke I was making. It took a while.
man.
If I had to give real comedy advice, it would be take 800 words out of that telephone dialing thing.
Okay, all right. I really wasn't expecting to get up here. I do enjoy the show, but like, holy shit. Okay.
Right, it's a lot of pressure and
How old are you, Jeff?
36.
36.
Older than you, which is weird because it seems that, you're older than me for some reason.
It does not seem like that whatsoever to anyone. At all, to no one would ever in a million years, no matter who they are, guess that I am older than you. I don't know what kind of rose-colored glasses you're looking at life through, but obviously the ones that you were wearing when you wrote those fucking jokes that you did up here tonight. Because you are way off, sir.
No, it's because of your experience and how, like...
And you're like Kate Blanchett to his Benjamin Button.
What do you do for work, Jeff?
I'm in sales.
What are you selling?
European architectural hardware.
I'm in sales. Well, like you tried to put an extra spin on the word sales. I'm in sales.
No, it's nothing fancy.
I'm in sales.
Does he sort of look like a college party rapist?
Yes, sort of, definitely.
It's like we're looking for a guy that raped that party.
A snap shirt and like the kegger fucking cup.
Hey,
And I'm wearing wallet chains for fashion. And I can spot that.
That is a nice wallet chain you have there.
Thank you.
This week on Kill Tony, the bucket is only people that are part of it. We're doing a sting operation. So if we call your name, there's a good chance you're going to be arrested.
Jeff, what's the worst thing you've ever done?
Oh, I've done a lot of terrible things, but
How do you answer the question then, Jeff?
I don't know if I can really talk. About it. I've fallen off a tree before on my head.
Wait, what?
It's not like the worst thing I've intentionally done. It was relatively unintentional, but
You visiting LA or do you live here?
I live here. I live in Long Beach.
How long have you lived here?
A year.
Awesome. And how far away is it? Velusa or whatever?
Visalia.
Visalia is about 4 hours.
North.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there a comedy scene?
Visalia is like Fresno adjacent, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
I've actually
I
visited
know it.
before.
I know the Central
You've
Coast.
been to Visalia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doug, you're so prideful of your California geography knowledge.
You gotta play every shithole town in the state when you start out.
My friend's wife tried to have sex with you.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it didn't work out for her.
No, she probably is as well.
Oh.
Whoa.
Wow, this got dark.
Yeah.
She's dead. She killed herself. Like, it'd be kind of a badge of pride to be in somebody's suicide note, wouldn't it?
Hell yes.
Do you have any special skills or talents or hobbies that you're into, Jeff?
I love this question. I wish I knew how to do the yo-yo very well. I unfortunately don't.
Well, so many of us wish that we were more accomplished yo-yoists.
Is there an answer to the question?
No, I'm a writer. I do that.
What do you write?
I write short stories and screenplays. Obviously, they haven't been sold or anything.
You write very long jokes.
I'm sorry. It's
Don't
like,
apologize.
He's got a lot of guts. He's stayed up there.
Hell yeah.
thank you.
He didn't run after his
I
set.
left off.
It is December 1961. A dying 36-year-old man is smuggled out of North Africa by the CIA and laid in a hospital bed in Maryland. He is wanted by the French government. On the morning of December 3rd, his wife reads him the first... It is December 2nd, 1804. Inside the freezing walls of Notre Dame Cathedral, a 35-year-old artillery officer from Corsica takes a crown from the hands of the Pope himself and places it on his own head. In a single motion, he ends the revolution that made him and alters the fate of Europe forever. Tonight, we unravel the life of Napoleon Bonaparte. He is perhaps the most debated figure in modern history. A military genius who won 60 battles and rewrote the legal codes of an entire continent. Yet the empire he built was paid for in blood. An estimated 3 to 6 million dead from Madrid to Moscow, in campaigns fought to satisfy one man's limitless hunger for glory. In tonight's episode, we'll trace Napoleon's extraordinary rise from a debt-ridden family on the fringes of Europe to the throne of the largest empire the continent had seen since Rome. We'll see how the wars he unleashed destroyed the old feudal order, redrew the borders of nations, and spread the dangerous idea that people could choose their own rulers. And, finally, we'll reckon with the question that still haunts historians. Did he carry the revolution forward, or did he betray it? Before we begin, please take a moment to like and subscribe. It really helps us fight against algorithmic censorship. And let us know in the comments which topics you'd like us to explore next. Now, settle in as we journey back to a wild, rain-lashed island in the Mediterranean, where a restless boy is about to begin the most extraordinary ascent in modern history. This is the bedtime biography of Napoleon Bonaparte. Chapter 1: The Outsider's Ascent. The island of Corsica was a peculiar place. It had never been fully independent, nor fully absorbed into any empire. The people there lived much as they had for centuries, subsisting on chestnuts, cheese, onions, fruit, and the occasional piece of goat or pork, all of it washed down with local wine. Even the bread was made from chestnuts. Wealth differentials were narrow, the society pre-feudal in its structure, and yet every family carried a fierce sense of pride and dignity. You didn't cross a Corsican household lightly. Any act of violence could trigger a vendetta from which there was almost no escape, because nothing stayed secret for long in such a restricted space. It was into this world that the Bonaparte family had settled generations earlier, their lineage traced back to minor gentry from Tuscany and Liguria, and they'd eventually put down roots in Ajaccio. The family home had been carved up over the years by successive dowries, leaving 7 members crammed into roughly 40 dilapidated square meters. In the summer of 1764, the 18-year-old Carlo Bonaparte married 14-year-old Letizia Romolino. The match came with a dowry that
boosted Carlo's social standing. Letizia was beautiful, strong-willed, and strict with her children. She administered slaps freely and without hesitation. It was a tough household. Meanwhile, Corsica was in the grip of something larger. Pasquale Paoli had proclaimed a Corsican republic back in 1755, governing from the hill town of Court. He'd established a constitution, institutions, even a university. But France could not tolerate a utopian republic sitting on its doorstep. Following the Treaty of Versailles in 1768, French troops moved in. The decisive engagement came at Ponte Novo in May of 1769. The Corsican forces were routed. Paoli fled over the mountains and into exile in England. Carlo Bonaparte submitted to the new French authorities and turned back towards Ajaccio. On the journey home, crossing the mountains, Letizia's mule stumbled while fording the river Liamone. She nearly lost the child she was carrying. That child was born on the night of the 15th of August, 1769, and named Napoleon after his great-uncle. The French military governor, the Comte de Marbeuf, needed loyal supporters among the local notables, and the Bonaparte family fit the role. Marbeuf became a frequent visitor to the household, so frequent that his closeness to Letizia fueled local gossip about the paternity of her next child. Napoleon spent a happy early childhood playing in the streets of Ajaccio with his cousins, summering up in the hills at Bocognano. His mother would later recall that of all her children, he'd been the most intrepid, aggressive, quarrelsome, always pushing. But the French suppression of Corsican resistance left its marks on the boy. Mobile columns burned crops across the countryside and hanged corpses along public highways as warnings. These were the sights of his youth. Carlo eventually secured a royal bursary for Napoleon at the military academy of Brienne. The application required proving both noble credentials and indigence. The boy arrived at the austere institution run by the Order of Minims on the 15th of May, 1779. He was puny, olive-complexioned, and spoke poor French, all of which marked him immediately as a foreigner and an easy target. He read constantly. He fenced off a small allotment of land for himself, a place to be alone. There's something about that image, a boy alone with his books, trying to piece together the entire world from what he could read. That same hunger is what drives a project like The Book by Hungry Minds, the ultimate guide to rebuilding a civilization. Over 400 pages covering humanity's greatest inventions and discoveries, from engineering to medicine to architecture, each one illustrated in this striking blend of medieval art and technical drawing. The paper quality alone is worth picking it up for. Every spread has that weight and texture that makes you want to slow down and actually sit with it. It raised over $2.3 million on Kickstarter, became a bestseller, and there's even a hidden quest buried inside for readers to uncover. It's honestly one of the best gifts for anyone with a restless, curious mind, or just a good excuse to keep it for yourself. Use the code AFTERDARK for 10% off. The link's in the description below. The school librarian noted that Napoleon courted solitude as though it were the thing he valued most. One fellow pupil remembered him as gloomy and fierce to excess, almost always by himself, never sharing in the noisy mirth of his schoolmates. The curriculum at Brienne centered on the heroes of antiquity, Plutarch primarily, and was designed to awaken instincts of chivalry, honor, duty, sacrifice. When provoked, Napoleon responded with a ferocity born of contempt. He moved on to the École Militaire in Paris in October of 1784, where the atmosphere was more aristocratic and the presence of wealthy, fee-paying cadets only deepened his alienation. He hated drill. During one session, he hurled his musket at the drill master in a rage. He loved fencing, but fought so aggressively that he'd lay himself open to touches constantly, breaking foil after foil. He groaned at the frivolity of the other pupils. When his father died of stomach cancer in February 1785, the weight of the family landed squarely on his shoulders. Commissioned as a second lieutenant in the artillery regiment of La Fère, Napoleon was stationed in Valence by November of that year. He read voraciously history, geography, philosophy, and fell heavily under the influence of Rousseau. He wrote a short essay on suicide, asking, "Since I must die one day, would it not be as well to kill myself?" He described himself as always alone while surrounded by people, preferring to sit with his own melancholy. During long leaves of absence, he spent 21 months back in Corsica, managing the family's dwindling finances and a failing mulberry nursery. He adopted the pose of the persecuted patriot, writing a history of the island that cast the French as barbarous occupiers. "I was born as the fatherland was perishing," he wrote to Paoli, describing how the screams of the dying and the tears of despair had surrounded his cradle. The outbreak of the French Revolution in 1789 found him stationed in Auxonne. Riots broke out. He marshaled troops against the crowds, but expressed a deep distaste for the mob, complaining that he'd been prevented from firing on them. He returned to Corsica, where he and his brother Joseph threw themselves into local politics, distributing tricolored cockades and forming a citizens' militia. But Paoli had returned from exile, and the old leader viewed the Bonaparte brothers with suspicion. Napoleon secured a command in the Ajaccio National Guard through intimidation, going so far as to kidnap a voting commissioner to swing the election. Tensions boiled over on the 8th of April, 1792, when his volunteers fired on townsfolk and attempted to seize the citadel. Denounced by Paoli's supporters and facing assassination, Napoleon slipped out of Ajaccio by boat. In his absence, Paoli's partisans sacked the family home. Letizia gathered the children and fled into the hills. A French naval squadron eventually evacuated them, and in June of 1793, the Bonaparte family sailed for the mainland as destitute refugees. The rupture with Corsica was total. The young artillery officer who had dreamed of liberating his island now had nothing to go back to. What he had instead was a commission in the French army, a large family to feed, and a republic tearing itself apart around him. Chapter 2. The Jacobin General. The Bonaparte family washed ashore in Toulon during the summer of 1793 into a city that had lost its mind. Jacobin mobs roamed the streets, hanging wealthy citizens from lampposts and beating others to death in broad daylight. It was no place for a destitute family with young children. Letizia gathered them up and moved to the nearby village of La Valette, where things were quieter, where they could breathe. Napoleon, meanwhile, rejoined his regiment in Nice and collected his back pay, sending what he could to keep his mother and siblings fed. He also dashed off a political pamphlet called Le Souper de Beaucaire, a pointed defense of the Jacobin government that served a second purpose, distancing the family name from Paoli and any whiff of counter-revolution. It wasn't long before Toulon made headlines again. Royalist insurgents had seized the city and handed it, along with the entire French Mediterranean fleet, over to the British Royal Navy. The Republic dispatched an army of raw recruits to take it back, led by General Carteau, a painter by trade with about as much military experience as you'd expect from one. The besieging artillery needed a commander after the previous one took a wound, and the Corsican deputy Salicetti knew just who to call. Napoleon arrived and sized up the situation fast. The key was a promontory overlooking the outer harbour. Take that, and the British ships would have no choice but to pull out. His superiors didn't see it that way, but Napoleon had stopped listening to them. He stripped surrounding posts of cannons, powder, and horses, building up an artillery park from almost nothing. He set up foundries to cast cannonballs. He trained infantrymen to serve as gunners. At night, he slept on the ground beside his batteries, wrapped in his cloak, close enough to feel the heat of the barrels. General Doppet, observing from a comfortable distance, noted that the young officer combined a rare bravery and indefatigable energy with considerable talent. The final assault on Fort Mulgrave came on the 17th of December in a torrential rainstorm. Napoleon led from the front. His horse was shot out from under him, and an English corporal drove a lance into his leg. He kept going. Once the fort was taken, he turned its guns on the British ships and fired red-hot cannonballs into the harbour. 2 vessels exploded. The British evacuated, taking French royalists with them, and the Republican troops who flooded back into Toulon carried out reprisals that were savage, even by the standards of the terror. At 24, Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general. His comrades took notice. Claude Victor described him as small in stature but well-proportioned, thin and puny in appearance but taut and strong, with eyes that seemed to send out shafts of fire. The young general, exhausted and suffering from scabies he'd picked up during the siege, accepted a quieter posting as Inspector of Coastal Defences. He needed the rest. It didn't last. When Robespierre fell, Napoleon's name was on the list. He spent 11 days under house arrest before being cleared and let go. He drifted to Marseille, where his brother Joseph had done well for himself, and there he met Désirée Clary, a modest 16-year-old. They became engaged. His letters to her read less like love notes and more like homework assignments, advice on what to read, how to practice her music. Ordered to the Army of the West to fight insurgents in the Vendée, Napoleon did what he could to avoid it. He traveled to Paris, obtained sick leave, and plunged into the hedonistic society of the capital. Wealthy women wore flesh-colored pantaloons and dresses of transparent gauze. Napoleon, with his unkempt hair and clumsy French, fit in about as well as a stray dog at a dinner party. The wife of his friend Barrienne described him as cold, somber, and little short of savage. Feeling thoroughly out of place, he channeled his gloom into a novella, Clisson et Eugénie, about a misunderstood military genius who flees society, finds love with a pure young woman, and dies heroically. Around the same time, the War Ministry struck him off the list of artillery generals. He was put on half pay. He wrote to Joseph that he was very little attached to life. He floated the idea of throwing himself under a passing carriage. Then came October 1795, and with it, a lifeline. Royalist sections of Paris rose against the government, and the politician Paul Barras needed someone who could act fast. He appointed Napoleon as his second-in-command to defend the Tuileries. Napoleon sent a young cavalry officer named Joachim Murat galloping across the city to secure 40 cannons from the Sablon plain, just ahead of the rebels. The guns were placed at key intersections, and then he waited. When the 20,000-strong rebel force advanced, Napoleon's artillery fired canister shot directly into their ranks. The insurrection was over within 2 hours. He was promoted to divisional general and given command of the Army of the Interior, which meant control of the capital's police and National Guard. He rode through the streets, flanked by mustachioed officers, projecting a new and very deliberate authority. It was around this time that a 14-year-old boy came to ask permission to keep his executed father's sword. Napoleon granted it. The boy's mother arrived shortly after to give her thanks. Her name was Josephine de Beauharnais. She was 32, a widow of legendary charm who had learned to smile without opening her mouth on account of her teeth. She lived on the generosity of her lovers and needed a husband to secure her future. Paris, her current patron, encouraged the match, partly to settle a young general who was becoming harder to manage. Napoleon fell hard. He wrote letters declaring that her kisses set his blood on fire. Josephine was cooler about it. She confided to a friend that she found his violent love resembling an access of madness. Both parties forged their documents before signing the marriage contract. He added a couple of years. She shaved a few off. The civil ceremony happened late at night, conducted by a minor functionary. On the wedding night, Josephine's pet pug, Fortuné, bit Napoleon in the calf as he climbed into bed. 2 days later, he was gone. He left Paris to take command of the Army of Italy, rattling south in his carriage as fast as the horses could carry him. Every instant takes me further away from you, my adorable love, he wrote from somewhere along the road. And with every instant I find less and less strength with which to bear being away from you. Ahead of him, on the Italian border, thousands of soldiers waited without boots, without pay, and without much reason to follow anyone. That was about to change. Chapter 3: The Warlord of Italy and Egypt. He arrived at the headquarters of the Army of Italy in March of 1796, 26 years old, and looking every bit the outsider. The veteran commanders waiting for him were unimpressed. They saw a small, awkward young man with a rasping voice and a political appointment he hadn't earned on any battlefield they recognized. The army itself was in a terrible state. 40,000 soldiers, starving and mutinous, many of them wearing woven straw where boots should have been. Bonaparte didn't ease himself in. He secured emergency funds, put fresh meat in front of the men, and demanded obedience. Then he moved, and he moved fast. He launched his forces through the mountains, driving a wedge between the Austrian and Sardinian armies before either could react. The French fought without tents or regular supply lines, living entirely off the land as they advanced. The Sardinians were intimidated into an armistice and forced out of the war altogether. Bonaparte then outflanked the retreating Austrians by crossing the River Po at Piacenza, pushing deep behind their lines. It was ruthless, improvisational, and it worked. At the town of Lodi, the French advance guard found the wooden bridge over the River Adda defended by Austrian cannon. Bonaparte ordered a frontal assault. The first men who surged forward were cut apart by canister shot. Subsequent waves, led by senior officers who showed complete disregard for their own lives, managed to cross and dislodge the defenders. It was a skirmish, really, but Bonaparte exaggerated the scale of it in his reports, and commissioned prints showing himself brandishing a standard amid the gunfire. He was learning something important about war, which was that the story you told afterwards mattered almost as much as the fight itself. Lodi changed something in him. He later reflected that it was only after that battle that it struck him he might become a major actor on the political scene. He rode into Milan on a white horse, under arches of foliage. greeted by Italian nationalists who saw him as a liberator. Behind the pageantry, he stripped the conquered territories of cash, silver plate, and masterpieces of art, shipping it all back to Paris. That was how he funded the struggling Directory, while quietly building the power base of his own. The Austrians weren't finished. They launched counteroffensive after counteroffensive to relieve their besieged fortress at Mantua. Bonaparte defeated each one through rapid maneuver, marching his men to exhaustion across the theater of war. At Arcole, he tried to lead a charge across a heavily defended bridge. His men refused to follow. He ended up in a muddy drainage ditch, dragged to safety under enemy fire. The propaganda prints that followed naturally showed him storming the bridge like a hero. After the decisive victory at Rivoli and the fall of Mantua, he marched on Vienna. Without consulting the Directory, he dictated the Treaty of Campo Formio, carving out the map of Europe on his own authority. He partitioned the neutral Republic of Venice, handing territory to Austria in exchange for French control of Belgium and the Rhineland. Paris was furious at his insubordination, but the peace was popular, and there was nothing they could do about it. Back in France, he kept a low profile for a time. He wore civilian clothes, attended meetings of the Institute of Arts and Sciences. He was already thinking about his next move. A direct invasion of Britain was impossible, given the weakness of the French Navy, so he proposed something far more ambitious, an expedition to Egypt. The idea was to establish a colony, cut British access to India, and eventually pierce the Isthmus of Suez with a canal. The Directory approved, happy enough to send their most dangerous general somewhere far away. The Armada captured Malta on its way and landed near Alexandria in July of 1798. What followed was brutal. The troops marched across scorching desert without water bottles. Men collapsed from dehydration and dysentery. Stragglers were killed by Mameluke horsemen. Some soldiers, delirious and despairing, took their own lives in the sand. At the Battle of the Pyramids, though, the French infantry formed disciplined squares and tore apart the Mameluke cavalry charges with volley after volley of musket fire. Bonaparte entered Cairo and began organizing the country, setting up hospitals, street lighting, a new administration. A scientific commission investigated ancient ruins and Nile water purification. For a brief moment, it looked like a colony might actually take shape. Then, Admiral Nelson found the French fleet anchored at Abu Qir Bay and annihilated it. The army was trapped. An uprising in Cairo saw French soldiers massacred before being ruthlessly suppressed with artillery and beheadings. Bonaparte marched into Syria to confront an approaching Ottoman force. At Jaffa, his troops sacked the town. He ordered the execution of up to 2,000 prisoners of war on the beach because he had no food to spare for them. Bubonic plague struck the army. The siege of Acre failed, thwarted by Ottoman defenses and British naval guns. The retreat back to Egypt was a horror of abandoned, wounded, and dying men administered fatal doses of laudanum on Bonaparte's orders. He won one last battle, annihilating a seaborne Ottoman force at the land battle of Abu Qir and driving thousands of Turks into the sea. But word had reached him of French military defeats in Europe and a government teetering on the edge of collapse. He made his decision quickly. He left the army under General Kleber, boarded a frigate in secret with a handful of officers, and slipped through the British blockade. The soldiers he left behind would remain stranded in the Egyptian desert. Bonaparte was already gone, sailing for France, where a fragile and failing republic waited for someone to take hold of it. Chapter 4: The Imperial Machine. As the bleary-eyed representatives of the people made their way down still dark streets on the morning of the 9th of November, 1799. Soldiers were already taking up positions around the Tuileries. Dragoons under Sebastiani, chasseurs under Murat. The system they were meant to be protecting had already collapsed under its own weight. The Directory, that five-headed government born of revolution, functioned as a hollow shell. Hyperinflation had wiped out ordinary savings. Army contractors and war profiteers built enormous fortunes off perpetual conflict. And a newly wealthy class of property owners was actively looking for a strongman, someone who could lock in their gains and crush any threat from the left or the right. Napoleon simply walked through a door that had been left wide open. Once the members of the Council of Elders had donned their togas and taken their seats, they were informed of a sinister plot by infamous brigands to bring down the government. The assemblies were in grave danger, apparently, and must transfer immediately to the former royal palace of Saint-Cloud, outside Paris. To safeguard the move, they were told the hero of Egypt would take command of all troops in the region. Napoleon emerged from his study, read the decree aloud, called on those present to help him save the Republic, and then mounted a magnificent black Andalusian lent to him by Admiral Brewer. He set off for the Tuileries, escorted by cavalry and a suite of generals in brilliant uniforms, cheered along the way by onlookers who had no idea what was actually happening. At about 10 o'clock, he entered the chamber of the elders, flanked by Berthier and a handful of generals, and gave a rehearsed speech, praising them for their wisdom. Then he went outside, climbed back onto the black horse, which he was having some difficulty mastering, and made the rounds of the assembled units, exciting their enthusiasm with dramatic statements empty of substance. His agitation had brought out a severe rash on his face. While considering his next move, he scratched so hard he drew blood, which only seemed to confirm the rumor already flying through the ranks that he'd been attacked with daggers. The story reached the crowd, and eventually all the way to Paris. Inside the Council of 500, things were falling apart. His brother Lucien had done what he could to calm the shouting, but eventually made a histrionic gesture, removing his toga, his cap, untying his gold-fringed sash, and laying them down as a sign that liberty had been silenced. He ordered a captain to take 10 grenadiers and rescue him from the chamber. Then, in a piece of theatre that would have been absurd if it weren't so effective, Lucien took a sword from an officer, put the point to his brother's breast, and solemnly swore he would kill Napoleon himself if he ever raised a finger against the liberty of the French people. As the drum beat the charge and crashed into the orangery, some of the 500 climbed onto their benches and began swearing to defend the Republic. Others followed the spectators out through the conveniently low windows. Murat marched toward the podium and declared the assembly dissolved. Then, turning to his soldiers, he put it plainly, "Chuck this lot out of here." The next morning was a Decadi, a Republican Sunday. At 10 o'clock, Citizen Consul Bonaparte left home in civilian dress and was driven through empty streets to the Luxembourg in a carriage escorted by 6 dragoons. He went directly to Sieyes' apartment, where the two of them talked for over an hour. The first thing to be settled was who would preside over the new 3-man consulate. According to one version, Ducos simply turned to Napoleon and said, "It is quite unnecessary to vote on the presidency. It is yours by right." After Napoleon left the room, Sieyes reportedly told the others, "Gentlemen, you have a master. He wants to do everything, knows how to do everything, and can do everything." Napoleon moved from the Rue de la Victoire to the seat of power, establishing himself in rooms on the ground floor of the Petit Luxembourg, while Josephine made herself at home on the floor above. and then he set to work. On the 13th of December, a 10-liter measuring jar was placed on the table in lieu of an urn, and the 50 members of 2 commissions wrote out their choices on slips of paper. Before the votes could be counted, Napoleon, who had been leaning on the mantelpiece warming his legs by the fire, strode over and snatched the jar. He emptied its contents into the flames. It was recorded that he and the others had been nominated by unanimous acclamation. On the 24th of December, aged 30 years and 4 months, he formally took office as first consul, dictating a proclamation to the nation, pledging to make the Republic dear to its citizens, respectable to foreigners, formidable to enemies. But a proclamation means nothing without a battlefield to back it up, and within months, one presented itself. At Marengo, in June of 1800, he found himself facing the Austrian general Melas, who had concentrated 30,000 men and 100 field guns near Alessandria. Napoleon was down to 22,000, with only 20 guns. "Come back, in God's name, if you still can," he wrote to Desaix. Desaix received the order at 1 o'clock and immediately set off, his men occasionally breaking into a run as they covered 13 kilometers to reach the field. By 3 in the afternoon, the battle appeared lost. Melas, who'd had 2 painful falls from his horse that day at the age of 71, retired to Alessandria to lie down, leaving his generals to finish things off. Around 5 o'clock, Desaix arrived. After a brief exchange with Napoleon, he led his divisions into the fray. Simultaneously, General Kellerman gathered his cavalry and charged the Austrian flank. The entire French line surged forward. The Austrians faltered, fell back, and fled. Desaix was killed leading the attack. "I feel the most profound grief at the death of the man I loved and esteemed the most," Napoleon wrote afterward. With the military crisis resolved, he turned to the machinery of the state itself. Napoleon did not understand or like the idea of government credit, which he saw as no more than betting on a favorable outcome. He liked hard currency and wanted to amass as much of it as possible. Gourdet, his finance minister, called in a friend named Nicolas Mollien, who explained to a bewildered Napoleon the workings of the stock market and the principle of a sinking fund. On the 13th of February, he established the Banque de France, handing the levers of state credit to a syndicate of private financiers whose interests were now permanently fused with the survival of the regime. Strikes were criminalized. Workers were bound to the livret, an employment passbook that subjected their movements and livelihoods to police control. The chaotic energy of the early revolution was eradicated, replaced by a rigid hierarchy enforced by Fouché's security apparatus. On the 12th of August, 1800, he appointed a commission of 4 jurists to draw up a civil code of laws. Standardized contracts, the abolition of feudal obligations, ironclad protections for private property. Over the next year, the Council of State devoted more than 100 sessions to it, at least 57 presided over by Napoleon, who stamped his own views on the final version. Those views were revealing. Women need to be contained, he declared, explaining that they were naturally more flighty than men and liable to spend their husband's money like water. The husband must have the absolute power and right to say to his wife, "Madame, you will not go out. You will not go to the theatre. You will not see such and such a person." The code would not become law until March of 1804, when it would become known as the Code Napoleon. He drove the councillors like slaves. As one of them put it, one had to be made of iron to work with him. In 1800 alone, the Council of State dealt with 911 separate measures. It was not unusual for him to keep them at it for 8 or 10 hours, with only a 15-minute break for lunch. Come, citizens, wake up. He would say when he saw them flagging past midnight, "It is only 2 o'clock, and we must earn the money which the people of France give us." He would toy with his snuff box while he listened, opening and shutting the lid, taking a pinch, most of which fell on the white facings of his uniform. Without looking, he'd pass the box to an aide behind his chair, who would hand him another. To help himself think, he'd produce a penknife and belabor the arm of his chair with it. The cabinet maker replaced it regularly. He might wake at 1 or 4 in the morning, summon his secretary, and begin dictating in a white dressing gown with a scarf wrapped about his head. He hardly ever wrote himself, partly because his hand couldn't keep up with his thoughts, partly because neither he nor anyone else could read his handwriting. He might pause for ice cream or something more substantial, and then pick up exactly where he'd left off. And so the machinery of the French state was rebuilt, piece by piece. In marathon sessions and pre-dawn dictations, the consul had secured his grip on power. The armies that had carried him there still waited, hundreds of thousands of men in camps and garrisons across the country. Beyond the borders, the old powers of Europe watched with growing unease. The world Napoleon had forced into being was too new, too volatile to sit quietly for long. Chapter 5. The Geopolitical Chessboard. To understand the wars that Napoleon would fight, we need to step back from the man himself. Because the world he stepped into was already a volatile place, shaped by decades of rivalry between a handful of powerful states. 5 nations dominated European politics by the late 1700s. Britain, France, Austria, Prussia, and Russia. Between them, they decided the fate of continents. And when diplomacy failed, as it often did, war became the final word. Britain held the seas. Its Royal Navy commanded more than double the warships of the French fleet, which gave it an extraordinary advantage. The French couldn't train their sailors properly, couldn't access naval supplies freely, and found their military resources pinned down on the continent. After the 7 Years' War, which ended in 1763, Britain had cemented its dominance over global trade and colonial territory, largely at the expense of France and Spain. It was a maritime empire with no real challenger on the water. On land, the picture was messier. Prussia had clawed its way into the ranks of the great powers only a generation before, winning 2 major wars despite long odds. But it was a fragile kind of greatness. The kingdom was small, its population modest, and it taxed its people heavily just to keep up appearances. Austria, meanwhile, had long dominated Central Europe through the Holy Roman Empire, but it lacked the ethnic and linguistic unity of its neighbors. It was a patchwork held together by tradition and dynastic marriages, and it knew how vulnerable that made it. Then there was Russia, which had expanded with breathtaking speed in the second half of the century. No other European state had gained so much territory so quickly. In 1772, Catherine II engineered the first partition of Poland, swallowing up vast tracts of the Eastern Kingdom and placing her preferred candidate on the Polish throne. A few years later, victory in the Russo-Ottoman War brought Russian control to the northern coastline of the Black Sea. And by 1783, the Treaty of Georgievsk had extended Russia's military presence across the Caucasus Mountains into eastern Georgia. Russia was hungry, and it was growing. These rivalries weren't limited to Europe. The Nootka-Sound crisis of 1789 showed just how far the competition had spread. Spain had claimed the Pacific coast of North America since the 1500s and tolerated no foreign presence in those waters. But when British ships appeared near Vancouver Island, the Spanish Navy seized them, imprisoned the crews, and declared exclusive sovereignty over the entire coastline. For a moment, It looked like war. In the end, Spain backed down and agreed to let the British trade and settle in unoccupied areas above San Francisco. A small diplomatic episode, perhaps, but it revealed something important. European powers were now staking claims across the globe, and any one of those claims could ignite a wider conflict. India was another flashpoint. The British East India Company had been tightening its grip on the subcontinent for decades, but its position was far from secure. Powerful regional states like the Maratha Confederation and the Dominion of Hyderabad controlled vast territories. And to the south, the Kingdom of Mysore under Tipu Sultan had been a persistent thorn. Tipu had welcomed French Republican envoys, planted a tree of liberty at his capital of Seringapatam, and made overtures to French forces in Mauritius. For the British, this was alarming. In the spring of 1799, Richard Wellesley, the Governor-General, went to war. The Fourth Mysore War was short and brutal. British forces stormed Seringapatam on the 4th of May, and Tipu Sultan was killed in the fighting. Wellesley then turned his attention to the Marathas, negotiating the Treaty of Bassein, which brought the Maratha leadership under British influence in exchange for military protection. India was being reshaped, piece by piece. The revolution had already upended Napoleon's life, as we've seen, but it had also upended the entire European order. The execution of King Louis XVI in January 1793 horrified the continent's monarchies, and the National Convention's so-called Edict of Fraternity made things worse, promising assistance to any people who wished to overthrow their rulers. The British Prime Minister put it plainly: "We are not at war with the opinions of the closet." He said, "We are at war with armed opinions." By the spring of 1793, most of Europe had joined the First Coalition against France. The early campaigns went badly for the French. Austro-Prussian forces invaded and pushed towards Paris. The Allies issued the Brunswick Manifesto, threatening to level the capital if the royal family was harmed. It was meant to intimidate. Instead, it enraged the population, and at Valmy, in September 1792, French gunners held their ground against Prussian veterans, refusing to be silenced. The General Kellerman raised his hat and cried, "Vive la nation!" The words swept through the ranks. It was a modest battle in military terms, but a seismic one in spirit. From that moment, the revolution mobilized on a scale Europe had never seen. The Committee of Public Safety launched the Levée en masse, calling on every citizen to serve. "From this moment until the enemy shall have been driven from the soil of the Republic," declared the National Convention, "all Frenchmen are in permanent requisition for the service of the armies." Within a year, 14 new armies had been raised. Some 800,000 men were under arms. Prussia, exhausted, signed the Treaty of Basel in 1795 and withdrew from the war, recognizing French control of the left bank of the Rhine. Historians have called that treaty a death certificate for the Holy Roman Empire, since Prussia chose its own national interest over the old imperial order. And Poland, partitioned a third and final time, was erased from the map entirely. The old chessboard of European diplomacy had been upended. Traditional alliances fractured, colonial possessions changed hands, and the sheer scale of French mobilization left every neighboring power scrambling to respond. The exhaustion was mutual. Years of continuous warfare, stretching from the Rhine to the Indian Ocean, had drained treasuries and armies alike. A pause was coming, a fragile diplomatic intermission, but it would not hold for long. Chapter 6: The Intermission and the Rupture. For the first time in nearly a decade, the guns across continental Europe fell silent. The Peace of Luneville, signed in early 1801, had done what many thought impossible. Austria, humiliated and exhausted, gave up the territorial gains it had won in Italy just 4 years earlier. The treaty recognized a constellation of new republics: Swiss, Dutch, Genoese, Lombard, each one a French dependency in all but name. Bonaparte had, through force and negotiation, redrawn the map. And he wasn't finished. In July of that year, he concluded a concordat with the papacy, mending a rift that had torn through French society since the Revolution. The government of the Republic acknowledges that the Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman religion is the religion of the great majority of French citizens, read the opening lines. It was a striking gesture from a man who had little personal use for religion. Church dioceses were reorganized, parishes restructured, and buried within the agreement was perhaps its most consequential provision. The Roman Catholic Church formally surrendered all claims to the lands that had been confiscated and nationalized since 1790. A decade of seizures, made permanent with the stroke of a pen. Then came the peace with Britain. On the 25th of March, 1802, France and Britain signed the Treaty of Amiens, ending almost 2 years of careful, grinding negotiation. Bonaparte's brother Joseph had handled the French side and raced to Paris with the signed document. He arrived during a theatre performance, which was duly interrupted so Bonaparte could present his brother to a cheering audience. Across the English Channel, mail coaches carried the news with the words "Peace with France" chalked on their sides. They were met with celebrations in towns across the country, crowds shouting approval for the French leader by name. George III renounced his title of King of France, a holdover from the 100 Years' War that his predecessors had clung to for centuries. Britain agreed to return captured French colonies and those of her allies, keeping only Ceylon and Trinidad. France, in turn, accepted the return of Egypt to the Ottoman Porte and the Papal States to the Pope. Malta was to go back to the Order of St. John, under the protection of Naples. It was tidy, comprehensive, and doomed. Even as the ink dried, Bonaparte was looking westward. He dispatched a massive expeditionary force to Saint-Domingue, modern-day Haiti, which had been in open rebellion since the early 1790s under the leadership of Toussaint Louverture. The force was commanded by Bonaparte's own brother-in-law, Général Leclerc, and it was one of the largest overseas military operations any European power had attempted in that age. They arrived in January 1802. Some local commanders defected to the French, but Louverture called on the entire population to resist, then withdrew into the interior. The fighting was savage. Deprived of water and food in this overwhelming heat. One eyewitness wrote, "The troops had to chew on balls of lead in the hope of quenching their unbearable thirst." In early June, Louverture was lured into a trap and captured. He was shipped to France and locked away in solitary confinement at Fort de Joux. William Wordsworth would later describe him as the most unhappy man of men. He died less than a year after his imprisonment. More than 50,000 French soldiers, sailors, and civilians perished in the campaign, alongside a far greater number of black troops and civilians. The disaster in the Caribbean had consequences that rippled across an ocean. In 1803, Bonaparte surprised American negotiators by offering the entire Louisiana territory, over 800,000 square miles, for $15 million. The money was handled through a Dutch banking house in Amsterdam and a British one in London, who sold the stock and transferred the cash to France. The final transfer came on the 20th of December, 1803. Bonaparte had cut his losses in the Americas and turned his attention back to Europe, where the fragile peace was already coming apart. Britain refused to recognize the new Italian republics, viewing them as threats to the balance of power on the continent. British newspapers portrayed Bonaparte as a yellow-skinned pygmy, a monstrous hybrid. One tabloid called him an unclassifiable being, half African, half European, a Mediterranean mulatto. His wife Josephine was portrayed as a harlot. His stepdaughter Hortense was accused of incest. The French government retaliated by confiscating British goods, banning their importation across French-controlled territories, and ordering the imprisonment of any British subjects found within reach. Bonaparte launched massive naval construction, urging his ministry to build as many vessels as possible. Money, he said, was no object. By 1804, he expected to have more than 1,600 flat-bottomed invasion boats, supported by another 1,000 fishing vessels converted into transports. The Peace of Amiens had lasted just 420 days. Its collapse unleashed 12 years of war and misery that would shape the destinies of Europe and the wider world. Meanwhile, the man at the center of it all had been quietly consolidating. He secured the consulship for life in August 1802, along with the right to name his own successor. Officers attended his person. Honors were paid to the women of his household. A privileged family surrounded him in ceremony. Everything, observers noted, was monarchical. Everything except the title of consul. And that name, too, was destined soon to disappear. Chapter 7. The Sun Emperor. By the autumn of 1804, he had survived more assassination attempts than most men would care to count. Royalist conspirators, Jacobin holdouts, even a bomb that had torn apart a Parisian street and killed bystanders. The question of succession had become impossible to ignore. If he died without an heir, without a dynasty, the whole enterprise would collapse overnight, and so the decision was made. France would have an emperor. The coronation was set for the 2nd of December at Notre Dame Cathedral. Months of preparation went into transforming the Gothic interior into something closer to ancient Rome. The architect Fontaine oversaw the construction of enormous wooden grandstands, draped the walls in silk, and filled the space with thousands of wax candles. Pope Pius VII had been persuaded, or perhaps pressured is the fairer word, to make the long journey across the Alps in freezing late autumn weather. He arrived in Paris exhausted and was promptly subjected to days of calculated diplomatic slights designed to make one thing clear. The Pope was here to bless the occasion. He was not here to run it. On the day itself, the procession to the cathedral stretched through the streets of Paris. Thousands of soldiers lined the route. 80 carriages rolled past the crowds. The imperial carriage was drawn by 8 dun-colored horses and covered in gold leaf. Josephine wore white satin embroidered in gold and silver. He wore a heavy crimson velvet mantle, lined with ermine, covered in golden bees, a deliberate replacement for the old Bourbon fleur-de-lis. And when the moment came for the crowning, he did something that no one in the cathedral would forget. He took the laurel wreath of gold from the altar himself. He placed it on his own head. Then he turned and crowned Josephine, who knelt before him in tears. The message was plain enough. He owed his throne to no one. With the spectacle behind him, his attention turned entirely to the coast. 150,000 veterans of the Revolutionary Wars were camped around Boulogne, living in rows of organized wooden huts, drilling day after day, staring across across the channel at the British shoreline. They were waiting for naval control of the crossing. It never came. At Trafalgar, Horatio Nelson destroyed the combined Franco-Spanish fleet, and with it, any serious hope of invading Britain. The army at Boulogne was immediately renamed the Grande Armée, ordered to break camp, and sent marching east to meet a new threat. Austria and Russia had formed the Third Coalition. The speed of what followed was extraordinary. 7 columns of troops crossed the Rhine simultaneously, each operating independently but converging on a single objective. They covered up to 30 kilometers a day, carrying their own ammunition and rations, living off the land to avoid the slow supply trains that weighed down traditional armies. The Austrian commander, General Karl Mack, had positioned his forces at the fortress of Ulm, expecting the French to come through the Black Forest. They swung far to the north instead, looped around behind him, and cut off every route of escape. On the 20th of October, 1805, Mack surrendered 27,000 men, 60 cannons, and all his colors without a major battle having been fought. He addressed his troops afterward. Soldiers of the Grande Armée, I have destroyed the Austrian army by simply marching. The French then pushed east along the Danube, taking Vienna with barely a fight after Marshal Lannes talked his way across the main bridge by convincing the Austrian defenders that an armistice had already been signed. It hadn't. The decisive moment came at Austerlitz on the 2nd of December, exactly 1 year to the day after the coronation. He had deliberately weakened his right flank, baiting the combined Austro-Russian army into descending from the high ground of the Pratzen Heights. It was a trap, and it depended entirely on precise timing and the arrival of Marshal Davout's corps after a forced march from Vienna. As heavy morning fog lifted, sunlight broke across the field. Marshal Soult's men charged up the now exposed heights and split the coalition army clean in two. Thousands of Russian soldiers tried to flee across the frozen Sachin ponds. French artillery fired into the ice and shattered it beneath them. Austerlitz ended the Third Coalition. Austria signed the punitive Treaty of Pressburg, losing vast territories and paying a crushing indemnity. The 1,000-year-old Holy Roman Empire was formally dissolved, replaced by the Confederation of the Rhine, a string of German client states built to serve French interests. Prussia, which had stayed neutral during all of this, now belatedly declared war, furious at territorial violations, and urged on by the fiercely anti-French Queen Louise. The Prussian army marched into Thuringia with confidence and the outdated tactics of Frederick the Great. On the 14th of October, 1806, at the twin battles of Jena and Auerstedt, that confidence was destroyed. He crushed what he believed was the main Prussian force at Jena. Meanwhile, Marshal Davout's isolated corps of 26,000 men ran into the actual main army of 63,000 and systematically broke it apart. The pursuit that followed was relentless. Within weeks, French troops had taken Berlin and paraded through the Brandenburg Gate. What remained of the Prussian forces retreated into Poland to link up with the Russians, dragging the war into the freezing mud of Eastern Europe. The winter campaign that followed was brutal. At Eylau in February of 1807, the two armies fought in a blinding snowstorm. Men froze to death standing upright. Marshal Augereau's entire corps lost its bearings in the blizzard and stumbled directly into Russian artillery. A massive cavalry charge led by Marshal Murat was the only thing that saved the French centre from collapsing entirely. Over 40,000 casualties were left bleeding in the snow. It was a stalemate, and it shook morale badly. The decisive victory only came months later, at Friedland in June. where the French caught the Russian army pinned against the River Al and tore it apart with massed artillery at close range. And then came Tilsit. A raft was built and moored in the middle of the River Niemen. He and Tsar Alexander I met on it, embraced in front of their cheering armies, and sat down to divide Europe between them. The Tsar reportedly opened by saying, "I hate the English as much as you do." He replied, "If that's the case, peace is made." The continent now had two masters, but the sea still belonged to Britain, and no treaty signed on a river raft could change that. The French Navy was gone. A direct strike on London was a physical impossibility. If Britain was going to be brought to its knees, it would have to be done another way entirely. Chapter 8: The Economic World War. On the 21st of November, Napoleon issued the Berlin Decree. It declared the British Isles to be in a state of blockade. No country under French influence was permitted to trade with Britain, receive British ships, or even correspond with British merchants. Any British goods found on the continent were to be seized and destroyed. The idea, which came to be known as the Continental System, was blunt in its logic. Britain's military strength rested on its wealth. Its wealth came from trade. Cut off the trade, and the wealth would dry up, and with it, the ability to fund coalition after coalition against France. There was a problem with this logic, and it was a serious one. Britain was in the middle of an industrial revolution. Its factories were multiplying output at a pace that no continental economy could match. Its financial institutions ran deep: the Bank of England, the insurance networks at Lloyd's, the capital markets of London. These weren't just wealthy. They were structurally resilient, designed to absorb shocks and keep functioning. France had nothing like them. Napoleon was trying to strangle an economy that was, in many respects, stronger than his own. The British hit back almost immediately. The government issued the Orders in Council, which forbade neutral ships from entering French-controlled ports unless they first stopped in Britain and paid a transit duty. Napoleon countered with the Milan Decree the following year, declaring that any neutral vessel that submitted to British inspection would be treated as an enemy ship and seized on sight. The result was a kind of legal trap. A merchant captain sailing across the Atlantic couldn't obey one side without breaking the rules of the other. Neutral nations, the United States chief among them, found their shipping fleets caught in the middle. The tensions that built from this impossible situation would eventually spill over into the War of 1812. Across Europe, the effects of the blockade rippled outward in strange and uneven ways. Colonial goods vanished from the markets almost overnight. There was no more cane sugar, no coffee, no cheap cotton. Farmers in northern Europe began cultivating sugar beets on a massive scale. Roasted chicory root became a common substitute for coffee, though by most accounts a deeply unsatisfying one. In landlocked regions like Saxony, Belgium, and parts of eastern France, textile manufacturers found themselves suddenly free of British competition. The removal of cheap, high-quality imports created a captive market, and for a time, profits soared. But the great port cities told a very different story. Amsterdam, Hamburg, Bordeaux, these were places that had lived and breathed international trade for centuries. The sudden halt of maritime commerce devastated them. Merchants went bankrupt, dock workers lost their livelihoods, and the inland textile boom didn't last either, because without raw cotton imports arriving by sea, the factories that had been thriving began to starve for materials. Thousands of weavers were left unemployed in the very regions the system was supposed to protect. Enforcing all of this required an enormous bureaucratic apparatus. French customs officers patrolled the coastline from the Baltic to the Adriatic, conducting raids on merchant warehouses and dragging confiscated British goods into public squares, where they were piled high and set on fire. The bonfires were meant as a warning. They were also an admission that the goods kept getting through. The coastline was simply too long, the borders too porous, and the profits of smuggling too enormous to resist. Entire fishing communities along the coast abandoned their nets and turned to the black market. Contraband moved in false-bottomed boats, on carts pulled by dogs, through night landings on remote beaches. The British occupied the tiny island of Heligoland in the North Sea and turned it into a floating warehouse, a massive smuggling depot just off the German coast, where thousands of vessels transferred textiles, spices, and weapons to local runners who filtered everything inland through the river networks. Corruption among French officials was widespread. Commanders posted to remote hostile stretches of coastline were underpaid and far from home. Many accepted bribes to look the other way. In Hamburg, the diplomat Louis de Maurienne amassed a personal fortune by simply charging his own illegal tariff on British goods passing through the port. The deeper flaw was this: Europe needed British goods more than Britain needed the European market. Denied access to the continent, British merchants expanded aggressively into South America and Asia. Their overall export revenues actually increased. Meanwhile, the prices of basic commodities across Europe climbed steadily, wages stagnated, and ordinary people bore the weight of an embargo that enriched a narrow band of French-aligned industrialists and black market operators. Resentment toward French rule grew, quietly at first, then not so quietly. Former allies began to feel like subjects, and the desperation for hard currency eventually pushed the French government to issue special licenses, allowing select merchants to trade directly with Britain, a blatant violation of its own system that enraged partners like Russia and Prussia, who was suffering immense economic damage to enforce a blockade that France itself was breaking for profit. To keep the system from collapsing, Napoleon was forced to keep expanding. Whenever a coastal territory failed to suppress smuggling, French troops marched in. The Kingdom of Holland was annexed. So were the Hanseatic cities of Bremen and Hamburg. So were the Papal States. Each annexation stretched the empire thinner, demanded more soldiers, more administrators, more money. And it was this very logic, this relentless need to seal every harbor and control every dock, that now turned French attention southward toward the Iberian Peninsula, where the ports of Portugal remained stubbornly open to British trade. Chapter 9: The Iberian Quagmire. It began, as these things often do, with a plan drawn up in secret. The Treaty of Fontainebleau, signed behind closed doors, carved Portugal into pieces between France and Spain before anyone in Lisbon had the faintest idea what was coming. On paper, it looked clean. A quick march, a swift occupation, and Portugal would fall neatly into the continental system. The Emperor would have his coastline sealed, Britain would lose another trading partner, and General Jean Andoche-Junot was the man tasked with making it happen. Junot's march south was brutal from the start. His army was thrown together in haste, filled with raw conscripts who had barely learned to hold a musket. They crossed the barren interior of Spain in freezing autumn rain. the roads turning to mud beneath their boots. Food ran out, horses collapsed. Artillery pieces were abandoned where they sank into the earth because there was no way to pull them free. By the time the column reached Lisbon, the soldiers looked less like an invading army and more like refugees. Many were barefoot, most were starving. They could barely have fought a tavern brawl, let alone a battle. And they were too late. Just hours before Juno's bedraggled troops stumbled onto the Lisbon docks, the entire Braganza royal family had boarded their ships. The state treasury went with them. So did the Portuguese fleet. They sailed for Brazil under British naval escort, and Juno could do nothing but stand on the quayside and watch. The prize had slipped away across the Atlantic. Still, French boots were now on Iberian soil, and there was no intention of removing them. In Spain, a vicious family quarrel had been tearing the royal household apart for months. King Charles IV, weak-willed and dominated by his deeply unpopular minister Manuel Godoy, found himself locked in a power struggle with his own son, Ferdinand. The conflict boiled over in the mutiny of Aranjuez, a violent upheaval that forced Charles to abdicate. Ferdinand seized the throne. The country was in chaos. And into that chaos, the emperor saw an opportunity. He summoned both father and son to the French city of Bayonne under the pretense of mediating their dispute. It was a trap, of course. Once the two men were isolated on French soil, he subjected them to a campaign of intimidation. He made no effort to disguise his contempt. They are the most wretched family in existence, he reportedly said. By the time it was over, both Charles and Ferdinand had renounced their claims to the Spanish throne entirely. The Bourbons were finished. In their place, the emperor installed his older brother, Joseph Bonaparte, as king in Madrid. He assumed the Spanish people would welcome it. A fresh start, a modern administration, an end to the corruption of the old regime. It was a spectacular miscalculation. Spain was a country of 10.5 million people, and woven through every village and valley was the Catholic Church, a vast institution that functioned almost as a parallel state. 200,000 clergy, 2,000 monasteries. The church owned enormous tracts of land, ran schools, administered welfare, and held a kind of moral authority over rural life that no foreign power could hope to replicate. When Joseph's new government moved almost immediately to suppress 2/3 of the country's convents and monasteries, the reaction was ferocious. For millions of ordinary Spaniards, this was an attack on the fabric of their world. Geography worked against the French too. In places like the Low Countries or northern Italy, the occupation had been relatively straightforward. Those regions were urbanized, with established municipal bureaucracies and a commercial class willing to cooperate. Spain was different. The population was overwhelmingly rural and scattered across vast distances, governed by a landed nobility that had little dependence on urban supply chains. There was no centralized administrative machinery in the countryside for the French to seize hold of. They could take cities, but they couldn't take Spain. The spark came on the 2nd of May, 1808, the Dos de Mayo. French troops in Madrid attempted to escort the last remaining members of the royal family out of the city, and the people of the capital simply snapped. Citizens attacked the French with paving stones, kitchen knives, boiling water, whatever they could lay their hands on. A street battle erupted that left hundreds dead. Marshal Joachim Murat, commanding the garrison, responded with a savagery calculated to terrify. He unleashed the Mameluke cavalry of the Imperial Guard, who rode through the civilian crowds, cutting people down in the streets. The next morning, French firing squads lined up hundreds of captured insurgents on the Principe Pio Hill. and shot them. Francisco Goya would later paint those executions, and his images remain among the most harrowing depictions of war ever committed to canvas. News of the massacre spread fast. Across the provinces, uprisings broke out, organized by local juntas, regional councils that drew their authority from existing power structures. The local nobility rallied their tenants. The clergy rallied their congregations. But even in their shared hatred of the French, these councils were divided. Reactionary factions, the serviles, fought to preserve aristocratic and clerical privilege. Liberal factions, the liberales, saw the crisis as a chance to push for constitutional reform, legal equality, an end to the old feudal order. The two sides needed each other to fight the war. They also despised each other. This contradiction would hamper the resistance for years and sow chaos long after the last French soldier had left. In July of 1808, the myth of French invincibility died in the plains of Andalusia. At the Battle of Bailén, General Pierre Dupont found his army exhausted, dehydrated, and completely surrounded by Spanish regulars and armed peasants. He surrendered his entire corps. 18,000 men laid down their weapons. It was an unprecedented humiliation, and the news sent shockwaves across every occupied nation in Europe. If the French could be beaten in open battle, then perhaps the war could be won. Britain moved quickly. An expeditionary force landed in Portugal under the command of Arthur Wellesley, a methodical, sharp-eyed officer who understood defensive warfare the way a watchmaker understands gears. At Vimeiro, he repelled Junot's frontal assaults with carefully timed volleys of infantry musketry. It was precise, economical, devastating, and it was a preview of the kind of fighting that would define the British campaigns in the peninsula for years to come. What followed was a guerrilla war, the term itself literally meaning little war, and it bled the French occupation white over the next 5 years. Out in the countryside, French taxation, forced conscription, and aggressive requisitioning drove the peasantry into the mountains. These Spanish partisans knew every ridge and ravine. They ambushed supply convoys, assassinated isolated couriers, and vanished back into terrain the French couldn't hope to navigate. The result was that the occupation only ever controlled the ground directly beneath its soldiers' feet. Step off the main road, and you were in enemy territory. The violence escalated beyond anything resembling conventional warfare. Both sides abandoned the old rules entirely. French soldiers burned villages, assaulted the inhabitants, executed clergy. Spanish guerrillas tortured captured Frenchmen, boiling them alive, burying them to the neck in the dirt, nailing them to trees along the rural highways. Each atrocity justified the next, a grinding cycle of cruelty that consumed the countryside. To protect his vital base in Lisbon, Wellesley constructed the lines of Torres Vedras, a vast network of forts, redoubts, and trenches stretching from the Atlantic coast to the Tagus River. When Marshal Massena advanced into Portugal with the French army, he hit this wall and could go no further. The countryside behind the lines had been deliberately stripped bare. Massena's men found nothing to eat, nothing to forage. They starved in the desolate landscape for weeks before pulling back in a disastrous retreat. At its height, over 250,000 French soldiers were pinned down across Spain. They chased a phantom enemy through the mountains, an enemy they could wound but never kill. And all the while, Wellesley's Anglo-Portuguese regulars operated from their secure coastal supply base, striking when the moment was right, withdrawing when it wasn't. The peninsula became an open wound in the side of the empire, one that would never heal. And while those hundreds of thousands of soldiers bled and starved across the Iberian interior, the ripples of the crisis were traveling outward, far beyond Europe. The collapse of traditional trade routes and the sheer absorption of military attention on the continent had created an enormous vacuum at the edges of the established order. Ancient empires in the Middle East began to fracture. Colonial authorities in the Americas sensed that the grip of their European masters was loosening. The global order, already strained to breaking, was about to be renegotiated violently by powers that had been waiting for exactly this kind of opportunity. Chapter 10: The Global Fringes. While the great powers of Europe battered one another across familiar ground, the tremors of their conflict reached far beyond the continent. Across oceans and mountain ranges, in places most Europeans could barely find on a map, the wars remade entire civilizations. And it's to those distant fronts that we turn now, where the consequences were every bit as dramatic and often a good deal bloodier. In Istanbul, the Ottoman Sultan Selim III had watched the rise of European military power with growing alarm. His response was a sweeping reform program called the Nizami Sedid, which aimed to drag the Ottoman army into the modern age. New infantry units were raised, dressed in European-style uniforms, and drilled to Western commands. They bypassed the old military hierarchy entirely. And the Janissaries, that ancient warrior class who held enormous political and social influence, saw the whole thing as a betrayal of tradition, of their status, of Islam itself. In May of 1807, auxiliaries known as the Yamaks mutinied along the Bosphorus. The Janissaries and the conservative clerics rallied behind them almost immediately. They marched on the Topkapi Palace, demanding the heads of the reformist ministers. Selim was deposed, locked away in the royal cages, and eventually murdered by his own cousins to make sure he could never reclaim the throne. Meanwhile, the Ottoman Empire was fighting a grinding war against Russia across the Danubian principalities and the rugged Caucasus. Russian forces under Mikhail Kutuzov achieved a decisive encirclement at the Battle of Slobozia. The Treaty of Bucharest, signed in 1812, forced the Ottomans to hand over Bessarabia. For Russia, the timing was fortunate. It secured their southern flank, just as Napoleon's army was preparing to cross the Niemen. Further south, in Serbia, a fierce local rebellion had erupted against the Dahije, corrupt Janissary commanders who had murdered prominent Serbian nobles. The uprising was led by Karađorđe, a wealthy pig trader with no patience for diplomacy. What began as a localized revolt quickly became a full-scale war for independence, a sign of how badly Ottoman authority had frayed across its European provinces. Deep in the Caucasus, Russia was expanding aggressively, annexing Georgian kingdoms and clashing with the Qajar dynasty of Iran. Fath Ali Shah, desperate for a European ally, turned to France. The Treaty of Finkenstein in 1807 promised French military aid and the return of lost territories in exchange for Iranian support against British India. A French military mission under General Gardain duly arrived in Tehran, setting up cannon foundries and drilling Iranian soldiers in modern tactics. It all evaporated the moment the Treaty of Tilsit was signed. France abandoned its Iranian partners overnight to appease Russia. British diplomats moved in immediately. Sir John Malcolm and Sir Harford Jones arrived with generous financial subsidies, modern firearms, and experienced military advisors. Even so, Iranian forces suffered a crushing defeat at Aslandus. The Treaty of Gulistan in 1813 forced Iran to permanently cede its Caucasian territories to Russia. It was a pattern that played out again and again across the globe during these years. One alliance collapsed, another filled the gap, and the people caught in the middle paid the price. Britain, for its part, was busy dismantling the overseas colonies of every rival it could reach. In 1806, a heavily armed fleet arrived off the Dutch Cape Colony in South Africa. British infantry defeated the Dutch defenders at Blouberg, securing the vital sea route to the Indian Ocean. That same year, acting entirely without official authorization, Commodore Sir Home Popham sailed across the Atlantic and captured Buenos Aires, physically seizing the colonial treasury. The local Spanish authorities fled, leaving the city's defense to ordinary citizens. Those citizens organized a massive urban militia under Santiago de Liniers. They fought the British occupation in fierce street-to-street combat, pouring boiling water from the flat rooftops and dropping heavy paving stones onto the soldiers below. The British commander, William Beresford, was forced into unconditional surrender. A revenge expedition under General Whitelock arrived the following year and fared even worse. He ordered his men to march down the narrow streets without firing, straight into fortified barricades. The casualties were catastrophic. Whitelock signed a total capitulation and evacuated the region entirely. In the Indian Ocean, French privateers operating from the Mascarene Islands were bleeding British commercial shipping dry. Lord Minto, the Governor-General of India, launched an amphibious invasion in 1810. British and Indian sepoy forces overwhelmed the French garrison on the Ile de France, renamed the island Mauritius, and turned their attention to the Dutch East Indies. The following year, a massive armada landed on Java. British forces stormed the fortified Dutch encampment at Meester Cornelis in brutal hand-to-hand fighting. The capture of Java cemented British dominance across the entire Eastern Hemisphere. And then there was Spain's collapsing empire in the Americas. When Madrid fell into political chaos, local elites across the colonies refused to recognize Joseph Bonaparte. Independent juntas sprang up in Caracas, Buenos Aires, and Bogota. What started as movements loyal to the deposed Ferdinand VII soon radicalized into full wars of independence. In Mexico, the radical priest Miguel Hidalgo issued the Grito de Dolores in September of 1810, triggering a massive peasant uprising. Tens of thousands of indigenous and mestizo insurgents marched on Mexico City, armed with machetes and farming tools. In South America, Simón Bolívar launched his legendary admirable campaign, crossing the freezing Andes to liberate Venezuela. He declared a war to the death, decreeing that any Spaniard who did not actively support independence would be executed. These were not sideshows. The decisions made in the palaces of Paris and London dictated the survival of ancient dynasties in Tehran, the shifting borders of the Balkans, the control of the Javanese spice trade, and the violent emergence of new republics across the Western Hemisphere. The wealth extracted from all of these far-flung territories poured back into the British war machine, funding the subsidies that kept France's enemies armed and fighting. And for every French victory on the continent, that ocean of foreign capital ensured it remained temporary, forcing Paris to demand ever more from an already exhausted population. Chapter 11. The Zenith and the Cracks. By 1809, the strain of holding an empire together by force of will and cannon fire had begun to show. Austria, humiliated in previous wars and stripped of territory, had spent the intervening years quietly rebuilding. Archduke Charles modernized the army from top to bottom, adopting the French corps system, expanding his artillery, and stoking something new among his soldiers, a genuine sense of German national pride. When the moment came, The Austrians struck hard and fast, pouring troops into Bavaria, while the bulk of France's veteran forces were tangled up fighting guerrillas across Spain. The army that scrambled to respond was a changed thing. Teenage conscripts filled its ranks, alongside vast contingents of Allied troops drawn from the Confederation of the Rhine. These were capable soldiers, many of them, but the force that had swept across Europe just a few years earlier had been reshaped in ways that would matter on the battlefield. And it showed. In the Tyrolean Alps, a spontaneous uprising erupted against the French-backed Bavarian authorities. It was led by an innkeeper named Andreas Hofer, a charismatic figure who rallied deeply conservative mountain communities enraged by secular French laws and Bavarian conscription quotas. The Tyroleans fought with devastating improvisation. They ambushed columns in narrow alpine passes, sending boulders and timber crashing down cliff faces onto the soldiers trapped below. It was ugly, effective, and impossible to stamp out quickly. Meanwhile, the main French army pushed east along the Danube Valley and captured Vienna for the second time in 4 years. The city offered little resistance. But crossing the river proved far more dangerous than taking the capital. Hastily built pontoon bridges carried the French vanguard to the northern bank, near the villages of Aspern and Essling. Then the Austrians sent heavy barges loaded with stones downstream to smash the bridges apart, stranding the advance force against the water with no way back. What followed was the first major personal defeat of the Emperor's career. For 2 full days, French infantry fought house to house under point-blank artillery fire. When they finally withdrew back across the river, they left behind thousands of dead and wounded. Among the casualties was Marshal Lannes, one of Napoleon's oldest companions. A cannonball shattered both his legs, and he died days later in agonizing delirium. The loss hit the high command hard. The French retreated to the island of Lobau, sitting in the middle of the Danube, and spent 6 weeks turning it into a fortified staging ground. Engineers drove bridge supports deep into the riverbed, building crossings sturdy enough to carry the entire army at once. There would be no repeat of the disaster at Aspern. The Battle of Wagram, fought in July of that year, involved over 300,000 men. It was the largest engagement in European history up to that point. The French deployed a grand battery of more than 100 cannons, hammering the Austrian centre with continuous fire that blanketed the plains in choking smoke. To break the line, General MacDonald formed 8,000 men into a colossal hollow square and marched them straight into a crossfire of canister shot. The formation was torn to pieces. Bodies piled thick along the path of advance, but the sheer weight of the column punched through, and the Austrians fell back. The peace that followed was punishing. Austria lost 3 million subjects, paid an enormous indemnity, and surrendered all access to the Adriatic Sea. The harshness of it guaranteed that Austrian resentment would fester, and that Vienna would rejoin any coalition the instant French power looked vulnerable. The bloodshed at Aspern-Essling, combined with assassination plots back in Paris, had sharpened one question in Napoleon's mind. He needed an heir. The decision to divorce Josephine was cold and entirely political. She was in her late 40s and had not produced a child during their 14 turbulent years of marriage. In December 1809, in the Grand Cabinet of the Tuileries, she read a prepared statement of devotion to the state, then collapsed into sobs and had to be carried from the room. Napoleon wept openly. He told those present that France's political destiny demanded the sacrifice. He married the 18-year-old Archduchess Marie-Louise of Austria, daughter of the emperor he had just defeated. Among the old revolutionary veterans, the union was deeply unpopular. She was the niece of Marie Antoinette. When a son was born in March 1811, 101-gun salute echoed across Paris, and an extravagant silver-gilt cradle was presented to the infant. The dynasty, it seemed, was secured. Beneath the celebrations, though, the empire was fracturing. The demand for fresh troops never let up. Armed flying columns scoured the countryside hunting draft dodgers who had fled into forests to avoid conscription. Villages lost their young men systematically, leaving the fields to women and the elderly. Some conscripts chopped off their own trigger fingers. Others knocked out their front teeth so they couldn't bite open the paper musket cartridges required to load a weapon. When the flying columns found a fugitive's family, they quartered soldiers in the home, consumed the winter food stores, and imposed ruinous daily fines until the hiding son finally surrendered. The system worked in the sense that it produced soldiers. What it also produced was hatred. The continental system was already strangling the empire's own commercial hubs. The taxation needed to sustain a standing army of over 1 million men drained the satellite kingdoms dry. And in Russia, the alliance forged on that famous raft at Tilsit was falling apart. Tsar Alexander viewed the French-controlled Duchy of Warsaw as a direct military threat to his borders. In December 1810, he abandoned the continental system entirely, opening Russian ports to neutral ships carrying British goods and slapping punitive tariffs on French luxury imports. The economic defiance struck at the heart of French grand strategy. Negotiation was over. What came next would require every young man, every horse, and every sack of grain the empire could muster. Chapter 12. The March on Moscow. In the spring of 1812, something extraordinary gathered along the rivers and roads of Eastern Europe. Over 600,000 soldiers, drawn from virtually every corner of the continent, assembled into what was the largest army the world had ever seen. Italians, Poles, Germans, Swiss, and French marched alongside one another in a sprawling, multilingual column that stretched for miles. 200,000 horses pulled the cavalry, the artillery, and the enormous, cumbersome supply wagons. Polish lancers rode with hopes of winning a free homeland. Bavarian conscripts trudged forward with dread, dragged far from families to fight in a war they barely understood. The preparations had been exhaustive. Millions of rations were stockpiled in fortified depots along the Vistula River, loaded onto heavy wagons meant to follow the army east. And yet, the plan was flawed from the start. The distances involved over 800 kilometers from the border to Moscow far exceeded what early 19th century transport could manage. The roads of Eastern Europe were unpaved dirt tracks, and the iron-rimmed wagons sank into them almost immediately. The supply lines broke down within days of the campaign's opening. The army crossed the Niemen River in late June, entering Russian territory without a formal declaration of war. As Napoleon approached the riverbank, his horse stumbled and threw him to the ground. Someone on the general staff muttered, "That's a bad omen. A Roman would recross the river." The column pressed on regardless, flowing across 3 heavy pontoon bridges into the vast interior. The Russian High Command knew they were vastly outnumbered and chose to fall back. They retreated deep into their own territory, ordering a scorched earth policy as they went. Crops, livestock, shelter, anything of use was to be destroyed. The aim was simple: deny the French everything. But the cost of that strategy fell on the people who could bear it least. Russian serfs, living at subsistence level, watched as imperial officers and Cossack detachments arrived to burn their autumn harvests. For many, losing that grain meant starvation come winter. Some communities fought back, clashing with their own army in desperate skirmishes to protect what little they had. In the end, the Russian state torched its own countryside far more thoroughly than the French vanguard ever managed, creating a wasteland of starving civilians long before the invaders arrived. The retreat caused fury within the Russian officer corps. Barclay de Tolly, the Minister of War, orchestrated the withdrawal with cold discipline. But commanders like Prince Bagration viewed the constant surrender of Russian soil as a profound humiliation. He raged openly against his superiors, demanding a chance to stand and fight. The ordinary soldiers felt much the same, marching eastward in simmering confusion, unable to understand why they were giving their country away without a battle. Meanwhile, the heat of the Russian summer was already destroying the Grande Armée from within. Sudden thunderstorms turned the dirt roads into knee-deep swamps, halting the wagons and forcing thirsty soldiers to drink from stagnant, infected puddles. Typhus and dysentery swept through the tightly packed columns, killing tens of thousands of men before they had fired a single shot. Within the first month, over 80,000 horses died of starvation and exhaustion, their bloated bodies lining the route. Without light cavalry, the French lost their ability to scout Russian positions or forage for food in the surrounding countryside. The army was going blind. The first major clash came at Smolensk in August. The Russians fortified the city's massive medieval walls and repelled repeated French assaults. Artillery bombardment ignited the wooden buildings inside, turning the city into a raging inferno. Then, under cover of night, the Russian army slipped away, leaving the French to occupy a smoldering ruin. Charred civilian corpses lay in the streets, survivors picked through the wreckage of their homes. The loss of Smolensk pushed morale to a breaking point, and Tsar Alexander finally intervened. He appointed General Kutuzov to overall command, a veteran respected enough to hold the fractured officer corps together. Kutuzov halted the retreat at a small village called Borodino, 120 kilometers west of Moscow, and ordered the construction of massive earthen fortifications packed with hundreds of artillery pieces. The battle, on the 7th of September, was a brutal frontal slugfest. French infantry walked directly into Russian cannon fire, sustaining horrific casualties just to reach the base of the earthworks. Inside the redoubts, the fighting became hand-to-hand bayonets, clubbed muskets, bare fists. The positions changed hands again and again throughout the day. Napoleon's marshals begged him to commit the Imperial Guard and finish the thing. He refused. At 800 leagues from France, I will not have my guard destroyed. The decision allowed the battered Russian army to withdraw in good order under darkness. Over 70,000 men lay dead or wounded on the field. Thousands more, lacking medical supplies, were left to die on the freezing open ground. The French entered Moscow on the 14th of September, expecting a formal surrender. They found a ghost city. The governor had ordered the population evacuated and released criminals from the prisons with incendiary devices and orders to burn it all. Fires broke out almost immediately, fanned by high winds, raging for 4 days and consuming 4/5 of the city. French soldiers looted the burning mansions, stumbling through smoke in stolen silk gowns, clutching silver plates, still desperately short of bread. Napoleon lingered in the ashes for 5 weeks, waiting for the Tsar to sue for peace. Alexander ignored every message. He knew the winter was coming. The first heavy snow fell in mid-October. The army would starve if it stayed. The retreat began on the 19th of October, the column burdened with looted treasure and thousands of civilian camp followers. Russian forces blocked the southern route of Maloyaroslavets, pushing the French back along the same devastated road they had marched in summer. There was nothing left to eat. Temperatures dropped to -30. Men without winter clothing wrapped themselves in stolen carpets and raw animal skins. Frostbite claimed fingers and noses. Starving soldiers ate their dying horses raw. Cossack cavalry and partisan bands harassed the flanks constantly, cutting down anyone who fell behind. Entire regiments of Italian and German conscripts dropped dead in the snowdrifts, thousands of kilometers from home. In early December, reading reports of a coup attempt back in Paris, Napoleon handed command to Marshal Murat and slipped away in a fast sleigh, traveling incognito across hostile German territory. He left his dying army behind to secure his political grip on the capital. The final agony came at the Berezina River in late November. Russian armies closed in from 3 directions, trapping the remnants against the western bank. Dutch engineers under General Eblé worked chest-deep in the freezing water, wrestling wooden trestles into the current to build 2 fragile bridges. Nearly all of them died of hypothermia afterward. When Russian artillery began dropping shells into the mass of stragglers waiting to cross, panic erupted. Thousands were trampled to death or drowned in the ice-choked river. The core of the army escaped, but the Grande Armée was finished. Hundreds of thousands of dead lay scattered across the snow behind them. Across the Atlantic, the same economic warfare that had driven the army into Russia was igniting a second conflict. The Continental System and the British Orders in Council had strangled neutral American shipping for years. Infuriated by the seizure of their vessels and the impressment of their sailors, the United States declared war on Britain and launched a disastrously uncoordinated invasion of Canada. The war featured surprising American naval victories in single-ship engagements, proof that the policies shaping the catastrophe in Russia had dragged a distant continent into the same widening fire. The destruction of the Grande Armée shattered the spell that had held Europe in submission. 500,000 men were gone. The imperial center lay exposed. Across the continent, former allies sensed the weakness, broke their treaties, and began to mobilize. The survivors, limping back across the Rhine, would find no rest. A unified coalition was already forming behind them, armed and determined, ready to drive them all the way back to Paris. Chapter 13. The Battle of the Nations. The news from Russia arrived in fragments. Rumors at first, then dispatches, then the hollow faces of survivors trudging westward through the German snow. The Grande Armée, that vast instrument of imperial will, had been swallowed whole by the Russian winter, and across Central Europe, people began to sense that something fundamental had shifted. In December of 1812, General York von Wartenberg, commanding the Prussian corps that had been forced to march alongside the French, signed the Convention of Tarocken. His troops would fight no more for Paris. It was a spontaneous act of defiance, and it lit a fuse that ran straight through the German heartland. Prussia formalized the break in February of 1813, signing the Treaty of Kalisz with Russia and pledging 80,000 soldiers to the cause. King Frederick William III issued his proclamation, An mein Volk, calling directly upon the people to rise in a war of national liberation. He introduced the Iron Cross, a military honor awarded regardless of social class. The Sixth Coalition had its call, and back in Paris, the imperial administration scrambled. The desperation was total. Depots were stripped bare. The conscription classes of 1814 were called up a full year early. These raw recruits, many of them teenagers, were nicknamed the Marie-Louises after the empress who signed the decrees that sent them to war. They arrived at the German front lacking uniforms, horses, and basic training. The army that had once been the most feared professional fighting force in Europe now looked like something else entirely. Even so, the French managed hard-fought victories at Lützen and Bautzen that May, but without enough cavalry to pursue the retreating Russo-Prussian forces, those wins led nowhere. The enemy fell back in good order, preserved their strength, and waited. Both sides were bleeding badly. A summer armistice was agreed. It would prove to be a fatal pause, because during those weeks of quiet, Austria made up its mind. The decisive moment came in Dresden, inside the Marcolini Palace, where the Emperor met the Austrian Foreign Minister Clemens von Metternich for 9 volatile hours. Metternich laid out his terms. Dismantle the Grand Empire. Return France to its natural borders. The Emperor refused with fury, reportedly hurling his hat to the ground. I know how to die. He said, but I will not yield an inch of territory. Metternich left the room with a quiet certainty. You are lost, sire, he told him. Austria joined the coalition. The Allied force now numbered over 800,000 men, operating under the Trachenberg Plan, a coordinated strategy designed to avoid engaging the Emperor directly while picking off his isolated marshals one by one. It all came to a head in October of 1813, outside the Saxon city of Leipzig. Over 500,000 soldiers converged on a single area, along with thousands of artillery pieces. The engagement lasted 3 days. Russian, Prussian, Austrian, and Swedish armies pressed inward from every direction, grinding the outnumbered French into a shrinking perimeter. The artillery bombardment shook the ground for miles. Black powder smoke hung so thick over the field that men could barely see the ranks beside them. And then the Saxon allies mutinied, turning their cannons on the French and firing point blank into the lines of their former comrades. The retreat through Leipzig's narrow streets turned into catastrophe. A terrified corporal prematurely blew the only stone bridge over the swollen Ulster River. 30,000 French soldiers were trapped on the wrong bank. Men threw themselves into the freezing water under Russian sniper fire. Marshal Poniatowski, who had received his marshal's baton just days earlier, drowned in the current. What remained of the army limped back across the Rhine, carrying typhus into mainland France and abandoning everything east of it. The German states, the Confederation of the Rhine, the Dutch territories, all gone. By early 1814, nearly 400,000 Allied soldiers had crossed the French frontier, marching on Paris from multiple directions. And here, fighting on his own soil, the Emperor produced something remarkable. During the 6 days campaign in February, he maneuvered a force of just 30,000 men to win 4 distinct engagements at Champaubert, Montmirail, Château-Thierry, and Vauchamp, effectively destroying the vanguard of Blucher's Prussian army. It was brilliant, mobile, furious generalship, but it changed nothing. The coalition simply went around him and marched on the undefended capital. Marshal Marmont, commanding the Paris garrison, negotiated a secret capitulation and marched his entire corps into Austrian lines. At Fontainebleau, the senior marshals blocked his path. Michel Ney told him plainly that the army would not march on Paris, it would obey its generals. The Emperor drafted his abdication, first trying to preserve the throne for his infant son, then surrendering unconditionally when the Allies refused. That night, alone, he swallowed a vial of poison he had carried since Russia. The mixture had degraded over time. It made him violently sick, but did not kill him. He survived and was made to face what came next. Chapter 14. The 100 Days. The island of Elba sits between Corsica and the Italian mainland, a rugged, sun-baked place home to around 12,000 people. It was here that the deposed emperor was granted sovereignty under the terms of the Treaty of Fontainebleau. He arrived aboard the British frigate HMS Undaunted in May of 1814 and immediately set about governing the island with the same frantic energy he had once applied to an entire continent. He designed new roads, expanded iron ore mines, reformed agricultural taxes. It was as though the habits of empire could not be switched off, even when the empire had shrunk to a speck in the Mediterranean. The whole setup was a strange miniature replica of what he'd built before. There was a tiny royal court, a personal guard of 600 veteran soldiers who had followed him voluntarily into exile, and a naval fleet consisting of a single brig called the Inconstant. His mother Letizia and his sister Pauline came to keep him company and help with money, which he badly needed. The restored French government had promised him a pension of 2 million francs. They never paid him. The little administration teetered on the edge of bankruptcy almost from the start. Meanwhile, secret couriers brought him a steady stream of reports from the mainland. The news was extraordinary. King Louis XVIII, who had returned to Paris in what many described as the baggage train of the Allies, was deeply unpopular. The Bourbon government had retired thousands of veteran officers on half pay, replaced the tricolour with the old white flag, and made noises about returning confiscated lands to aristocratic émigrés who had fled during the Revolution. 25 years of social progress felt suddenly under threat. The army was furious. The countryside was restless. And on Elba, the exile was paying very close attention. He also learned that the Congress of Vienna was discussing whether to move him somewhere far more remote, somewhere deep in the Atlantic, beyond any hope of return. That was the final push. A secret departure was planned for late February of 1815. He waited until the British guard ship was temporarily absent, and then, under cover of darkness, the small flotilla slipped out of the harbour at Portoferraio. Just over 1,000 armed men sailed with him. They landed completely unopposed on the southern French coast at Gulf Juan. The column moved quickly northward through snow-covered alpine passes, deliberately avoiding royalist strongholds in the Rhone Valley and sticking to the working-class regions of the Dauphiné, where sympathy ran high. The moment that defined everything came just south of Grenoble, at the village of Lafray. A battalion of the 5th Line Infantry had been deployed across the road with orders to shoot him on sight. He walked out, ahead of his own guards, entirely alone, straight toward the leveled muskets. He opened his grey overcoat and called out, "Soldiers of the 5th, do you recognize me? If there is any among you who would kill his emperor, here I am." The line broke. Soldiers wept, rushed forward, and embraced his boots, shouting, "Vive l'Empereur!" After Lafray, the march on Paris became a bloodless procession. Thousands of soldiers deserted the Bourbon cause and joined the advancing column. Cheering peasants lined the roads through every town. Marshal Ney, who had personally sworn to Louis XVIII that he would bring the usurper back in an iron cage, defected with his entire command. The king fled the Tuileries Palace in the middle of the night and crossed into Belgium. And so, without a single shot fired, the returning emperor was carried up the grand staircase of the palace by a mob of hysterical supporters. He had reclaimed the seat of power. The desperate, fragile period known as the 100 Days had begun. The response from the powers assembled at the Congress of Vienna was immediate. On the 13th of March, 1815, they issued a joint declaration that was unprecedented in international law. He was proclaimed an outlaw, outside the protection of civil and social relations, an enemy and disturber of the tranquility of the world, who had rendered himself liable to public vengeance. Over 700,000 Allied troops began to mobilize. To survive, he had to strike before they could converge. The newly formed Army of the North advanced rapidly across the Sambre River into Belgium, aiming to split the Anglo-Dutch army under Wellington from the Prussian army under Blücher. The initial maneuvers caught the coalition off guard. On the 16th of June, he struck the isolated Prussians at Ligny, a brutal, concentrated infantry fight in the burning streets of a small village. The French won, but the victory was undercut by Marshal Ney's failure at the simultaneous Battle of Quatre Bras, where he didn't secure the vital crossroads and allowed Wellington to withdraw in good order. A torrential rainstorm on the 17th turned the Belgian countryside into a deep quagmire and slowed the French pursuit. Wellington used the delay to dig in along the ridge of Mont Saint-Jean, anchoring his flanks on the fortified farmhouses of Hougoumont and La Haye-Sainte. The Battle of Waterloo opened late on the morning of the 18th, delayed so the ground could dry enough for French artillery. The assault on Hougoumont, intended as a diversion, escalated into a grinding slaughter that swallowed entire French units without breaking the British right flank. Then Ney, misreading the movement of British casualties as a retreat, sent the heavy cavalry charging unsupported up the muddy slope against unbroken infantry squares. The cuirassiers went again and again. The British bayonets held. Late in the afternoon, the Prussians emerged from the woods to the east and struck the exposed French right at Plansois. It was the decisive blow. In desperation, the legendary Old Guard was committed in a final assault on Wellington Centre. Point-blank musketry shattered it. Panic spread through the French lines like fire through dry grass, and the Army of the North dissolved into a fleeing mob on the muddy slopes of Mont Saint-Jean. The political gamble of the 100 Days died on that field. He fled back to Paris, where the legislative chambers turned openly hostile. A second abdication followed. Then a desperate dash to the Atlantic coast, with Prussian cavalry units closing in behind him. At Rochefort, every escape route was severed by the Royal Navy blockade. There was nothing left to do. He surrendered on the deck of a British warship, formally and finally removed from the board. The powers who had spent over 2 decades fighting him could, at last, begin to rebuild. Chapter 15. The World Rebuilt. The formal surrender took place on the deck of HMS Bellerophon on the 15th of July, 1815. The deposed emperor handed himself over to Captain Frederick Maitland, apparently expecting political asylum somewhere in the English countryside, a quiet estate perhaps, a gentleman's retirement. The British government had other ideas. They were terrified of his political influence. Even now, even in defeat, they refused to recognize his imperial title. The ship was ordered to remain anchored offshore while they decided what to do with him. The decision, when it came, was brutally pragmatic. He would be exiled to the most remote, most inescapable place on Earth. He was transferred to HMS Northumberland and transported across the Atlantic to the island of St. Helena, a desolate volcanic rock jutting from the South Atlantic over 1,900 kilometers from the nearest point on the African coast and ringed by British artillery batteries. There would be no escape from this one. His designated residence was Longwood House, a former summer retreat for the East India Company perched on a damp, wind-blasted plateau. The conditions were genuinely miserable. Rats infested the building. The floorboards rotted from the constant damp. A thick, depressing fog routinely settled over the grounds, and the health of his entire French entourage deteriorated steadily in the gloom. It was the kind of place that seemed designed to make a person shrink. The relationship between the captive and the island's British governor, Sir Hudson Lowe, collapsed almost immediately into a petty, vindictive, psychological war. Lowe rationed the household's firewood and wine. He posted armed sentries outside the windows at night. He refused to deliver any mail addressed to the Emperor, insisting on the designation General Bonaparte. These were small, deliberate humiliations, administered with bureaucratic precision, and they ground on, day after day, year after year, in the fog. Stripped of all political power, the exile turned his immense, restless energy towards something he could still control. His legacy. Working closely with the devoted Emmanuel de la Casse, he dictated what would become the Mémorial de Sainte-Hélène, a massive text in which he carefully presented himself as a liberal martyr. In this version of events, his wars had all been defensive, fought against oppressive monarchies, waged to spread the progressive ideals of the French Revolution across a backward continent. It was, of course, a selective reading of history, but it was a compelling one, and it would prove enormously influential. His physical decline was rapid, severe abdominal pain, constant vomiting, a noticeable, alarming loss of body weight. He died on the 5th of May, 1821, at the age of 51. The subsequent British autopsy revealed a massive, perforated ulcer in his stomach. Stomach cancer, the same disease that had killed his father. The finding permanently dispelled the persistent rumors of arsenic poisoning by the British, though those rumors would linger in certain circles for generations. What happened next was unexpected. The British military garrison on the island, men who had spent their adult lives fighting against his armies across the mountains of Spain and the muddy fields of Belgium, filed past the small camp bed in solemn procession to view his body. Many of them wept openly. The sheer physical reality of the pale, emaciated corpse dissolved something. The terrifying, mythological monster of decades of British wartime propaganda simply wasn't there anymore. Just a dead man on a bed. There was an immense, heavy sense of finality among the ranks. He was dressed in the iconic green uniform of the chasseur à cheval of the Imperial Guard, the crimson ribbon of the Legion of Honor pinned in place. 4 nested coffins, tin, lead, mahogany, sealed the body. British grenadiers carried him in relays to a quiet, willow-shaded valley on the island, with full military honors. Even in death, the arguments continued. The British governor insisted the tombstone read Napoleon Bonaparte. The French entourage demanded the singular imperial Napoleon. Neither side would yield. And so the heavy stone slab that covered the muddy grave was left completely blank. While the captive had been slowly dying in the South Atlantic, the victorious powers of Europe had already convened the Congress of Vienna. Their task was enormous. They had to redraw the map of a continent that had been ripped apart over 20 years of continuous warfare. The negotiations were dominated by 4 figures: the conservative Austrian Foreign Minister Clemens von Metternich, the pragmatic British Foreign Secretary Viscount Castlereagh, the deeply mystical Tsar Alexander I of Russia, and the brilliant, slippery French diplomat Talleyrand. Talleyrand's performance was remarkable. Representing a defeated, occupied nation, he exploited the growing divisions between the victors over the fate of Poland and Saxony. He positioned France as the defender of smaller, vulnerable nations. He maneuvered the restored Bourbon monarchy back into the inner circle of great power decision-making. It was diplomatic manipulation of the highest order, and the overriding objective of the Congress, shared by all parties, was the restoration of the old balance of power. They wanted a conservative international system built to suppress any future democratic revolution, anywhere, at any cost. France was pushed back to its borders of 1790, forced to pay a crippling financial indemnity, and saddled with the deeply unpopular Bourbon monarchy under King Louis XVIII. To contain future French aggression, the Congress built strong buffer states along the borders. Belgium and Holland were merged into the United Kingdom of the Netherlands. Prussia received massive new territories in the industrial Rhineland. Austria regained its dominance over the Italian peninsula, erasing the modern republics that had been established over the previous 2 decades, and returning the region to a patchwork of conservative duchies ruled by Habsburg cousins. The Congress formally established the Concert of Europe, an unprecedented system of regular international congresses and mutual military guarantees. The major powers agreed to intervene across borders to crush liberal uprisings wherever they occurred. Monarchical stability came first. National self-determination came nowhere. This deeply conservative system would successfully prevent another continent-wide war for exactly 100 years, holding the line until the catastrophic outbreak of the First World War in 1914. The cost of the previous 2 decades was staggering. An estimated 5 to 7 million people had died during the continuous global warfare. The human toll extended far beyond the battlefields themselves. The relentless demands of annual conscription had reached deep into the countryside, pulling young men from their communities for years at a time. The demographic hole left village economies reeling. Families faced severe, grinding poverty, their structures permanently ruptured by the absence of sons and husbands. Hundreds of thousands of maimed veterans returned to their rural homes, missing limbs, permanently blinded by exploding black powder, or suffering from psychological trauma that had no name and no treatment. These men relied on overstretched church charities and inadequate state pensions for their daily survival. Continental industry had been crippled by the disruptions of the continental system and the deliberate destruction of bridges and roads by retreating armies. Britain emerged from the wreckage as the unquestioned global power. Its domestic industrial infrastructure was untouched. Its financial system in London was the most sophisticated on Earth. The Royal Navy was physically larger and more heavily armed than all other global navies combined. British merchants monopolized the markets of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The defeat of France marked the beginning of the Pax Britannica, a full century of imperial dominance that would shape the architecture of the modern global economy. The legacy of the fallen emperor, though, extended well beyond the battlefields. 2 decades of French occupation had fundamentally rewired the daily reality of life in annexed territories from Belgium to the Rhineland and the Italian peninsula. The centralized state administration had dismantled old feudal jurisdictions, abolished internal tolls, dissolved ancient urban guilds, and created unified national markets. Vast tracts of confiscated church and aristocratic lands had been auctioned off, transferring enormous wealth to an ascendant class of merchants and professionals. The state had taken control of education and welfare, introduced civil marriage, and granted legal emancipation to Jewish communities in states like Westphalia and the Italian republics. The Napoleonic Code established equality before the law and the inviolability of private property. Even after the French armies retreated, modernizing states retained these efficient legal frameworks. They formed the basis of civil law systems stretching from Latin America to the Middle East. The Congress of Vienna tried to cram these newly empowered social classes back into their old positions. The restored regimes favored aristocratic landowners and the returning church hierarchy. They attempted to reinstate ecclesiastical authority and feudal dues. This deeply alienated the new winners of the Napoleonic era, the propertied middle class, the professional administrators trained in uniform bureaucratic systems, and the religious minorities who had briefly tasted equal citizenship. You cannot reimpose feudal obligations on citizens who have spent 15 years holding legal title to their own land and paying uniform taxes under a modern legal code. The friction between the reactionary political settlement and the transformed social reality made the restoration structurally unstable from the start, and it served as the direct cause of the revolutions that would violently detonate in 1830 and 1848. The era forged national identities that would define the 19th century and beyond. The humiliation of the Prussian defeat at Jena triggered a wave of German cultural and political nationalism, sparking the long process that would culminate in the unification of the German Empire. The lived experience of the Kingdom of Italy, a unified administration, a modern national military, planted the seeds of the Risorgimento, giving Italian patriots a tangible memory of a united peninsula, free from Austrian domination. Those incredibly dense 51 years shattered the ancient assumption that political power and social status were ordained by divine right and noble birth. The rapid ascent of a minor, heavily accented provincial artillery officer to the throne of an empire stretching from Madrid to Moscow was proof of something. It demonstrated that an individual could forge their own destiny through intellect, willpower, and ambition. The concept of the career open to talents, where advancement was based on proven merit rather than aristocratic bloodline, became a permanent, disruptive ideal. It threatened every conservative monarchy on the planet and rewired the expectations of the emerging middle classes across Europe. In the decades after the death on St. Helena, the figure of the emperor rapidly transcended the historical reality of the man. Writers, poets, and philosophers across the continent, Goethe, Byron, Hegel, saw him as the embodiment of raw human potential. The world spirit on horseback, Hegel called him. A force that had ripped apart the stagnant feudal order to drag humanity into modernity. That a single life defined by immense bloodshed and strict dictatorial control could simultaneously become an enduring symbol of individual human agency speaks to the complexity of the legacy. It remains contested, heavily debated, and permanently woven into how we think about the limits of power and ambition. The blank stone slab in the remote Atlantic Valley marked the physical end of the general, sealing the era of massive cavalry charges and continent-spanning armies into the realm of history. The conservative monarchs gathering in the gilded halls of Vienna believed they had successfully turned back the clock, restoring the ancient, quiet obedience of the European populace. But the explosive ideals of nationalism, meritocracy, and rational civil law had had merely been forced underground, where they spread rapidly through intellectual salons and working-class taverns across the continent. The revolutions that would detonate in 1830 and 1848 would prove exactly how deeply the seeds of the imperial era had been planted, guaranteeing that the ghost of the emperor would continue to shape the political destiny of the world long after the guns had fallen silent. It is February 21st, 1965. In a crowded ballroom in Upper Manhattan, a tall, copper-skinned man steps to the podium to speak. Minutes later, he is lying on the stage, his chest torn apart by 21 gunshot wounds. An hour later, the man who terrified the most powerful nation on earth is pronounced dead. Tonight, we unravel the life of Malcolm X. To many, he remains a symbol of rage, the opposite of Martin Luther King. But the real Malcolm X was something else entirely. He was a man who changed how millions of people thought about race, power, and what they were willing to accept, whose words echo through every movement for black liberation that came after him, and whose story is the story of what happens when a black man in America refuses to ask politely, refuses to wait patiently, and starts telling the world exactly what this country does to its own people. Before we begin, please take a moment to like and subscribe. It really helps us fight against algorithmic censorship. And let us know in the comments which topics you'd like us to explore next. Now, settle in as we return to the deep south at the turn of the 20th century, where a carpenter's son is about to set his family on a path that will shake America to its core. This is the bedtime biography of Malcolm X. Chapter 1. A House on Fire. Earl Little was born in 1890 in Reynolds, Georgia, a manufacturing town where white mobs had lynched more than 500 black people in the decades since Reconstruction. He was a farmer's son with 3 years of schooling and hands that could shape wood into almost anything. That skill made him a good carpenter. It also made him a target. White laborers didn't care for a muscular, 6-foot-tall black man who could do the work as well as they could, maybe better, and who carried himself like he knew it. By 1917, Earl had left his first family behind and joined the Great Migration northward, eventually settling in Montreal. That's where he met Louise Langdon Norton. Louise had been born in Grenada in 1897. She was fair-skinned with long, flowing hair, and people often mistook her for white. Her complexion was the result of her mother's rape by a Scotsman, the fact she carried quietly. She was educated, fluent in French, a strong writer, and she'd emigrated to Canada alone at 19. The two married on the 10th of May, 1919. What drew them together, beyond whatever private tenderness passed between them, was a shared devotion to Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association. The UNIA became the backbone of their household. Garvey preached a gospel of black self-reliance and racial separation as a path to dignity. His movement had a flair for spectacle. Gaudy banners, honorary titles like Knights of the Nile, and it worked. Poor black families who had been told their whole lives to shrink found themselves standing a little taller. Earl and Louise moved to Omaha, Nebraska in 1921 to establish a local chapter, arriving just as the Ku Klux Klan was surging back to life across the American heartland. 4 years later, in 1925, hooded Klansmen surrounded the little home at night. Louise was pregnant. She stepped out onto the porch to face them while torchlight flickered across shattered window glass. Malcolm was born on the 19th of May at Omaha's University Hospital, Earl's 7th child. Sorry for the interruption. This is Charles from History After Dark, a channel that is entirely viewer-funded. I cannot produce these deep-dive documentaries without your direct support. A pledge of just a few dollars a month via Patreon or as a YouTube member provides the material base that keeps this channel alive. In return for your solidarity, you gain direct voting rights on future topics and a completely ad-free experience. Thank you. They moved again in 1929 to Lansing, Michigan, buying a farmhouse in a white neighborhood. They didn't know about the racial exclusion clause buried in the deed. White neighbors filed for eviction almost immediately. On the 8th of November, men doused the house in gasoline and set it alight. Malcolm's older brother Wilfred remembered it years later. When we woke up, fire was everywhere, and everybody was running into the walls and into each other, trying to get away. Earl fired a shot at the fleeing arsonists, but the fire department never came. The house burned to the ground. Police locked Earl up on suspicion of arson for insurance money. He'd actually let the policy lapse. The families scraped together what they could and settled on a 6-acre plot they'd later lose to a tax lien. Earl threw his fury into union meetings, held in members' homes, small gatherings where people lifted each other up with the chant Malcolm would never forget. Up, you mighty race. You can accomplish what you will. Malcolm was his father's favorite. He sat close and listened. Earl struggled to find steady work and clashed openly with Lansing's black middle class, people Malcolm would later call misguided and integration-seeking. Even as a boy, he noticed that the supposed black elite were really just waiters and shoeshine boys performing respectability for white approval. Meanwhile, the Black Legion, a vigilante group in black robes who policed local morals through whippings and humiliation, kept watch over families like the Littles. On the 8th of September, 1931, Earl left to collect money owed to him, despite Louise's uneasy feeling about the evening. Late that night, a police officer came to the door. Earl had been found near the streetcar tracks, critically injured. Wilfred snuck into the back of the hospital and saw the body. The streetcar had severed his father just below the torso, cut the left leg clean off, and crushed the right one. The coroner called it an accident. The neighborhood called it murder. What followed was a slow collapse. $1,000 insurance payout vanished into rent and dentist bills and funeral costs. Louise crocheted gloves and worked her garden plot to feed 8 children. Malcolm, meanwhile, avoided chores by lying under trees, spinning stories to anyone who'd listen. Hunger became ordinary. The family turned to a nearby Seventh-day Adventist church for help and adjusted their diet accordingly, dropping pork and rabbit. Malcolm started stealing food from local stores, which followed him like a smell through his integrated school. Welfare workers eventually placed him with neighbors, the Gohannas. Louise, jilted by a suitor who left her pregnant with her 8th child, began to unravel. By December of 1938, she was found walking barefoot through the snow, unable to say who she was. She was committed to Kalamazoo State Hospital. She would remain there for 24 years. Malcolm landed at the Ingham County Juvenile Home in Mason, a nearly all-white town, where he surprised everyone by excelling in class and getting elected president. His classmates called him Harpy because he talked over everybody. He was bright and loud and aware, constantly, of the distance between himself and the white world around him. Then, one afternoon, his English teacher, Richard Kaminska, told him that becoming a lawyer wasn't a realistic goal for a nigger. Carpentry, Kaminska suggested. That would suit him better. Malcolm's grades dropped. He grew hostile. Eventually, they expelled him. His half-sister, Ella, a sharp and worldly woman from Boston, had visited that summer and seen something worth saving. In February of 1941, Malcolm boarded a Greyhound bus heading east. He was nearly 16, wearing a dark green suit with sleeves too short for his wrists, watching the flat farmland of Michigan slide past the window and out of his life. Chapter 2. Zoot Suits and Stolen Watches. Boston hit Malcolm like a wall of noise. Ella lived in the Sugar Hill section of Roxbury, where the black middle class kept their lawns trimmed and their opinions to themselves. She wanted Malcolm to settle in, find respectable work, take his time getting to know the city. Malcolm lasted about a week before he wandered downhill into the other Roxbury, the one that pulsed with pool halls and dance joints and men in wide-brimmed hats who leaned against doorways like they owned the block. He was 15 years old and had never seen anything like it. His first real friend was a young man called Shorty, a fellow from Lansing who played saxophone and knew his way around. Shorty got Malcolm a job shining shoes at the Roseland State Ballroom, where big bands played and the air was thick with cigarette smoke and perfume. Malcolm learned fast. He learned how to hustle tips, how to steer customers toward bookies and bootleggers, and how to read a room for trouble. He also got his first conk, a process that involved slathering his hair with a burning paste of lye, eggs, and potatoes until the natural curl went straight. It hurt badly. He kept his head under the faucet and felt the sting run down his neck and ears. Years later, he'd call it his first act of self-degradation, the moment he began reshaping himself into someone the white world might find acceptable. But at 15, standing in front of the mirror in his first zoot suit with the wide shoulders and pegged trousers, he thought he looked magnificent. The zoot suit mattered. In wartime America, fabric was rationed, and wearing that much cloth was a small, deliberate act of defiance. Malcolm bought his on credit, a sky blue number, and wore it everywhere. He picked up the Lindy Hop at the Roseland and threw himself across the dance floor with a reckless energy that cleared space around him. He was tall and copper-skinned and loud, and people remembered him. Ella watched all of this with growing unease. She had pulled strings to get him out of Michigan, and here he was sliding into exactly the kind of life she'd hoped to steer him from. By 1943, Malcolm had moved to New York. He was 17. Harlem in the 40s was its own universe, dense with jazz clubs and churches and numbers, runners and preachers shouting on corners. Malcolm got a job as a sandwich seller on the New Haven Railroad, which gave him a legitimate reason to travel between Boston and New York. He used it. Soon he was selling marijuana to musicians backstage at Small's Paradise, a club on 7th Avenue where the bartenders danced while they poured. He fell in with a crowd that included a young comedian named Red Fox, who worked the kitchen. Malcolm's hair was dyed red from a botched conch job, and someone started calling him Detroit Red. The name stuck. His hustle escalated quickly. He moved from marijuana to cocaine, ran numbers, steered white thrill-seekers from downtown to after-hours joints in Harlem, where they could find whatever they were looking for. He carried a gun. He dodged the draft by walking into his selective service interview, acting erratic, telling the examiner he wanted to be sent south so he could organize black soldiers to kill white people. They classified him mentally disqualified. He went back to the streets the same afternoon. Harlem was getting dangerous for him. He'd crossed too many people, owed money in the wrong places, and a particularly bad dispute with a West Indian numbers runner named Archie nearly got him killed. Archie was older, respected, and had a photographic memory for every bet he'd ever taken. When Malcolm claimed a winning number and Archie couldn't find the slip, things turned ugly fast. Malcolm left New York with Archie's threat still ringing in his ears and went back to Boston, thinner and jumpier than when he'd left. What happened next had an almost amateur quality to it. Malcolm put together a burglary ring with Shorty, another friend, and two white women named Bee and Joyce, who could case wealthy homes without raising suspicion. They broke into houses across the affluent suburbs, stealing jewelry, furs, whatever they could carry. It went on for a few weeks. Then Malcolm brought a stolen watch to a repair shop and came back to collect it. The police were waiting. He was arrested in January of 1946. He was 20 years old. At sentencing, the judge gave Malcolm and Shorty 8 to 10 years each. The two white women, who had committed the same crimes, received sentences of 1 to 5. Malcolm would later say that the harshest charge against him in that courtroom wasn't burglary. It was the fact that he'd been keeping company with white women. He arrived at Charlestown State Prison in February, his zoot suit days behind him, Detroit red fading into someone else entirely. Chapter 3. The Convert. Prisoner number 22843 arrived at Charlestown State Prison in January of 1946 with a temper that could strip paint. He cursed out psychiatrists, caseworkers, anyone in a uniform. A prison report described him as colorful, cynical, amoral, fatalistic. The prognosis was poor. Charlestown itself had been built in 1805 and hadn't improved much since. The cells were cramped and overrun with mice. There was no plumbing. Once every 24 hours, inmates emptied their own waste buckets. Malcolm got high on ground nutmeg, which the prisoners had discovered worked as a mild hallucinogen. It also brought on bouts of depression and paranoia that left him worse off than before. His rages earned him a nickname among the other inmates. They called him Satan. He directed most of his fury at God and religion and anyone foolish enough to bring up either subject. And then he met a man called Bimby. John Elton Bimby was tall, light-skinned, a former burglar who could hold court on virtually anything. Thoreau, linguistics, history, philosophy. The other prisoners listened when Bimby talked, which was rare in a place like Charlestown. He told Malcolm in so many words that he had a brain and was wasting it. That landed. Malcolm enrolled in correspondence courses. He started using the prison library. He began copying the entire dictionary by hand, word by word, memorizing definitions and improving his penmanship until the hours bled together. He read late into the night by the dim glow that seeped into his cell after lights out, straining his eyes so badly that he'd eventually need glasses. Education became his way out, and in March of 1948 it worked. He was transferred to Norfolk Prison Colony, a facility that looked more like a college campus, with houses instead of cells and active debating clubs where inmates argued about politics and philosophy. It was at Norfolk that the letters started arriving from his siblings. They'd converted to something called the Nation of Islam, a sect that taught that black people were the original people and that whites were devils, created thousands of years ago by an evil scientist named Yakub. His brother Reginald wrote him a cryptic note: "Don't eat any more pork and don't smoke any more cigarettes. I'll show you how to get out of prison." Malcolm followed the instructions. When he refused pork in the dining hall, other inmates stared. He leaned in further. He accepted the theology. He believed it completely. Then came the correspondence with Elijah Muhammad himself. Malcolm drafted his first letter to the nation's leader 25 times before he was satisfied enough to send it. Muhammad wrote back, enclosing a $5 bill and words of encouragement. For a young man whose father had been killed and whose mother had been institutionalized, Muhammad filled a role that had been empty for years. Malcolm wrote to him daily, opening every letter with the same salutation, praising Allah and his holy servant. He even wrote to President Truman, declaring himself a communist and opposing the Korean War. That particular letter prompted the FBI to open a file on Malcolm. They never closed it. In late 1949, his brother Reginald visited and spoke badly of Muhammad, having been expelled from the nation for an affair with the secretary. The news shook Malcolm. He wrestled with it alone in his cell, and during that struggle he experienced a vision, a figure who was neither black nor white, light brown, with oily black hair and an Asiatic face. Malcolm believed this was Master W.D. Fard, the nation's messianic founder. Muhammad sent word that Reginald's punishment was Allah's chastisement. Malcolm accepted the explanation and moved on. He started converting other black inmates and agitating for religious rights. He demanded east-facing cells so Muslims could pray toward Mecca. He pushed for changes to the prison menu. The Boston Herald ran a story under the headline, "4 convicts turn Muslims, get cells looking to Mecca." The authorities responded by shipping him back to Charlestown, where the food gave him ulcers and conditions wore his body down. He kept reading. He studied the Bible and the Quran, side by side. At some point during this stretch, he signed a letter, Malcolm X, surprised, adopting the symbol for the original African surname that slavery had stolen. In June of 1952, the parole board reviewed his case and granted his release. He walked out of Charlestown on the 7th of August, wearing a cheap suit that hung off him. He had a small amount of money in his pocket. That evening he visited a Turkish bath to scrub off what he called the prison taint, and afterward he bought a new pair of glasses, a suitcase, and a wristwatch. The gates of Charlestown swung shut behind him, leaving 22843 in the past. The man stepping into the Detroit air was someone else entirely, disciplined, educated, lit up with a faith he intended to spread to every corner of the country. Chapter 4. The Minister's Grip. The world Malcolm stepped into looked nothing like the one he'd left 6 years earlier. He boarded a bus to Detroit, where his brother Wilfred was waiting. The household ran on discipline. Mornings began with ritual washing and prayer, the family facing east together before the day could properly start. Malcolm settled into it. He took a job at the cut-rate department store to satisfy his parole, and almost immediately noticed something that turned his stomach. Poor black families were being sold gaudy-looking junk on credit schemes that had them paying triple what the goods were worth. They couldn't access legitimate credit anywhere else, so they had no choice. He filed that away. In late August, a 10-car caravan carried the Detroit faithful south to Chicago. Malcolm was among them. At a temple on the south side, he saw Elijah Muhammad for the first time in person. A small man in a gold-embroidered fez who called out Malcolm's name from the podium and compared his devotion to that of Job. After the service, the group was invited to Mohammed's 18-room mansion on South Woodlawn Avenue. Malcolm asked him directly how to grow the movement. The answer was simple: go after the young. The older ones, Mohammed said, would follow through shame. Back in Detroit, he threw himself into recruiting with a kind of fever. He haunted pool halls and bars, back alleys and street corners, looking for anyone who might listen. One of his earliest converts was Joseph Gravitt, a destitute veteran who responded to Malcolm's authority and eventually became Captain Joseph, a formidable figure in his own right. By January of 1953, Malcolm had taken a job on the production line at the Ford assembly plant in Wayne. The monotony ate at him. He lasted until an FBI agent pulled him off the line to ask about his draft status for Korea. The military psychiatrist who examined him noted an asocial personality with paranoid trends. He was let go. By June, he'd quit manual labor entirely. Elijah Muhammad promoted him to minister and sent him to Boston to build Temple Number 11 from nothing. He used a member's home as his base, and within months, the recruitment had worked well enough that the temple was officially established. Then came Philadelphia in March of 1954, where he was sent to shake things up. The local leader was dismissed. Captain Joseph was installed in his place. The two of them made an odd pair. Malcolm, tall and angular, Joseph, short and muscular with a volatile streak. But it worked. That June, he arrived in Harlem to lead Temple Number 7. Over 1 million black residents lived in New York, but initial growth was slow. Harlem already had its share of nationalist voices, and a certain weariness hung over the community. Malcolm imposed structure, FOI drills on Mondays, Unity Night on Tuesdays, student enrollment on Wednesdays. He kept at it, week after week. By 1955, his reputation had grown enough that Chicago called him back for a 3-week membership drive, and he helped establish temples in Springfield, Hartford, and Atlanta along the way. Then came the night of April 26, 1957, and everything changed. 2 police officers beat an NOI member named Johnson Hinton on a Harlem street corner. When Hinton was dragged to the 28th precinct, Malcolm mobilized a silent column of Fruit of Islam members and marched them to the station house. Outside, a crowd of 4,000 gathered. Inside, he found Hinton bleeding and disoriented, denied medical attention. Malcolm demanded he be taken to Harlem Hospital. 100 Muslims marched through Harlem's busiest corridor behind the ambulance, and the NYPD had no idea what to do about any of it. The standoff at the precinct ended only when Malcolm raised his hand. The crowd, thousands of people, angry and restless, dispersed in minutes. One officer reportedly said that no one man should have that much power. The incident made Malcolm a hero in Harlem and forced the city's authorities to take the Nation of Islam seriously for the first time. He used that momentum. He started writing a column called God's Angry Men in the Amsterdam News. He hosted diplomats from Syria and Egypt at a gathering called the Feast of the Followers. He converted hundreds of old Garveyites who'd been skeptical of the Muslims. His schedule was relentless. 2 hours of sleep, constant coffee, until chest pains landed him in Sydenham Hospital that October. And still the crowds kept growing. 4,000 people at a Detroit lecture where he laid out his theory of the fox and the wolf, the idea that white politicians were either scowling predators or smiling ones who ate you just the same. It was around this time that a quiet resentment began to build among the Chicago circle who managed the messenger's affairs. Chapter 5. A gas station proposal. By 1958, Malcolm was effective, tireless, and, most problematically, unmarried. This had become a problem. A minister without a wife invited gossip, and gossip was something the nation could not afford. Marriage wasn't a matter of the heart, it was an obligation. His choice fell on Betty Sanders, a nursing student from Detroit who had joined the Harlem Temple back in '56. She was intelligent, composed, medium brown, and familiar with temple culture. Their courtship, if you could call it that, was stiff and formal. Their first date was a trip to the Museum of Natural History, planned so she could study exhibits useful for her temple teaching duties. He cancelled it hours before they were supposed to meet. Betty, who was not the type to let things slide, told him plainly, "Well, you sure waited long enough to tell me, Brother Minister." The proposal came on the 12th of January, 1958. He'd driven through the night from somewhere on the road and pulled into a gas station in Detroit. From a pay telephone booth, he called her and said, "Look, do you want to get married?" She said yes. 2 days later, they stood before a justice of the peace in Lansing, a hunchbacked white man who told Malcolm to kiss his bride at the end of the ceremony. Malcolm was so repulsed by the instruction that he hurried Betty out of the room. He would later mock what he called the Hollywood stuff that movie-addicted women had come to expect from weddings. The marriage was strained almost from the first week. He traveled constantly, sometimes gone for days at a stretch, moving between cities and temples with the restless energy that had always defined him. He believed, with real conviction, that women were inherently tricky and untrustworthy, and he kept Betty on a tight financial leash, controlling the household funds down to the last dollar. When their first daughter, Atala, was born in November of that year, he stayed just a single day before heading back out to Albany and Newark. Betty eventually packed up the baby and fled to a cousin's house. His response was blunt. "If you leave again, I'm not coming after you." Whatever fragile peace existed in the household was shattered on the 14th of May, 1958. Two detectives, Joseph Kiernan and Michael Bonura, showed up at the family's Queens duplex and tried to force their way through the side door. A scuffle broke out with several temple members inside. Someone hurled a bottle from an upper window. Kiernan fired 2 shots through the door. Betty and a woman named Minnie Simmons were dragged outside, lined up against the wall, and hauled to the 114th precinct. Malcolm raced back from Boston and launched into the press, calling the NYPD an occupying army in the black community. The trial that followed in March of '59 became the longest assault case in Queens history. The nation treated the courtroom like a stage. Fruit of Islam members sat in the gallery with notebooks, acting as stenographers, photographing every person who walked through the doors. Betty and Minnie were exonerated. On the courthouse steps, Malcolm told the crowd, "Any policeman who abuses you belongs in the cemetery." It was the kind of line that made headlines and made enemies in equal measure. That same summer, he left the country for the first time. He traveled to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Sudan, meeting with Anwar el-Sadat in Cairo and religious scholars at Al-Azhar University. He was often embarrassed by how little he knew of proper Arabic prayer rituals. His understanding of Orthodox Islam still sketchy at best. From the Kandara Palace Hotel in Jeddah, he wrote to the Pittsburgh Courier that the Saudi population ranged from regal black to rich brown, and that most Arabs would be right at home in Harlem. Something shifted in him during those weeks abroad. He began to sense that the nation's theology, the idea of the Asiatic black man, the rigid racial cosmology, sat uncomfortably beside the universalism he was encountering in mosques and lecture halls across the Force. Middle East. He returned home carrying these new doubts quietly. They would have to wait. His enemies in Chicago, Raymond Sharif, John Ali, were already whispering that the minister had grown too big, too visible, too independent. His marriage was fracturing. His fame was accelerating. And just as the private cracks were deepening, a television camera crew was preparing to do something no one had managed before. Pull back the curtain on the Nation of Islam and broadcast what they found to all of white America. Chapter 6. Into the Spotlight. In the summer of 1959, a television documentary changed everything. It was called The Hate That Hate Produced, put together by journalist Mike Wallace and a young black reporter named Louis Lomax. It aired on WNTA TV in July, and within hours, the Nation of Islam had gone from a little-known sect to front-page news across the country. The footage showed Elijah Muhammad addressing crowds in Washington. It showed the Fruit of Islam standing in formation, and the narration framed all of it as a dangerous, black, supremacist cult hiding in plain sight. The public reaction was immediate, an avalanche, as some described it. White Americans were alarmed. Civil rights leaders scrambled to distance themselves. Roy Wilkins of the NAACP compared the Muslims to the Ku Klux Klan, and Malcolm, who had spent years building the nation temple by temple, suddenly found himself defending the movement on a national stage. When Wallace pressed him, he fired back that the greatest compliment anyone could pay him was to call him irresponsible, if being responsible meant answering to white authorities. The strange thing about the documentary was that it worked in two directions at once. It horrified mainstream America, yes, but it also drew people in. Recruitment surged. Temples that had been half empty began filling up. Young black men and women who had never heard of the nation were now showing up at meetings, curious, angry, looking for something the civil rights movement hadn't given them. Malcolm understood the power of attention, even hostile attention, and so, by 1960, he launched a monthly newspaper called Muhammad Speaks. The idea was to control the narrative, to put the nation's message into print on their own terms. To get it off the ground, he recommended John X. Simmons, the secretary of Temple No. 7, for the role of National Secretary in Chicago. Simmons was eventually renamed John Ali. He would go on to become one of the most powerful figures inside the organization, and one of Malcolm's sharpest internal critics. That same year, Malcolm stepped into a new arena, the American University campus. It started with a radio debate against the Reverend William James on WMCA, and then the invitations kept coming. Harvard, Yale, standing room only crowds of mostly white students who wanted to hear him speak. He told them that token integration was a trap, designed to benefit only the middle-class Negroes who could be paraded as proof of progress while the rest were left behind. He challenged Roy Wilkins directly, pointing out that Jews and Catholics also claimed to be God's chosen people without being called a cult. The audiences didn't always agree with him, but they listened. That was new. Then came Fidel Castro. In September of 1960, the Cuban leader traveled to New York for the United Nations General Assembly. After a dispute with the Shelburne Hotel over his accommodations, Castro threatened to pitch a tent in Central Park. A Harlem Welcoming Committee had a better idea. They invited him to the Hotel Teresa, right in the heart of Black New York. Malcolm went to see him. The two spent about an hour together in a private meeting on the 19th of September, and the photographs went everywhere. Elijah Muhammad was furious. Malcolm ordered the Fruit of Islam into a 24-hour security detail around the hotel to protect Castro from anti-Cuban demonstrators, which only added to the spectacle. Back in Chicago, the whispers were getting louder. Members of Mohammed's family suspected Malcolm was angling for the top job, and plans were being drawn up to rein in his media appearances. He responded by doubling down on his public devotion. He was the one who first began referring to Elijah Muhammad as the Honorable, a title that stuck. He mediated a power struggle in Boston, where his own sister Ella had been trying to remove his protege Louis X. He sided with Louis. In November, he debated the civil rights strategist Bayard Rustin on WBAI radio. Rustin picked apart the nation's dream of a separate black state, calling it a conservative fantasy with no real plan behind it. Malcolm pushed back, but at one point conceded that if white Americans were to accept black people fully, without needing laws to force it, he might go along with that. It was a small crack in the armor, but it was there. Then came January of 1961. Muhammad sent Malcolm south to implement what was being called a Southern strategy. On the 28th of January, in Atlanta, he sat across a table from representatives of the Ku Klux Klan. He told them the nation wanted complete separation. He even offered to help identify white people who supported integration, traitors, as the Klan saw them. He justified the meeting to Muhammad afterward, pointing to their shared opposition to interracial marriage. But something about it sat wrong with him. It stayed with him long after he left that room, a discomfort he couldn't quite shake, like a stone in his shoe on a very long walk. Chapter 7. 7 Bullets at the Mosque. In January of 1961, Betty packed up the children and left for her birth father's house in North Philadelphia. She didn't make a scene about it, she just went. Malcolm called her from a payphone and heard something in her voice that stopped him cold. Suffering, real suffering, the kind she'd been carrying quietly for months. He wrote her a letter. This was unusual for Malcolm. He was a man of speeches, of podiums and microphones, of crowded rooms where his voice could fill every corner. But a love letter was something else entirely. He told her he appreciated what she'd endured during the birth of their daughter, Cubila. He enclosed $40, which was a great deal of money for him at the time. And tucked into that same letter, almost as a reflex, was a request that she handle some business details regarding a possible Muslim show at Carnegie Hall. Even in tenderness, the nation's work followed him everywhere. While Malcolm tended to his family from a distance, the organization he served was quietly coming apart at the seams. The secrets Malcolm had been tracking, the pregnancies of Elijah Muhammad's secretaries, and the subsequent abandonment of the children, were now moving from private whispers to public threats. The FBI's wiretaps were humming with the details, including how Muhammad's wife, Clara, felt he treated her like a dog. The Bureau even approved an anonymous letter to her, designed to deepen the cracks. Muhammad, meanwhile, moved to a luxurious home in Phoenix to maintain a degree of privacy. In July of 1962, Evelyn Williams drove to that house and left his illegitimate children on the doorstep after he refused to provide more than $300 a month for their care. That's when local police were called to investigate child neglect. The secrets held mostly within the nation's inner circle, but they wouldn't hold forever. Malcolm, for now, remained focused on the fight outside. That same January, he attended a lecture by Arthur Schlesinger Jr. at Atlanta University, where the Kennedy advisor classified the Nation of Islam alongside the Ku Klux Klan as a hate group. Malcolm confronted him during a follow-up session at Clark College, demanding to know his basis for the charge of black supremacy. The black press called it a victory. Schlesinger, they said, had been forced into a diplomatic withdrawal. The invitations kept coming. Howard University tried to host him in February of 1961, but the administration cancelled the lecture, nervous about its integrationist reputation. He finally appeared there in October, debating Bayard Rustin in front of 1,500 people. I stand before you, he told them, primarily as a black man. He attacked what he called the anemic Negro leader, who survived on gifts from white people and misrepresented the black masses. He spoke about post-colonial Africa and drew a line from newly liberated nations to the ghettos of American cities, framing them as occupied colonial territories. A month earlier, at Harvard's Sanders Theater, he'd warned a record-breaking crowd that Allah was giving America one last chance to repent before destroying white civilization. His rhetoric moved between sharp political analysis and apocalyptic religious prophecy, sometimes within the same paragraph. He met Maya Angelou after a riot at the United Nations in February, sparked by the murder of Patrice Lumumba. Authorities had blamed Malcolm and his so-called Muslim Brotherhood gang incorrectly. He warned Angelou that conservative leaders would eventually denounce her as a communist by August A. Philip Randolph had appointed him to the Emergency Committee for Unity on Action, his first real step into broad-based secular politics. The committee produced a blueprint for Harlem, demanding a $1.50 minimum wage and an end to discriminatory hiring. Then came Los Angeles. On the 27th of April, 1962, police raided the local mosque and shot 7 Muslims. Ronald Stokes, a Korean War veteran, was killed by a bullet through the heart, fired from behind while his hands were raised in surrender. Malcolm was beside himself. He began recruiting an assassination team from the Fruit of Islam. "What are you here for?" he demanded. "What the hell are you here for?" Elijah Muhammad said no. "Son, you don't go to war over a provocation." Malcolm obeyed, but the bitterness settled into him like something permanent, something prayer couldn't reach. Chapter 8. The Minister Goes Political. Within days of landing in New York, Malcolm organized a rally in Harlem. Standing before a crowd and drawing a line from the shooting of one Muslim in a Los Angeles mosque straight through to the beating of black men on sidewalks across the country, this was a civil rights matter now. He intended to make sure everyone knew it. He invited Adam Clayton Powell Jr. and other Harlem leaders to join a coalition against police brutality. It was a political move, and it cut against everything the messenger had taught about keeping the nation separate from the wider struggle. Other ministers noticed. John Shabazz pushed back, arguing that only a religious solution could address what ailed the community. But the minister pressed ahead anyway, sensing that the old boundaries were too narrow for what the moment demanded. Then came the plane crash. In June of 1962, a chartered flight went down outside Paris, killing 121 white passengers from Atlanta. At a rally in Los Angeles, the minister called it a very beautiful thing, evidence that God answers prayers. The words landed like a grenade. Martin Luther King Jr. moved quickly to distance the broader movement, telling reporters that the majority of black Americans harbored no such hatred toward whites. And in Washington, J. Edgar Hoover seized on the remark like a gift, circulating warnings to the French government that this man was the fanatical leader of an anti-white organization. It was, by any measure, a disaster. Meanwhile, the machinery of the nation ground on. At a rally in Detroit that same month, the minister was handed a letter from Raymond Sharif ordering every Muslim to secure no fewer than 2 new subscriptions to Muhammad Speaks per day. The quota was crushing. In Boston, 42 businessmen quit the mosque rather than meet it. One of them, Aubrey Barnett, was attacked in broad daylight by a crew from the nation after he left. They broke his ankle and fractured his vertebrae, right there in Roxbury, in the middle of the afternoon. Back in New York, the minister stood by the newspaper program, warning his followers that a time was coming when Muslims wouldn't be able to leave their homes. Whether he believed it or was simply holding the line, it was hard to tell. He kept moving. His rallies at the Hotel Theresa began to feature musical groups and guest speakers like Bayard Rustin, an effort to pull in a wider Harlem audience beyond the faithful. He was building something broader, even as the organization behind him tightened its grip. In August, he returned to Los Angeles to support 13 Muslims indicted for assault following the mosque raid. He claimed the jury had been cleared of black members. He took photographs of Donald Weiss, the officer who had killed Stokes, and let it be known that the pictures existed. The implication hung in the air like smoke. Elijah Muhammad's health was failing. Public appearances were cancelled, and control over the minister's movements grew tighter. The messenger told him that university lectures gained no converts, and ordered him to cancel his remaining college engagements. The coverage of his speeches in Muhammad Speaks shrank, even as he brought in thousands of new members. Chicago was watching him with something closer to suspicion than pride. Around this time, he met Peter Goldman, a white journalist who would later write that his presence was both soldierly and priestly. He told Goldman that nonviolence was merely a device for disarming the black man. He said it plainly, the way he said most things. Alex Haley, meanwhile, published a piece in Reader's Digest calling the nation a potent racist cult, though the two men maintained a working relationship. Benjamin 2X Goodman became a key assistant in New York, describing the minister as someone who was always in command and who often worked deep into the night. At home, the picture was different. The tension between him and Betty had grown sharp enough that she packed up the children and left for Detroit in early 1963. He told her that if she left again, he wouldn't come after her. He didn't have the kind of job where you could walk away at 5 o'clock. He kept working. He met a 19-year-old boxer named Cassius Clay in Detroit and described him as a clean-cut, down-to-earth youngster. Clay, for his part, said the nation's message was the first time he'd ever felt spiritual in his life. In a television interview with Kenneth Clark that June, the minister compared black Americans to prisoners and called the president just another warden. He said it calmly, the way you'd describe the weather. And beneath all of it, something was shifting. The distance between his public devotion and the private reality of the nation had become a weight he carried everywhere. Whispers from Chicago were getting louder. The secrets he tried to set aside were pressing forward, and soon enough they'd demand an answer he wasn't ready to give. Chapter 9. Too big for the temple. The flight to Phoenix would have taken several hours, long enough for a man to rehearse what he planned to say and how he planned to say it. Malcolm had the details now. Names, dates, the children that had resulted. He carried all of it with him when he sat down with the messenger in April of 1963, laying out what he knew with the care of someone who still hoped to be told it wasn't true. Elijah Muhammad did not deny it. Instead, he reached for scripture. When you read about how David took another man's wife, he told Malcolm, "I'm that David." It was an extraordinary thing to say. A man accused of betraying his own moral code, wrapping himself in the robes of a biblical king. Malcolm left Phoenix with the confirmation he dreaded, and a question he couldn't yet answer: what to do with it. What he did, at first, was try to manage it. He began preaching to the faithful that a prophet's accomplishments outweighed his personal weaknesses. It was inoculation, a way to prepare the membership for what might eventually come to light, and it shifted something in his own sermons too. He spoke less about theology now, less about divine punishment and white devils. The language turned toward politics, toward social doctrine, toward the material conditions of black life in America. Whether he intended it or not, the pivot drew attention away from the messenger's character and toward the world outside the mosque walls. The messenger, for his part, seemed to reward the loyalty. He promoted Malcolm to national minister and dispatched him to Washington, D.C. to supervise Mosque Number 4. The assignment came with a pointed instruction to demand respect from the devils in that city. Malcolm held a press conference at National Airport in May, announcing a program to address black street crime in the capital. He was everywhere that spring. Monitoring the Birmingham campaign from afar, he criticized the government for waiting 3 weeks before sending troops to protect black children from dogs. He flew to Los Angeles for the trial of the Muslims arrested in the 1962 raid, telling reporters that the defendants were not getting a fair trial. 9 guilty verdicts came back for assault, despite 6 of the jurors reportedly being black. But his constant travel left a gap in New York, and Chicago moved to fill it. John Alley, the national secretary, began contacting Captain Joseph directly on mosque matters, bypassing Malcolm entirely. It was quiet, administrative, the kind of maneuver that doesn't look like much on paper, Malcolm noticed. That same month, Alex Haley's interview with him appeared in Playboy, presenting Malcolm as the Prime Minister and heir apparent of the movement. He used the platform to argue that the nation had the sympathy of 90% of black people, regardless of what church they attended. The advance for his autobiography, $20,000, he signed over entirely to Chicago headquarters. During his collaboration sessions with Haley in Greenwich Village, he would sometimes break from the heavy material to scat sing or demonstrate the Lindy Hop, conjuring his Harlem years with his whole body. The manuscript's dedication page read to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who had found him in the muck and mire and made him the man he was. The summer brought a slow accumulation of fractures. In July, he hosted Akbar Muhammad, the messenger's own son, at a banquet in Harlem. Akbar called for a united front and said he didn't judge men by their skin color. It was a remarkable statement from inside the family, a quiet challenge to the entire theology the nation was built on. That same month, Malcolm turned up at a picket line outside a Brooklyn hospital construction site, snapping photographs and comparing the police presence to the Gestapo. When the March on Washington came in August, he called it the Farce on Washington, claiming it had been co-opted by the Kennedy administration. He went anyway. A Justice Department official named Roger Wilkins spotted him standing under a tree, watching the crowd. In September, the messenger publicly named him national minister at a gathering in Philadelphia, though by then the jealousy from Chicago's inner circle had reached a kind of fever pitch. He kept moving. A Berkeley audience in October heard him say that the wealthy black bourgeoisie never reached back to pull the poor out of the slum. In Detroit on the 10th of November, he delivered the message to the grassroots, calling the Negro Revolution a non-violent sellout and introducing the analogy of the house Negro and the field Negro. Days later, he secured his mother's release from the Kalamazoo State Hospital, where she had been confined for 24 years. He told Haley, quietly, that he'd had dinner with her for the first time in a quarter of a century. Around this time, he confided his doubts about the messenger to Louis X. Louis listened carefully, then reported the conversation straight back to Chicago. And a Queen's educator who had arranged a speaking engagement for Malcolm offered an observation that carried more weight than she probably knew. The minister, she said, was developing too fast. He would eventually have to leave. Chapter 10. A sentence he couldn't take back. It was the 22nd of November, 1963, and America had lost its president. The country grieved. Flags hung at half-mast. Television sets flickered with footage of Dallas, of Jackie Kennedy's blood-stained suit, of Lyndon Johnson taking the oath aboard Air Force One. And in Chicago, Elijah Muhammad understood immediately what this moment demanded of his movement. Silence. Complete, unambiguous silence. He had his son telephone the New York office to dictate exactly what should be said if reporters came asking the Nation of Islam would share in the world's shock. That was all. Malcolm received the directive. He understood it, and for 9 days, he followed it. On the 1st of December, he stood in as a substitute speaker for the messenger at a long-planned event at the Manhattan Center. 700 people filled the hall. John Alley, the national secretary, had been sent down from Chicago specifically to monitor the proceedings, and he stood only a few meters from the stage as Malcolm delivered a speech entitled God's Judgment of White America. The speech itself stayed within bounds. What came after did not. During the question and answer session, someone asked about the president's death, and Malcolm, who had spent weeks biting his tongue while the government's hypocrisy gnawed at him, let go of his restraint. He called it a case of the chickens coming home to roost, suggesting that the violence America had encouraged abroad had returned to its own shores. Then he went further. Being an old farm boy myself, he said, chickens coming home to roost never did make me sad. They've always made me glad, the audience murmured. John Alley reached for the telephone before Malcolm had even stepped off the stage. Chicago's response came the following day. Malcolm arrived for his regular meeting and was told he was suspended for 90 days, effective immediately. Removed from his post at Mosque number 7. Muhammad described the punishment to the FBI in paternalistic terms, saying that Papa had to discipline a child who was popping off. The language was deliberate. It reduced the most prominent minister in the nation to an unruly boy who had spoken out of turn. The suspension went deeper than public silence. Rumors spread that he would be permanently replaced, with names like Akbar Muhammad and Jeremiah X floated as successors. In New York, Captain Joseph began physically blocking Malcolm from entering the mosque. Members were discouraged from speaking to him. Old friends crossed the street and they saw him coming. The infrastructure of loyalty that had surrounded him for over a decade was being dismantled piece by piece, and he could feel it happening in real time. In mid-January of 1964, he took his family to Miami to visit Cassius Clay at his training camp ahead of the Liston fight. There are photographs from those days, Malcolm and his daughters on the beach, squinting in the Florida sun. It looked like a holiday. It almost was. Clay won the fight on the 25th of February and announced shortly after that he was joining the nation, taking the name Muhammad Ali. Chicago moved quickly to claim Ali as their own, and the new convert became another piece on a board that Malcolm no longer controlled. Back in New York, the threats turned physical. A former member of the Fruit of Islam named Anas Luqman came to Malcolm with a warning. Captain Joseph had ordered him to plant a bomb in Malcolm's 1963 Oldsmobile. The words Luqman used were plain enough. The order was to take care of him. Late one night, riding through Morningside Park with James 67X, Malcolm heard something similar. James told him that people were talking about killing him, people he had once called brothers. The formal break came on the 8th of March. M.S., handler of the New York Times, published an article announcing Malcolm's independence from the nation. Malcolm told the press he could best spread the message by staying outside what he called the straitjacketed world of the organization. He spoke of cooperating with the broader civil rights movement, something that would have been unthinkable even months earlier. The next day, he and a small group of supporters gathered in Queens to incorporate Muslim Mosque Incorporated, a religious organization meant to give a spiritual home to those who had followed him out the door. On the 12th of March, at a press conference in the Park Sheraton Hotel, he warned that there will be more violence than ever this year, and that black people were ready to act as roaring lions. The umbilical cord to Chicago had been severed. After 12 years inside the nation, Malcolm stood alone, without its finances, without its organizational machinery, without the security apparatus that had once surrounded him. The threats against his life were growing louder by the week, and so he turned his gaze eastward, toward a spiritual renewal that could only be found in the ancient sands of the Holy City. Chapter 11. Into the East. Within days of founding Muslim Mosque Incorporated, Malcolm was already thinking bigger. The problem, as he saw it, was one of framing. Civil rights kept the struggle penned inside American courts, subject to American judges, dependent on American goodwill. Human rights opened the door to the world. If the case could be brought before the United Nations, the American government would have to answer to an international audience. That was the play. On the 26th of March, 1964, he found himself at the Capitol in Washington. Martin Luther King Jr. was there too, and the two men crossed paths in a corridor. They shook hands, exchanged a few words. Photographers captured the moment, the integrationist and the separatist standing side by side for perhaps 30 seconds. Neither man lingered, but the handshake said something that speeches hadn't. A week later, on the 3rd of April, Malcolm stood before a crowd of thousands in Cleveland, Ohio, and delivered what would become one of the defining addresses of the era, the ballot or the bullet. He told the room that if the government would not guarantee voting rights, the only remaining option was armed self-defense. It'll be ballots or it'll be bullets. The audience knew he meant it. And yet, even as his political voice sharpened, his spiritual authority was slipping. The nation questioned his legitimacy. He needed something they could not give him and could not take away. He decided to make the Hajj, the sacred pilgrimage to Mecca that every Muslim is called to complete at least once. His sister Ella gave him $1,300, money she had been saving for